And we are live just in time to watch the Genesis block of the fake Bitcoin, whatever name we're giving it these days. Wanted to get this out earlier. It's really, really early. It is 8:20 in the morning by me, even earlier by Jimmy. You're on Central Time, right? So it's 7:20 in the morning for you?
Yeah, I woke up like 25 minutes ago or something like that.
Okay, I've been actually up for a while. Let me do a quick screen share just to show you guys. People are still confused as to when this is happening. This clock is now ticking in the opposite direction. Oh, no wonder. I thought it was off. We're now, and here we go. We are. Why does this still say 4 minutes? I thought it was at 8:20 a.m. Boom, Bitcoin hard. Oh, that one was also ticking in the opposite direction.
Okay.
Okay, so we're on. Here we go. We are live. Now, where the hell do we see this thing? So I was given a couple of websites. Of course, none of them work.
Yeah.
BTC Fork. I didn't even buy, I put these two in the description of the video. So of course, this is down. I can't, it's 2017. You can't get a website to get, oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. It's back on. It's back on.
So what we should see is that the next block is the forking block. And one of the more difficult things is going to be they need a greater than 1 megabyte block with and because there's replay protection built in, you have to create all these Bitcoin Cash transactions that add up to more than a megabyte. So I'm guessing they're just going to generate them, and maybe they already have them ready. But yeah. Mining this thing is not going to be trivial.
Yeah. Someone also, wait, I'm gonna be muting myself basically because I did not have time. This is like a breakfast with Tone episode right here. So
dude, you got like delicious bacon over there.
I got a cup of tea. Yeah, so here you go.
You are killing me. I haven't had breakfast.
This is my breakfast right here. I got like 3 huge pieces of bacon. There was like sunny side eggs with like a bunch of giant green scallions on top right there. So
hey Tom, did you not tweet this for
oh shoot, you're right. I didn't tweet this. I totally forgot.
Nobody's gonna know.
I know. Oh man, hold on. And my tweets are usually like elaborate. I'm gonna share a screen. I'm gonna do it live on air. You guys get to see how I make tweets.
Oh, you got to do one with the breakfast. Breakfast with Tone.
It's gonna take them like an hour and a half to find the block anyway, so we got plenty of time.
Oh, it'll be more than an hour and a half. I think. We'll see.
I know you could have like slept in.
Yeah, I know. But we got to be there for the 12:20 UTC. So that's passed. We saw the countdown, so we got at least that going. But
I gotta tweet out the link to this. That's my channel. What happened to the World Crypto Network?
I don't know.
Oh, because this is the World Crypto. I'm logged in as the World Crypto Network, but I'm going to my channel. Like, oh, okay, I got it. I'm like confusing myself here. All right, let's see what we got.
You know what? I'm going to go to Bitcoin ABC.
Yeah, this is what happens when you get us early in the morning. There's a reason why we do these things in the evening.
Yes, indeed there is. Yes. Bump to version, remove old release notes. We get to see how Tone composes his tweets.
Oh.
Electron Cash Wallet responded to me on Medium. That's kind of
responded to you.
Yeah, on Medium. So we'll see. Yep, they have a pretty good guide there. We'll see if that's like useful.
I want to stick World Crypto Net in here, but I don't have the room. So let's hope someone from the World Crypto Network is awake and can retweet it. I don't have admin rights to the YouTube account, to the Twitter account yet, probably because I didn't ask.
It's all right. It's all right. You got you know you're popular enough on your own, and I'll retweet as soon as you're done.
It's done.
All right. Let's see. Here.
It's away. Oh yeah, this is what we were talking about. My God, like for a second there yesterday, I thought Max Kaiser's account was hacked because like I went to it and I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, that was interesting. He tweeted out a link to my LinkedIn profile. Yeah,
I know. Now I feel jealous, man. He didn't tweet out a link to my LinkedIn. So then again, I'm getting like 10 to 15 LinkedIn requests a day.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. I'm getting like 2 or 3 from like random people, but I usually ignore most of them. But yeah. It's,
really, I'm the opposite. I usually accept everybody on LinkedIn. It's Facebook I'm a little pickier with because LinkedIn doesn't have any of like my history and stuff.
Yeah,
I never liked any like coworkers back on Wall Street. So when I came to crypto, I only had like maybe 20 or 30 LinkedIn friends.
Oh, wow.
Now I have like 2,500. So like I never really used it, right?
Wow. This is kind of crazy. All right. So
here's another link that was sent to me. Oh, you see something?
No. That's BlockChair is the one that I saw too. Yeah, that's the one.
Right. But I went to BlockChair. It pointed me to a specific blog. So I went to the home page, and somewhere in here there should be a subsection for Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah, I think you can go to /Bitcoin Cash, but it kept not loading for me. So it's kind of unfortunate because there's yeah. Well, so somebody messaged Slack about it being 6 blocks past median time passed or something like that. So I'm gonna have to look into that real quick, and if I was wrong, then I really need to find out. But let me see here.
Oh God! Look, page is unresponsive. Everyone's going to it. Is it that difficult to get a page that can sustain traffic in 2017?
It depends on the web framework you're using. If you're using something that uses a lot of requests back and forth, like then like some of the JavaScript ones, then it's going to be kind of hard to scale sometimes.
This is down again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, most of these pages should just have like one static link, like cache the whole thing and just serve that static thing, but who knows? Okay,
so here we go on the right side. So is this what we're looking for? Like the node Bitcoin ABC Bitcoin Cash, this thing?
Yeah, so it says current median time 10:56 a.m. And somebody told me that that has to pass 12:20. So that's like an hour away still, I guess. And I'm going to go and check if that's true, but give me a minute.
So the median time it's like an average of a bunch of blocks being found.
Yeah, it's the median. It's not exactly the average, it's the median. So you take the last 11 blocks.
Right. Yes, yeah, I got it. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So now that they're able to, oh, great, perfect. That's exactly what we want.
I know, right? That's exactly what I keep getting. Yeah.
I didn't even touch anything. Why can't it give me a shot? Should I have taken a screenshot?
Yeah.
Jeez. Oh my God. All right, let's look at the price of Bitcoin. At least we have something that works.
Yeah,
right?
let's talk about that.
All right, so here we are. So what does this tell me personally? Okay, so this tells me that people are getting nervous about a Bitcoin Cash, and we're giving it too much attention. Sorry, people. And so Bitcoin people are getting a little bit nervous. I'm expecting this to fully turn around and quickly. So that's the daily chart. Here's the weekly chart. The weekly chart, you don't have all that much to worry about. The weekly chart started off good. it entered a bullish trade on the long-term scale the moment it went above that line. Now that it's down, I mean, the bullish trade's still intact. So if you didn't enter it, as a trader, if you're a technical trader trading this particular indicator, you have an even better price right now. Your stop losses, your most conservative stop loss is below last week's low, and your real stop loss, you would need like negative numbers. So that would actually also be at right around last week's low. So that's pretty much your stop loss. So there's still plenty of room on the long-term scale. The daily chart is obviously a little more volatile. And yesterday was a good day. Overnight, like when I went to bed, we were pushing 2,900. And this morning we're down, probably because a lot of exchanges are offline. Everyone is scared. So let's see how that goes. Okay, so somebody in the comments says block via BTC, block 478552. So are they?
No, so I think that was the last block that was found, and we haven't, and that was about 14 minutes ago. So we haven't.
Okay,
really
so let's go another route. Let's see. Let's go to Bitcoin. Well, what do you got?
So I sent you a link. It's bitcoincash.org/activation. And that tells you exactly when it's going to fork. And it looks like it is a median time past of 1220, like somebody said. Well, let me give him credit. What's his name? Duringo on Bitcoin Core Slack. And he's the one that told me this. But basically, I found this link, bitcoincash.org. Yeah. And it says that it's the median time past has to be 1220. And that's calculated over 11 blocks. So we're basically looking for the next 6 blocks, and then they will actually do the fork. So this will be interesting to watch.
Okay, so let's go and take a look at who's still mining the old school Bitcoin with hash power, right?
It's going to be everyone for another 6 blocks, Tone. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, someone has to mine this fake Bitcoin, right? So
right after the next 6 blocks. So we actually came on an hour early, basically. Oh, although there's 1,057 people watching.
I know. We're about to crush the record like 5 minutes in.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, but this is one of those live shows. I mean, there isn't going to be much of a need to watch this, like next week. This is strictly for it. So here's the thing, right? So as of 10 minutes ago, someone has to put their hash power onto Bitcoin Cash, correct?
Yeah. I'm guessing it's going to be via BTC, at least some of them, but yeah, hard to say.
Right. So we're assuming that via BTC is leading the stupid charge. And others will join, because I know Antpool gives you the option to flip the switch. Bitcoin.com gives you the option to flip the switch. Okay, so Antpool is up here. I can't believe they have 20%. That's so disappointing.
Why is that disappointing? That's that's their bread and butter. They make about 80% of the miners.
No, I know, but some of the people are actually joining this thing, are like supporting them. Let's just say my miner. Oh, where's my miner? There we go. I'm staying strong here. Here we go. Now that's the Tone Vays miner. My single miner right there. 1 active workers. 1. I'm still
get
mining
a lot of terahertz per second, or terahashes per second. That's a lot of hash power, Tone.
So I'm doing good with my 1 miner.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of surprised that it's that high. But yeah, that's
you're
great.
Surprised that my 1 miner is that high?
Yeah, because I mean, if you think about it, it took Bitcoin a long time to get to 9 terahashes per second. So I don't know. It's just sort of crazy how much hashing power is on the network that you yourself can do 9 terahashes per second. So yeah, just a random comment. That's all.
Gotcha. So. Right. So, of course, my miner was turned off for a few hours last evening, but then it's been running all night and into this morning. Okay. So, I just realized eating and doing this is actually very difficult with two people.
You should be like, okay, I'm gonna take a bite, you take it away, and yeah, I could talk for like a minute or something. Yeah, I know. Someone get me a coffee. Indeed, somebody's saying in chat that I need a coffee. Although I don't drink coffee, but
Dude,
I really
we just broke 1,300 viewers.
This is insane. Wow. I maybe there aren't many shows on at this hour, and it is kind of a big event. And we're waiting.
This is good. This might be a trend. It's like we might have to start waking up early if we want to maximize the viewership. Oh, this is gonna hurt.
I wonder how much of our audience is actually from Europe or something like that, where it's a lot of people that are.
Well, I think at this time we got the whole world covered, right? Except for the people in California, but they should be their own country anyway. They're not watching it, so I can kind of say that.
Yeah. How about Asia? How what time is it in Asia? I guess.
No, it's like 8 p.m.
It's
like 8, 9 p.m. Depends where in Asia. Okay. Anyway, so as of 15 minutes ago, we have some mining power moving over to mine this nonsense, but we don't know how much mining power has moved onto that nonsense until we actually start finding some blocks, right? So right now,
not until the forking block. Yeah, the forking block is still 6 blocks away. So I mistakenly thought that it's just whatever's past 12:20 UTC, but it's actually based on median time pass. So we're still gonna stay on one chain for 6 more blocks, and then well, I guess it's 5 more blocks, and then that 6th block, assuming that the timestamps are roughly accurate, which it should be, that will be the forking block, and that's I don't know. I mean, we're just gonna have to watch like xpt.eu or some of the block explorer. Basically, I guess xpt.eu isn't really a block explorer, but they'll at least let us know.
All right. So let's so here's trade block, right? The last block was 20 minutes ago. So now the Bitcoin network will probably slow down in its block creation.
Right, after 5 more blocks. So everybody's together for 5 more blocks. It's that 6th block that's going to be different.
So back to my question. Is anybody actually trying to find a big block right now, or only after the median time gets there?
Yeah, so 5 more blocks, everyone's on the same chain. No one's trying to find that super block yet. And that's still going to be, about an hour away. And
so we actually did come on live 1 hour too early, or 6 blocks too early.
Something like that. But I mean, there was always sort of the possibility that you'd find like 5 or 6 blocks pretty quickly. I mean, we saw 3 blocks in like 10 seconds last time, or like 2 times ago when we were on air. So it's entirely we should be watching starting at 12:20. We just have to wait 5 blocks. That's all. And then we see, one split off the other.
That's okay though. We're almost at 1,500 viewers, and people are anticipating what's going to happen. Now, it is a little unfortunate that the price is going down. I'm still very bullish Bitcoin, and kind of remain bullish Bitcoin. So, I mean, this 1 hour delay is causing a little bit extra, uncertainty. Because look, this stuff is unclear. You literally have to be involved in this, and I have God knows how many people asking me about this, and I'm supposed to be, I'm not going to call myself an expert, but I would put myself, near the top of the people to ask these kinds of things to, and I'm like half clueless with this. This is why we don't cause these kinds of hard forks.
Yeah, it's the first time we've really had this, right? And it's kind of a big moment in many ways, because like I was saying yesterday, that this is socializing all the costs of doing a hard fork to the entire community. And it's kind of a very disruptive altcoin launch if you think about it that way. And it kind of stinks, but this is the sort of thing that we have to deal with sometimes. But Yeah. Good thing is we're going to have, we're going to set some precedents and stuff. So that's good in that we'll learn how to handle these sort of situations through this.
Right, and it's interesting that you mentioned that. It's a different kind of altcoin launch. And ever since the Bitcoin Genesis block, everyone's been trying to find a neat way to launch their alternative. Like the way I see it is most of these altcoins are the result of two things. Either some guy is trying to get rich and he's not he's not even going to try to help Bitcoin. He's like, I can print my own money. And then he goes and launches an altcoin. And then you have situations where, I mean, Charlie Lee kind of did it fairly. But then you have other situations like Zcash, where Zuko shows up and like tells the Bitcoin core developers what needs to be put into Bitcoin. A bunch of smart people look at it and say, no, that's silly. We're not doing this. And then you get a response like, I will show you. I know I'm right. I'm going to launch an altcoin. I'm going to prove that it's better than Bitcoin because you don't put my code into the protocol. And that's how we get Zcash. And then they have no idea how to actually create the Genesis block. So they create the Genesis block with like a fraction of a Zcash. So it was like completely ass backwards in my opinion. And then the price of Zcash go aggregates to like $18,000 per one Zcash because there's only 0.0003 Zcash on the market. So it's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
So I thought that was a completely botched Genesis block. So it's hard. And like Dash comes out and they're like, oh, we'll do this. And then they insta-mine the hell out of it. Steemit comes out. We're going to have fair mining for a month. And then 6 months later, we're going to tell the world what we did. It's like you have these attempts at launching this altcoin. And this is just another attempt. And if this is successful, this will be the new model. It's kind of like what Ethereum did. I mean, Ethereum was the first true successful ICO. And ever since then, people have been trying to replicate the Ethereum model until the SEC comes down on them, calling them a security. So this is going to be the same way. If this is successful, every single altcoin as of tomorrow is going to use this model. They're going to take advantage of the Bitcoiners because it's the most valued, the most decentralized token on the market. They're going to say, well, how do we make our coin decentralized? This was the Zcash problem. They were scared that if they start off with large block rewards in their Genesis block, then the rich and the connected are going to like swipe all of it up. So they went backwards, starting from tiny, tiny, tiny blocks and moving up, which didn't help at all. So I can totally see this being the model for all altcoins, all future coins. This also avoids the security regulation. You may not be creating coins out of thin air. You kind of are. But because Bitcoin is on record by the SEC that Bitcoin is not a security, piggybacking off of Bitcoin and allowing Bitcoiners to be the first entrance into an altcoin could be the future model if this garbage that we're dealing with right now is successful, which is more of the reason why this needs to fail and sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and so much of that depends on hashing power, right? Like it's not hard to actually do the fork from a coding perspective. But when you have a large miner like Via BTC actually supporting something like this, they're giving it some hash power to be able to do the fork. And like you were saying, it's an altcoin that's got an airdrop that's equivalent to whatever the ledger is at the time of the fork, and that makes it very difficult to sort of prevent. So really, the gatekeeper that we have here are the miners, and right now some of them are trying this out. If it does succeed, I can see more altcoins sort of trying to bribe some miners to put 5% hashing power so they can launch an altcoin like this. That would be a misalignment of incentives. So Yeah, in a way, the market's going to have to speak pretty boldly in order to not make this a new model of altcoin launch. And I would hate to see Bitcoin's name get muddied over and over through something like this. But yeah, I will note that Bitfury found the block about 7 minutes ago, so we got 4 blocks to go, and we still have. Oh wow! I want to thank the 1,763 viewers right now. This is smashing through all kinds of records on our network.
I know, that's amazing. Oh, and also thank you for your donations, guys. Please hit the like button. Please share. I tweeted this out. Go ahead and retweet it. And we already had a few donations from the super chat. Our live viewers, you can chat with us live. The chat is scrolling really, really fast, so I don't even know. I can't even scroll up high enough to thank the people that donated. I think one person gave us $5 and another person gave us $10. So for waking up early, I know one of them was Blue. So thanks, Blue. You know who you are. I saw you specifically tipped us for getting up this early and covering this. Might have got up a little too early, but it's okay. We're happy to be here. And we're happy to bring you the events live as they happen. And this is one of the things we want to try and do more of here on the World Crypto Network. Just cover these important events live with a few experts to keep everyone up to speed. Now, okay, here's another question for you then, Jimmy. I mean, I am not going to do it, right? Like, I'm not going to download Electron Cash and move my private keys into it. I don't want to botch any of that. I'll wait. If I need to, I'll do it later. How complicated is that process? And after the Genesis block is found, how long do you think it will take the average person to get a hold of their Bitcoin Cash? And where the hell do they go and sell it? Like where do you take your Bitcoin Cash? What exchanges are trading it? Do we know?
Yeah, so I think the 2 exchanges that are sort of more mainstream and not for at least English-speaking users, I think are Kraken and I think Bitfinex are the 2 that have announced that they'll support it. So you can send it there, but the actual process, if you own a Trezor, it should be fairly straightforward. You just sign a Bitcoin Cash transaction and send it over, or same thing for Ledger. If you own if you're using some other wallet, what you'll need to do is after the forking block, which is in about 4 blocks, so roughly 40 minutes, what we should see is what you should do is send all your Bitcoins from the wallet that you currently have to another wallet, all your Bitcoin, and then use the private keys from the old wallet to import it into something like Electron Cash or some other program that can support Bitcoin Cash transactions, and then create a transaction into and send it off to Kraken or Bitfinex or some other BCC supporting exchange, and then sell it there. It looks like Via BTC actually has a direct BTC to BCC exchange, and it's trading at roughly 1/10 of the price. So you can get 1 Bitcoin for every 10 Bitcoin Cash coin. So you can do something like that, and hopefully other exchanges put out that pair, so you don't have to, make multiple trades, one to USD and back to Bitcoin or something like that. And I imagine that's going to be the one that's watched the most anyway, Bitcoin to Bitcoin Cash. So that's the pair to watch.
All right, well, we got another $10 donation to our chat. Thank you, Robert, for your support.
If we put a Bitcoin address on there, you think we get more donations or less?
Oh,
I guess you have a Bitcoin link.
Well, I have a Bitcoin link in the description. Though I believe I just copied and pasted of my previous one, so that one's actually going to me, not to the World Crypto Network channel. But we'll work that out. That's not a problem. But yeah, I gotta get that screenshot of I gotta get that screenshot that Thomas does on his channel somewhere. So let's see here. Maybe we can hack this right now. This is gonna be a hack. So all right, so here's the skill set right here. I can't believe Microsoft was actually considering. All right, let me close this window. I can't believe Microsoft was actually considering eliminating Microsoft Paint, like the greatest, the probably the most useful application they've ever done.
All right, there's the donation screen. How do we donate? Yeah. Well, that's you can send Bitcoin donations to that QR code. So Tone, do you know the actual address?
I love Microsoft Paint. Oh, to this?
Yeah, because that's just a QR code.
Yeah, here, let me scan it.
What if they have like a very secure wallet? What do we do?
Well, no, I have a written one in the description of the video.
Right, but that one goes to you, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I mean, like, so I am here.
Wow, we got a 10-pound donation. That's interesting.
Yeah, because those are coming through YouTube. Okay, so here we go. So what I can do is I can do this, and I can kind of permanently leave that on the screen, and still on screen share, right? All right, why am I struggling with my little Windows box here?
Yeah, that's a lot of. Oh my gosh, how many tabs do you have, Tone?
That's nothing. I've that's nothing. This is why I needed a computer with like I would have bought like 32 gigs of RAM. I mean, I've had like 40, 50 tabs here. All right, here you go. So we just shrunk it a little bit. So now anytime I do screen share, there will be a little donation thing in the upper right.
All right, good stuff.
The power of Microsoft Paint. Look how quickly I did that. If I had to go to like GIMP or like Photoshop, this would have taken me like 20 minutes.
Indeed, it would have. All right, you know what? I need to decode this QR code, so I'm going to figure out how to do that. I'm sure there's an online. Well, I want to know the actual Bitcoin. I mean, the Bitcoin address, so we can watch the Block Explorer and see if anyone's sending us money.
Well, just scan it, and I'll do it.
Online QR code decoder is what I need.
Jimmy, you have a QR decoder. It's called your phone Bitcoin wallet.
But yeah, but I'm not gonna like go and do that. Online reader.
Oh, hey, I got construction like right outside my window. If it's coming through the mic, let me know, and I'm gonna close my window and like turn my apartment into a sauna, which is fine.
You don't have air conditioning?
We can talk about that on a different podcast. I think they're busy to fix them. Like, my in unit of my apartment, they're kind of done. And I've been a little too lazy this summer, and I haven't been around much. And I'm like, how bad can it be?
Nice. Yeah, and you were thinking of running a miner in your apartment?
No. The miner's in the woods. The miner's in the woods.
Okay. Oh my goodness, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 donations to this address. That's kind of amazing. Wow, thank you guys. Yeah, and since the last block, none of them have confirmed. Check it out.
I'm gonna scan it.
Well, I gave you the link on.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll throw it up on the bottom there. But what is that gonna do? Like we can, I can add it into the description of the video.
Yeah, but I mean, this is not small amounts, Tone. It's like 0.02 Bitcoin. That's like what, like $50?
I know, beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you for donating to World Crypto Network.
Yeah. And indeed, there's a lot of people seeming to appreciate us sitting around waiting and giving them a place to talk, I guess. Yeah, let's see if there's any. Yep, it's been 16 minutes since Bitfury mined their block, so. Wow, I'm kind of amazed at the generosity of all these people. Thank you, and
people been good to us. Look, we got another $10 donation and a $2 donation coming through. We got what's ours? That what currency is that?
That's a good question. I'm trying to find out. Is that like the South African rand or something?
No, so that would should have a Z on it.
Okay. Brazilian real, according to. Wow.
Currency. Thank you, Omar, for the 10 pounds, and we got Andy with a couple of US bucks. Mario, thank you. The Mujin with I guess from Brazil. Thank you for waking up early as well.
Indeed. And
we got Michael. Michael is a longtime follower of ours with the.
Okay. Yeah, there are people I saw earlier that were just sort of saying where they were watching from, and they're like all over the world. It's kind of crazy that we have such a wide reach. Yeah, we're I guess that's the benefit of being on YouTube. It's kind of crazy to me. All right, let's see here. See if any more donations are coming in here.
Let's see if they can get them on Kraken or Bitfinex. I don't think they will. I don't think TradingView will.
Oh, Tone, there were like 4 or 5 donations on the Bitcoin address as well. Somebody gave us like $100.
I know. Thank you guys. And I can't even like finish all the names. We have like Harrison in the chat, Brian in the chat. Thank you guys.
Yeah. I would call out the addresses, but they're very hard to pronounce. So, but thank you. Wow, that's
all right. Let's get back to what they're actually donating for. All right, why the hell do I have Ripple on here?
You're a secret fan? Please tell me you're not. Yeah.
Oh God, no. Yeah, no, something went weird over here. Okay. So
Ripple to Bitcoin? Yeah, that's kind of random.
So let's see. Yeah, so there's no BCH yet.
Yeah, the construction is coming in a little bit on the background, so you might want to close that window, Tom.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Hey, Bobby is in the chat. Thank you for your donation, Bobby. I messaged you on LinkedIn. I messaged you on Twitter. Hit me back. I got clients for you.
Yeah, seriously. Well, you should get on Telegram, Tone. He's on Telegram.
I'm on Telegram. No, I gotta check if I have his number. All right. Anyway, Bobby,
I have it. I'll send it to you later. Yeah.
All right. Cool. All right. Let me close my windows here. I got a lot of noise in the background. I guess let me here talk to Jimmy.
Yeah. So thank you, everybody. I mean, I am kind of amazed at the number of people that. Yeah. I mean, all of these are unconfirmed, of course, because we're still waiting for like 4 more blocks until the fork. But thank you, everybody, for all these donations. Let's see if there are any comments in chat that I want to talk about. Yeah, Bobby, thank you. Yeah, you're the man. Let's see. Jimmy Tone, has the Bitcoin ledger been copied over yet to Bitcoin Cash? In other words, does the Bitcoin price still include the Bitcoin Cash price in it or not? Yeah, it still includes the Bitcoin Cash. Yeah, it's still sort of entangled. It'll be detangled in about 4 more blocks. And that's still to come. And I don't know if you're waiting for the price to drop after they detangle or something like that, but that's entirely possible. How low will BCC go? Yeah, that's kind of the question that everyone's asking. I think Tone said yesterday that he thinks it'll go down to about $5, and we'll still be waiting on that. Yeah, some other, is this the correct address? Yeah, let's see. What is the address? 1DGNW3ND. So that's what it starts with. So if you are trying to donate to the World Crypto Network as a result of the show, that's the one that's on Tone's screen, which I'm not sure. I forget if that's what shows or if my mug is on the screen right now. But yeah, he had that on the screen. We might need to make this like a permanent thing so people can sort of donate while we're doing things. Oh, wow. Exhibit 17. Thank you for your donation. Let's see. Tone?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, good stuff. Yeah.
How's my sound? I see you are twerking well over here for some good money coming in.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's yeah, I feel like we're doing like a Jerry Lewis telethon or something, and we're like, yeah, thank you, and it just keeps coming in, except we don't need any phone operators or anything. It's just sort of straight in. I am truly amazed at the number of donations we're getting, but I'm also amazed at the number of people that are on this. All right, somebody's asking me a question on chat. Hey, Jimmy, Michael Hudson is asking, hey, Jimmy, quick question. What's your opinion on nChain's recent presentation and views? I guess I should be watching that dumpster fire, but I honestly haven't been paying attention to it. But for your sake, I'll go to the website right now, see if there's anything I can read real quick and give you an opinion. In the meantime, I'll take it over to Tone Vays. I think he's finished with breakfast and he's closed his window.
Well, I definitely closed the window. I'm about a quarter of the way through my breakfast, which is now cold because we just kept talking away. But yeah, I'm trying to see, like, I guess we're going to go back to BTC. Let's go to the dollar chart. I have the dollar chart somewhere. That's not the dollar chart, the hour chart. Whoa. Look at the chat. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you, Rockspine. Yeah, keep flying the original BTC flag, boys. We will. Let's
All right,
see.
so let me see here. I had a Bitcoin 1 hour. BTC, USD. 60-minute. I haven't pulled that one up in a while. So this way we can see Bitcoin in real. I haven't looked at the hourly chart of the Bitcoin price in a while. Let me do a screen share here. Haven't looked at it in a while. The hourly chart on Bitcoin. That's why there's no comments here. Wow, wherever that line is, it's been there for a long time.
Wow.
Here's the hourly chart. I mean, again, there's not much to worry about here. Yeah, we dropped a little bit. We were breaking out. Above 2,900. I think we'll get there quickly. Anything on the block front? Let's see.
You should check it. I don't know who Russell Wilson is, but thank you for your $200 Australian.
Oh my God.
Yeah. You guys don't need to play one-upmanship, guys. It's totally fine.
But by the way, these donations do go to the World Crypto Network. They do not go to me personally. And we're gonna start announcing awesome things for the World Crypto Network. We're gonna try to bring you more shows, more great content creators, and a couple of other things. Maybe I shouldn't like jump the gun here, but look for announcements. Our goal is to be the spot for anyone, new people, experienced people. They all come on to this would be the #1 YouTube channel. This is how we can compete. We're not going to be able to compete on written content with like CoinDesk and Bitcoin.com, but we will be able to compete on audio and video content, and that's where we've been going, and we're about to get very serious about it. So thank you for your support of the World Crypto Network.
Indeed. I just saw a tweet from CN Ledger, and they are watching via BTC's pool. And apparently 82 petahash of hash rate is on the BCC pool and 337 in the BTC pool. So it does look like we're going to get at least 1% of the entire network hash power. I think 82 is like 1.5 roughly. So that's we at least have that much going on to BCC. we'll see if there's more coming. Obviously, we're still waiting for another 4 blocks or so before we can say, hey, here is Bitcoin Cash. Yeah, we've been a little bit unlucky the last hour. We've only found about 2 blocks. So yeah, I think we'll get a bunch in a row, and then we'll be waiting for the Bitcoin Cash, first Bitcoin Cash block, at which point we'll be talking about the ramifications of that. But yeah, just to let you guys know, CN Ledger is a good follow on Twitter. They give you news on like sort of what's going on in China in English.
Let's pull that up. CN
Ledger.
It is. Let's check that out.
So go down a little bit. Yep, there's the 82 petahash there. So that's I think, yeah. If you go to a site like Bitcoin Wisdom.
This is the breakdown of Via BTC specifically. So Via BTC has had over 400 petahash, and now they've split between 337 and 82.
Yes, something like that. So they have about 5 or 6% of the network hash power, and the network hash rate is like 6,300 petahash per second. So 82 is a little between 1 and 1.5%. So that's what we're looking at for Bitcoin Cash, at least. That's that's not the only pool that's supporting it. So that's a good data point though to know.
Yeah, we also have another data point of knowing how far to scroll down there, down their Twitter, and this is where you have to stop and you can go back up.
Yeah.
All right, so someone on my Twitter, the reason why I went to my Twitter is, oh, come on.
I know, right?
Okay, so I'm going to pull up a screenshot. I guess it works for some better than others. So CN Ledger, okay, we'll go back there. So someone, hey Richard, saw your tweet. Okay, so here's what someone sent me. It's probably a little too small for you to see, but what exactly are we looking at here?
That was just a block, I guess. Is
that that block that was mined by Via BTC?
I think so. I mean, but as we haven't forked yet, so this is the same information that you would get on a normal block explorer. It's just
so this is not a large block. This is still within the 1 megabyte limit.
That, as far as I can tell, yes. Because you look at size on under technical details, it says 998 kilobytes.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
No wait.
So
where is that?
It's on the
there it is right there.
Yeah,
on the upper right there. So let me. I have a button here, like there, right there.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. So they're still under the 1 megabyte limit. Okay.
So thank you, Andres Ruval, for your $200 donation. All of this will be going to pay expenses.
That was 200 Mexican dollars. So
it's Mexican dollars. Okay.
And still, thank you very much. But let's not paint a bullseye on our back yet. Like someone just gave 200 gold ounces, right? And they're like moving up the rich target. But no, thank you so much for your donation. I was just in Mexico recently. The economy there is rough. I mean, your 200 Mexican dollars would go a long way there. So thank you very much for donating to us. I hope you're in a good position to do that. Otherwise, otherwise spend it wisely in Mexico. Like I'm always, I go to third world countries a lot and like developing countries a lot, and so those people go do a lot with the little money that they have. I'm always impressed by that.
I just want to update everybody. We had another block found, so we got 3 more blocks where we're going to be joined, and then 1 more block after that should be a median time pass of greater than 1220 UTC. So we're still waiting for 3 more blocks. Block 478554 was found about less than a minute ago by Big Club Network, and it's still under.
I know. I'm waiting. Come on. When is
Yeah, we seem to have like bad mining luck whenever we're on the air, but yeah, it's I guess we'll see.
Right. So Yeah, so this is come on, slush pool. Let's find some blocks. I need to. I wanna recoup the ROI on my miner.
Thank you, Bad Virus, for and thank you, Paul Capestany. Yeah, for your donations, £10 and $15.
Wait, are we about to break 2,000 viewers?
Yeah, we're fluctuating right at 1990 something. So yeah, just like 10 more viewers, and I think we will have broken. Yeah, 2,000. Oh wow, we broke
2,000.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Wow. How did we do that? Yeah, it's kind of.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna give everyone a virtual.
We're trying to make Bitcoin great again. I had to switch hats. The user activated software hat is now a collectible, and it's going on a shelf.
Yeah, nice. Thank you, Miles Suter, for your $20. I really, this does feel like a telethon, doesn't it? I feel like we're on like Jerry Lewis or something. It's not even, well, I guess it's like a significant day in Bitcoin, but it's certainly not like a Memorial Day thing or something.
But we also
another block was found by somebody we don't know. So we have two more blocks, and then we fork. So we got 2 more blocks to watch.
All right.
Yeah. That was BTC.top, not an unknown miner. So we smoke Bitcoins, $100. Wow. Thank you. Yeah, and congrats on 2,000 viewers. Thank you. And it's actually gone way past that. It's 21:37 at the moment. This is
I didn't know there were that many Bitcoiners.
I didn't know there were that many that were awake this early. Okay, I have no idea what that currency is, but Vinay Raj, thank you very much. I'm guessing that's the currency.
Hey, if you guys we actually are curious what those signs are. We're gonna be like experts. So if you are throwing in a donation, just say just say the country that you're from. Well, like supporting you from Indonesia, supporting you from South Africa, wherever you are. We would love to have a better idea of where people are that are following us. Those are rupees. Okay. Indian rupees probably.
Okay, yeah, that's great. And thank you, Silver rupees. Miner, for your 10 euro donation. Wow, this chat is going so fast. It's kind of hard to keep up actually. Over 2250 now, so we're like a quarter way to 3,000, I guess.
I know, but let's did we just get another block?
Let's see.
We're like being distracted.
I know. Yes, we did by Dixon. So one more block, folks. One more block, and then we fork.
And look at the mempool. It's like non-existent. Is that even healthy?
I don't know. I imagine there's every exchange is closed at the moment, right? They're all like sort of waiting for this to play out.
Oh, so. we just got another one.
Ampool. Oh my, that's fast and furious. All right, we are here, and the next block should be the forking block, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just make sure, because the median time passed of the last 11 blocks has to be past 12:20. So let's see, how many blocks have we seen? See more. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we need one more block.
One more block, yeah.
Or I think we need one more block, because median time pass currently is block 47A5252, and the UTC time of that is 12:16. So we are waiting for one more block, it looks like. So or maybe that's the block. If I think it's the block afterwards. So yeah, one more block. Okay, wow, we got like 5 donations in a row. So let's see what.
Yeah, we can't even keep up with the chat anymore.
Wow, Macedonia, 1330 elite, of course. MKD, Macedonian something. I don't even know the currency. I'm kind of embarrassed that I don't. Well, I guess, yeah. I'm sorry, I don't know what that one is, but thank you for that, Darko. And Maxime Olenier, I'm totally butchering your name. I'm sorry, but
that's right. Let's get back to the task at hand. Thank you for the donations, guys. We'll probably not mention them for a while. We do want to, because otherwise our whole show will be talking about our supporters, and we do have 2,500 people watching us that want to know the commentary of what's going on. Let's take a look at the price. And look, the price is rebounding 27.53. I am looking for the price to bust out in the next 24 to 48 hours. I am very optimistic that the price of Bitcoin would be above 3,000. If I had any disposable cash left, if it wasn't all already in Bitcoin, I would probably be buying some Bitcoin here. I've tried harassing people that still owe me some money and pay me in Bitcoin, but you all know how that goes, right? I clearly wasn't very successful, but yeah, no, I am very optimistic on Bitcoin. This is just complete confusion. Some exchanges are closed down. Some people are still nervous. But let's see. We have a new block coming in. This is my, oh God, what is that? All right, so I was going to do the hourly chart of Bitfinex. Cool. Oh, wait, if I already open it, yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
I can't even keep up with the chat. That's crazy. But yeah, let's see the chart.
All right, so here's the hourly. Not much is going on. I don't really see any technicals to point to on the hourly. So here's a quick lesson, guys. A lot of people look at the volume and they go, okay, so red volume spike is bad and green volume spike is good. But the color of the volume is strictly corresponding to the color of the candle. If the candle is green, that means it was an up candle. Price moved from the bottom to the top. If it was a red candle, it moved to the bottom. So here's how I personally read volume. When you have a red candle that looks like this, and it basically closed at the low of the candle, all this volume is corresponding to selling Bitcoin, and that's very negative volume for the price. You see how the next candle is more in the middle, and it went way lower and pulled back? This is a little closer to a doji candle. So, and with high volume, this candle represents indecision because it swung high to low and it closed somewhere in the middle. Now, because it closed closer to the bottom than closer to the middle, this volume is a little more negative than positive. But now look at this candle that happened the previous hour. This is the hour from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. New York time. It had the biggest red volume. So you would think this is negative and bad, but look at the price. The price closed near above the candle. That means the majority of this volume was actually driving the price from the low of the last 48 hours all the way up to the high of that hour, leading to a new higher hour right now. So even though this is a red volume candle, to me, this should be a green volume spike. This is a more positive sign than a negative sign. And the only thing keeping this giant bar red over green is the fact that Bitcoin missed closing in the green by about 10 minutes, okay? So another 10 minutes in the last hour, and this probably becomes a green volume spike. So you always have to take a look at the shape of the candle before you judge the color of the volume. So just a quick lesson in using volume in your trading.
All right, so quick interjection, Tone. We did find the next block,
right.
Block 478558. So now the median time passed is past 1220 UTC. Median time pass is now block 478553's time, which is 1237 UTC time. So the next block will actually fork the network. All the Bitcoin, all the miners that are mining Bitcoin Cash will now be looking for a greater than 1 megabyte block, and all transactions that are on the Bitcoin side will no longer be valid on Bitcoin Cash, and obviously anything in Bitcoin Cash will not be valid in Bitcoin. So yeah, it's interesting to think about sort of how the network is splitting at the moment, because once that block is found, all these Bitcoin Cash nodes will be transmitting them to other nodes that they've been connected to, which may be Bitcoin or Bitcoin Cash. But if you transmit an invalid block to a Bitcoin node, they're going to start banning you. So the network will just sort of be splitting on its own and into sort of two groups, one that is Bitcoin Cash and one that is Bitcoin proper. So this is going to be an interesting thing to be watching in the next 30 minutes or however long it takes for the next block to be found. I just want to thank the 2,874 people watching.
3,000, man.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna smash through some records. But yeah, and obviously everybody that's donating, we don't have time right now to thank you all individually, but we're obviously very grateful for both the Bitcoin donations and the donations coming in through YouTube. They are going to help pay for the expenses of running the World Crypto Network.
All right, hey Jimmy, so this site is back. What should we keep an eye on here?
So I think it'll show up in red saying chain split detected or something like that. BTC fork monitor should be. I'm guessing the way they're doing this is they run software for each of those and then see if the best block hash is different. Right now they're not, because the next block is the one that actually forks. And you can see that the current median time on Bitcoin ABC is 12:37, as is for everybody else, obviously, and that's past 12:20 UTC. So the next block will fork, and hopefully this site doesn't go down. They're not DDoSed or something like that. So that will make a big difference. We're all watching for this. So yeah,
I know. I feel like I'm watching NASCAR. Just like people go in a circle waiting for a giant crash. Who's going to do it first?
I mean, we kind of know that the crash is in the next lap or something. So, yeah, I told everybody yesterday that today is going to be one of the least productive days ever in Bitcoin. Yeah, this is why, because you're going to sit around and wait for the next Bitcoin ABC block. And that might not come for, 2 hours. If it's, if it's 5%, it's probably going to take like 2.5 hours or something like that. So, that's or over 3 hours, actually, 200 minutes.
Okay, so now let's get back to my, not this. Oh, by the way, this was great. So please check this out. I should probably throw the link in, or you can just Google for it. This was the BitFury paper from 2015. And someone asked me on Twitter for the screenshot of table number 2 in this right here. Maybe I can zoom in. Let's see. There it is. So this was the breakdown of propagation time of larger blocks. And if they go to 8 megabyte blocks and they fill them up, it'll take 1.51 seconds to validate that block. So a miner will have 1.5 seconds advantage to mine the block after they mine the previous block. And that helps the centralization of mining. And this is one of the reasons why we're against big blocks. And if you go all the way to 32 megabytes per block, the miner that found block X has a 7-second advantage of finding block Y. And if you know anything about mining, second advantage is pretty significant.
And I would point out, though, that with SegWit, it's not going to take quite as long because you don't have the quadratic hashing problem. And they have optimizations that Core's been working on very hard, which is making this stuff faster so that you can maybe eventually think about doing something like that. But obviously this 10 days notice is not nearly enough time to prepare for things like this. And we're kind of waiting for this to happen. But it's not something that many of us wanted.
Right. And I'm not sure if that chart is megabytes with SegWit or megabytes without SegWit.
It's without, because it was written in 2015.
That's true. But we also know that okay, so explain this to me, right? Before we get to my actual question. Why wouldn't this fork to 8 megabytes by via BTC include SegWit in the code? Wouldn't that help their, wouldn't it help get more hash power onto that chain?
Well, so my speculation is that the chain was made to appeal to the people that really didn't like SegWit, and there was always sort of that contingent at RBTC and those folks. There were people that were saying, "Hey, this is too complicated," and I think Peter Risen wrote like something about how SegWit transactions are not real transactions and things like that. So I mean, there was some opposition, and when BIP91 activated, and SegWit was clearly on the path to becoming a part of Bitcoin, I think they wanted some place that was sort of SegWit free, and that's who this coin is supposed to appeal to, is people that don't like SegWit, and that's why they took it out. I mean, there were something like, if I examined the Bitcoin ABC code, there were like, it wasn't easy to get it all out, and it was like 14 or 15 commits to get it, extract all the various pieces of SegWit. But that's kind of what they wanted, and this is what instead they're getting 8 megabyte blocks. I really doubt that those 8 megabytes will be filled up. By the way, I mean,
well, no. I agree with you. Those 8 megabytes will not be filled up, because the people that were filling up the 1 megabyte block were just spamming to get a bigger block. So unless there is like another agenda coming in there, they're probably not. You're right. They're probably not going to do it. But okay, so we did find another block, by the way, just now.
We did. All right.
Yeah, right here.
Oh, wow, via BTC. That's so interesting.
Was it via BTC? It still says unknown. So via BTC is still supporting the actual Bitcoin network, and they just found the
they had like a 3-to-1 ratio or something like that from the CN Ledger tweet, right? So
right.
If that's the case, then yeah, we
yep, they just found it. There it is.
So we're still waiting for the ABC fork. I bet you if you go to the BTC fork, it'll say something's weird, because Bitcoin ABC is not going to recognize this new block. So if you want to go back to the BTC fork site,
let's go back to that page here.
Yeah. So refresh this and let's see what
this is This is so dangerous right here. Oh yeah, they don't have it right there. It's self-refreshing. Look, they're one block behind. So
they are 1 block behind. Yeah.
Right. So they're now 1 block behind. Though, god damn it, like the freaking via BTC. Well, like, can we hate them anymore? They give up like 25% of their hash power to garbage, and they still find the block.
I just want to thank the over 3,000 people that are watching right now. We thank you so much for all your donations. There's a bunch of people donating. This does we're obviously very grateful, and thanks for watching. Keep watching. Tweet it out. Let people know. Because we're watching for this forking block, and it's a pretty big event in Bitcoin.
I mean, come on, Slush. Like, who do you put Slush down? Because that's where my miner is.
Yeah. Oh, wouldn't it be amazing if your miner was the one that Well, I guess you can't find the forking block, but if it extended the Bitcoin main chain,
that would have been awesome. No, yeah. I'm still waiting for my August 11th date. But hey, so is there a way to know which actual miner on a pool found the block? I know the rewards are shared, are socialized, but is there a way to know? Like, I think that if I have like 1 miner on Slush and I'm contributing 0.002% of our hash power to Slush pool, and 0.00001% of hash power to the network, I would love to get like a notification across every electronic medium that I have that my miner actually found the block.
Yeah, so I know pools keep statistics like that. So if you are part of a pool that keeps that statistic, then it lets you know, hey, here you've actually found like 2 blocks or something like that. And that's always kind of nice when you get that. Some pools, I think, even give a little bit of a bonus. But you'd have to ask Slush to set you up with some sort of alert system so you can know when that happens. Oh man, one interesting thing that maybe I will note here is that the last 4 blocks are nowhere near full. They're all under 0.5 megabyte.
Well, that's because the blocks just aren't full. I mean, you don't need. And
I mean,
is this
it might be just because every exchange is shut down. A lot of payment processors are offline at this point, and everyone's just sort of waiting. But yeah, this is crazy that the blocks are so little.
right? But is that a technological concern? Because some of the people I've spoken to, right, there is actually a technological concern if the mempool remains consistently empty. Like you want the mempool to be close to full. Like you want there to be transactions sitting there waiting to be confirmed. I forgot the exact technical reason, but
I would imagine there are economical reasons. I would imagine there are economical reasons because you want the fee to be a driver of why a miner mines a block, because eventually the block reward will be very little, and at that point the fees will take over a large part of the mining reward. I think I calculated something like in about 8 years, and it's not that long.
Block.
Oh, did we find another one?
I don't know by who yet. But Trade Block is a little slow on notifying who's actually finding them.
Yeah, it says Bitfury according to mine. So we're now 2 blocks ahead of Bitcoin ABC, or actually Bitcoin Cash ABC, whatever.
I love the fact that there's still confusion as to what it is. It has multiple tickers. It has multiple names. I mean, this is why I call it a clown show.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Look at the mempool. It's like less than 100 kilobytes right now.
I know.
That's insane to me. But I guess that's what happens. Yeah. I mean, I don't. Yeah. Let's see if we got any donations. See if.
Let's see. I mean, clearly it's not. I got it right here. Clearly, it's not affecting people sending actual Bitcoin.
Yeah. I mean. I think people are kind of scared about like the whole Bitcoin Cash thing. If you do send Bitcoin to this address, it will now be only sending real Bitcoin and not Bitcoin Cash. So right. That would be that's something to keep in mind. So there's a lot of people sort of waiting for the Bitcoin Cash block to be found.
Right. If anyone is interested in testing if the real Bitcoin blockchain is still working with an empty mempool, this is your opportunity to test the Bitcoin blockchain. These what do you call them? These QR codes are the same. This is the World Crypto Network Bitcoin donation address.
Right. And so yeah, we'll be watching this. Well, yeah, so if you go back to the BTC fork one, what we should see is that the Bitcoin ABC is now 2 blocks behind. Yes.
Yeah, it's down here. It's even in blue. It's like out of sync.
Yeah, because it's 2 blocks behind. And
awesome. And
once we find that block, let's see, how long has it been since median time passed? It's been about 15 minutes. So... Yep. That would
got 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Yeah. So at 20 minutes, that means it's less than 50%. I think we know that the Bitcoin hash rate is much greater than Bitcoin Cash. We just don't know how much. And the next block found will give us at least an idea. It's not going to be statistically that accurate. The error bars are huge on that. But after about 5 or 6 more blocks of that, then we should be able to find out.
Okay, so here's the question I've been trying to ask for like an hour. So at which point can we start seeing the rearrangement on this pie chart where the VIA BTC starts to shrink and perhaps Bitcoin.com starts to shrink if I even find it? Oh, wow, 1.4%. It's okay. It doesn't have to shrink. And perhaps Antpool starts to shrink, right? Opening it up for others, because I've been in this debate with people, right? Like my view is, and this is my analogy, people are like, you don't improve yourself if other people get off the mempool. And I break it down to like 3 people, right? You have 3 people mining with equal hash power, right? So we have a person A, B, and C. They all have 1/3 chance to mine the next block in 10 minutes. Okay, 2 of the people conspire against a fool in their pool for the 3rd person and convince him that we all gonna switch to a hard fork. Here comes the hard fork. The person that they convinced goes and mines some garbage. So he's off on his own. The other two stay online. So to me, that's fine. The time to mine the next block has just increased by 33%. So instead of 10 minutes, it's going to take them closer to 15 minutes to mine the next block. But the two people left now have a 50-50 shot at getting the reward, as opposed to a 33% shot of getting the reward. I would rather be one of those two people with a 50% chance of getting the reward, even if it takes a little bit longer time to get it. And every minute that only the two of them mine, while the third person is left on his own mining something dumb, those people have fooled the guy that switched. This is how I feel about the current situation. Via BTC could have convinced their diehard users, and I'm sure this wasn't an easy decision. They had to choose, do they want to cater to the people that hate SegWit versus the people that were okay with SegWit but also wanted big blocks? And they went with the people that hate SegWit. So I don't know if that was the right decision.
Well, so I mean, from a mathematical standpoint, if you're getting 50% of, 1 1/3 or something like that, or 1/3 of 1, it's exactly the same. The thing that this reduces is if somebody leaves is that you have less orphan risk because you might actually find it. So in that way, it's a tiny bit better, but because the difficulty is fixed for 2016 blocks, it actually, as far as a miner is concerned, for at least this period, it doesn't really matter if people leave for Bitcoin Cash or whatever. When it will matter is when the difficulty adjusts. If there's been less blocks, or if it took longer to find those blocks, then the difficulty will adjust downward, and you can mine a little faster. The thing is, then that hash power can come back. So it's sort of like this game. It's hard to know whether or not you're actually gaining an advantage if somebody leaves. But that said, I mean, we're still waiting for Bitcoin Cash. I think that's like a very tiny percentage of the whole game here. That's a part of it, but really the bigger game is the price of Bitcoin Cash and how that's going to factor into this. And we're all watching for this block and seeing how this will affect price, especially on Via BTC. I will note though, Via BTC has started trading Bitcoin Cash to Bitcoin directly, and earlier this morning it was around 0.1 Bitcoin to Bitcoin Cash. In the last, I almost want to say about an hour, it's gone up 50%. It's 0.15 Bitcoin to Bitcoin Cash. So I'm not sure what's happening, since they're the only ones that can really trade it, because Bitcoin Cash hasn't really found a block yet. And you can't transfer just Bitcoin Cash to an exchange. You have to have had it via BTC and split the coins that way. But yeah, I mean, this is I'm not taking this seriously at all, because no one has any Bitcoin Cash yet. Until the next block.
Right. I'm like I said, I'm waiting for this insanity of people just selling their Bitcoin Cash, because as far as I know, most people are looking to just free Bitcoin, and the price of Bitcoin is not going down. So this is great. Also, hey, I want to thank our admins of the World Crypto Network that are banning spammers in live chat. I have no clue how to do that. I probably should, but I don't. So whoever is banning like true spammers, like we don't mind criticism. Please do not ban legitimate criticism in the live chat. But if there are people here that are just spamming for no reason, then yeah, you have my green light to ban them, and I cut back on the chat so we can actually see some useful comments here. Okay, so I'm not taking this part seriously. We found another block, by the way, 3 minutes ago.
3 blocks behind.
3 blocks ahead. So if there was ever a time where I would support like ASIC boost and empty block mining, it would actually be right now, because the further the one more block, because the further the Bitcoin, the actual chain gets further along than the fake Bitcoin chain, the more confidence Bitcoin chain gains that the other one is just gonna, be useless.
Yeah. Oh, I want to. I wonder if you can pull up the donation address, because there have been a lot of people sort of testing out whether or not they can just send Bitcoin instead of Bitcoin Cash. And
beautiful! Look how quickly they got confirmed. Yep. Wow. Yes. Thank you guys. Yeah. I mean, we're mining blocks like crazy fast now. Yep. The 2 confirmations. So here are the last 2 blocks. Right here, mine 4 minutes ago.
The mempool continues to be almost completely empty.
I know. Come on, guys, support the mempool.
Support the miners. Yeah, I mean, I don't think like
the miners are starving.
Yeah, I got to tell you guys, you're paying way too high fees. I'm looking at some of these. Somebody donated about $5 and they paid like $1.37 in fees.
Oh yeah, no, you don't want to do that.
You can pay nothing, and I bet you it would get in on the next.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you definitely want to drop those fees down to as low as possible. Don't. I mean, feed the miners, but feed them crumbs. Don't feed them, don't feed them lobsters.
Although maybe they're making a statement. You're continuing to mine on Bitcoin. You're going to get some of this money, and instead of Bitcoin Cash, say. So that may be a decent strategy.
All right. So we got a little bit of a panic here in the price of Bitcoin. I'm still fully confident that within the next 24 to 48 hours we're going to be back to the upside. Of course, anything can happen. I'm not from the future. I don't control the Bitcoin price, contrary to some what people believe. But yeah, there's just some volatility, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that some exchanges are, holding your Bitcoin hostage because of, people trying to fork Bitcoin. And the less successful this endeavor, the more it will teach people not to do it again. So let's see. Let's see if we can get some more blocks in. It's unfortunate that they're not telling us who mined them. So now I have to go here, because these guys do a pretty via BTC again, or do I need to refresh? I need to refresh. That was an old one.
Yeah. So it was
BTC.com. Dixon. I hear Dixon is a good pool.
I mean, I'm wondering when they're going to sell all their Bitcoin Cash and credit their customers' balances with Bitcoin. So
is that what they announced?
Yeah, they said we're just going to go and sell all the Bitcoin Cash and just add it to your Bitcoin balance, so you don't have to think about it.
I'm so devoted to slush, but this sounds tempting.
Yeah. So yeah, there's some whale calls. That long positions are liquidating. So yeah, that always happens with this momentum trade.
All right, and Bitfury we generally like, even though I disagree with them every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still not sure about BTC.com. Do we know who runs that?
I think it's Antpool, or it's Bitmain. I think it's one of their pools. Yeah, they own several pools.
God damn it.
Yeah, we're still waiting for. Can you go to the BTC fork, see if they found? And they are continuing. They are now 4 blocks behind.
We got another block.
I guess.
Oh no, that was the other block. I'm losing track here.
Yeah. We are 4 blocks ahead. So I mean, I'm guessing. So that means it's roughly less than 25%. We kind of knew that, but yeah, I'm guessing it's in the 5 to 10% range, if that. It might be even less. But we're waiting for that first block still. We are waiting for that still.
Has not forked, but is behind other blocks. Oh, I like this website. It's very informative.
Yeah. And as soon as they find the block, I'm sure it'll show up in red or something like that.
Do they have a donation QR?
I don't know.
I don't see one. Very informative. Whoever put this together, thank you.
Yeah, good stuff. Big BTC fork monitor. Just please.
Okay, wait. So the current median time is not going to go up until a block is found, and then it averages out the last how many blocks?
So it's the last 11 blocks. It finds the middle one of the
median.
11.
The median of the last 11 blocks.
Yes.
Is that like who decided that?
Well, median time passed is something that was in like one of the BIPs a long time ago as part of Bitcoin Core, and maybe it's worth explaining why. The reason is that there's a timestamp in every block, and what miners were doing was they were using that as sort of a non-space, so they can mine a little bit faster. But what often happened was that a block would come in after that would have a timestamp earlier than a block that was found earlier. So what they did to smooth that out is use median time passed, which is the middle one of the last 11, so that the blocks are always increasing or staying the same in terms of timestamp. And yeah, that's what they're using for Bitcoin ABC, because that's sort of a well-known concept in Bitcoin Core, and that's what they've been using. Yeah.
Is that too small, you think? I want to get these three on the same line, and while maintaining the donation address in the corner.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, we're certainly watching, and I imagine, yeah, I wonder why they wouldn't put that right next to Bitcoin Core. But I mean, I guess that's fine. It's totally cool. And once we find another block, I mean, everyone's waiting, right? And
man, I mean, I'm still waiting for man, too many tabs. I don't even know what I can close though. Like, we need all of this, right? Like, what is this? Yeah, I don't need Bitcoin wisdom. I don't know. I don't even know where to go and look for the price, right? Like once there is an actual BTC Bitcoin Cash BCH, once there is an actual one, like I don't even know where to look for a real chart. Like I don't know what this future thing from Via BTC is.
Oh, I can send you a link. There's here.
Like I want to see like Kraken. Like I don't have accounts with Kraken. I don't have accounts with Bitfinex. Like I don't know if I can go to their exchanges and like watch the price. And I don't know if they're going to be synced with things like TradingView.
Oh yeah, I don't know how synced they would be, but according to a tweet I just got, Siors Provoost, Kraken is now listing BCH, and the order book apparently has no sell side. So you could go to
right because there's nothing to sell.
Yeah, because you can't deposit any.
Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
Kraken charts. Thank you guys. I just went to my Twitter, and here come more tabs. I'm not closing my miner. Oh, what the hell happened?
What's going on? Oh, somebody shut it off at your place, man.
No. It would go offline on the green line.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you detect that for another minute or so. So
okay, either that or maybe my cabin's burning down. We'll find out soon.
should probably keep an eye on my phone. Look for phone calls of like screaming relatives.
Yeah. All right, let's see here.
All right, I guess I can close my website. All right, Kraken. Here we go. What do we got here? XBT versus EUR. I don't think that's what we need. XBT is Bitcoin last I checked. Right?
Yeah, BCH and XBT is probably the ratio, but if you want to do BCH USD, that might be interesting.
Yeah, but I don't see that.
It's three.
Oh, there it is. BCH. Yeah. Okay, BCH. Yeah. USD or versus Bitcoin?
I think USD.
I want to go USD.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, it's only $150.
Well, those are the bids. Nobody's selling yet because you can't get BCH on there until they find.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this. And
another block's been found by BTC.com. So we are now 5 blocks ahead. So that means that most likely Bitcoin Cash has less than 20% of the hash power that Bitcoin has. So. That's
Right, so what happens, when we were doing this live show waiting for the first block, and it's like time for me to shave, and it's time for you to like shave your head again. Well, like it can really take that long, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
Speaking of shaving heads, I think that's where I'm headed.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's see what we got here. Let's go back to camera.
Okay.
All right, still waiting for that first block. It could really take forever, right? I mean,
I mean, if they have like 1%, it could take like half a day or something. So.
Okay, so here's the thing. So do we want them to find the block and watch that thing just crash, or do we want it to like not find the block for years? What's better?
That's a good question.
Like, do we want this thing over with quick, or is this drag doing good?
Well, so if you have like nobody mining it and you don't find the block, then there was never a fork. In which case, you know, I think that would be the ideal outcome. I doubt that's going to happen though. But if they find a block much later, and then price is going to reflect the lack of hash power, I would think. So, yeah, I mean, it's this weird interplay between hash rate and price that I've been dying to find out about. And so in that way, it's good because we'll find out some information. But yeah, I mean, I think we all expected something like 5% of the hashing power that, you know, Bitcoin's going to have, and that's roughly, I don't know, 3 hours or something like that. So it's going to take some time before we see, you know, some resolution to this. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's better.
All right, I'm getting a bunch of like PM messages from everywhere. It's time to like catch up. Okay, so we had a block 2 minutes ago. So what are we waiting on now? We're just sitting around waiting for their first block. There's really not much else we can do. All right, so back to this question. Do you know like what the average on these things is? Like, when will we see this adjust? Like, I'm not expecting more than 5% hash power on the Bitcoin, on the Bitcoin Cash side. And after they still need to mine 6 blocks in order to drop the difficulty.
Yeah. So median time passed of the current block and 6 blocks ago has to be more than 12 hours. So yeah, in about 6 blocks, the median time passed is going to be, you know, whatever the first block found was. So it's possible if they have something like, you know, 1% of the hash power, it would adjust 6 blocks. I doubt that's going to be the case. If it's like more like 5 blocks, it's going to take like 11 blocks before their difficulty adjusts downward. So I'm guessing it's going to take around.
Oh wait, you're saying it might take 11 blocks before their difficulty adjusts because of the median time?
Yeah, because it's based on median time, and the median time of the current block and the median time of 6 blocks ago has to have a difference of 12 hours.
Oh,
so, yeah. So it's actually a trickier calculation.
Oh man, SegWit can lock in before that.
Yeah, it's possible if they get such little hash power that is a possibility.
Speaking of SegWit lock-in, we're still on schedule for Wednesday the 9th.
Yeah, I mean, we won't see any drop in hash rate for another day. So that will be known.
You think this is over-optimistic?
Just a little bit, because like 12 days between difficulty adjustments is a little bit aggressive. That means a lot of hash power is coming on since the last difficulty adjustment, and we've had like consecutive ones where you know, we were increasing by a lot, and there's sort of a physical limit to how many miners get produced. Though who knows? Maybe there's a bunch of factories in China that are like pumping them out like crazy. So it's kind of hard to know. And you know, we'll have to be watching, but I think it's a little bit on the aggressive side. Wow. All right, we got another donation. Yeah, everyone's still like paying a lot of fees. I would love to see a 0 fee donation come in that gets confirmed, like in the next block, because the blocks are still very small. Mempool is almost empty. So you know, that would be something that would be cool to see.
Yep, there it is. Just got one, 0.001. Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
And we also, looks like we got $200 Australian dollar donations, which is almost 200 US. We're looking at like 160, 170 in the YouTube chat.
Wow. Thank you guys so much. And yeah, all these people that are donating, we're obviously very, very grateful. Again, these are going to go towards the costs of running this network, and yeah, you guys are great. I'd like to also thank the 3,300 people watching right now. We are kind of astounded because that's like 2,000 more than we've ever had. So
I know. Hey, Jimmy. Well, when this thing goes the way I expect it to go, the biggest beneficiary might actually be the World Crypto Network.
Indeed, especially yeah. I mean, from a financial position, I don't think we've received this many donations in a show ever. So that's obviously very good.
I know we're gonna need we're gonna have to compile how much like we earned in Bitcoin, and then like just today from this stream, and then and then announce that we are now worth more than the market cap of Bitcoin Cash.
Oh my. Oh my, that would be yeah, that would take quite the donations. But
I don't think so. I really don't.
If it goes down to $5, like you said, that's still $5 times 21 billion.
I know these things never actually die, but let's go back to the Bitcoin price right here, and we have again we dropped a little bit, and now we've pulled all the way back up. Same thing with the volume. The volume is picking up. People are gonna start trading this stuff. I'm not sure which exchanges have stopped trading completely. I don't understand why exchanges would stop trading. I mean, Bitcoin still works. We're clearly getting donations. It should be like very cheap to send Bitcoin payments these days. I don't know why exchanges got scared. They should know what they're doing better than us. And if I was running an exchange, I would just ignore this nonsense.
Well, I mean, from a trading perspective, I think almost all of them are open for trading. It's more the deposits and withdrawals that they've stopped. And once Bitcoin Cash finds a block, I think it'll be a lot easier. But I mean, they might at this point they might fill up their 8 megabyte blocks because they're taking so long, and all these people want to get on Kraken, for example, to sell their Bitcoin Cash. So yeah, I mean, it might be sort of a rush to get in so you can sell at the high point. But who knows? I don't know who's going to buy and what's going to happen. But certainly there's a demand to trade this stuff. We'll see how much it trades.
All right. And what you see right now on my screen is why people aren't allowed to trade in the traditional markets and after hours trading, because they will be taken to the cleaners. Okay. So some genius offered more than the price of Bitcoin for a Bitcoin Cash token.
It's probably a troll because they knew that Bitcoin Cash hadn't found a block yet.
Either that or someone that isn't very bright, but clearly they took that order off the books, right? But this is the reason why you don't do that. When you don't have proper checks in place on your exchange, then the smart person that knows what they're doing will take advantage of this person that clearly overbid by 5x or 6x at the most optimistic levels. Like, I can't wait to see this thing drop. And the problem with doing something this stupid is that they completely skewed the chart. So now it's going to be very difficult for us to see, the actual small changes in the price of Bitcoin Cash to the US dollars. But we're suspecting that the 8-hour allowed by YouTube for a live stream will come to an end before they actually find the block.
That may be the case.
Yeah, you and I are limited here to 8 hours. And we're already I think we're already like 2 hours in. So we're limited to only 6 more hours of live stream, and then we got to restart.
Oh, is that YouTube's rules or something like that?
Yeah. Otherwise, people will just stream their life 24/7.
Oh, I see. I'm trying to find out. I'm getting some information about the size of the mempool on Bitcoin Cash. Durango, who told me about the median time passed on Slack, told me just now that the Bitcoin ABC mempool is almost 7 megabytes at this point, which is very interesting because the first block that they mine might be really close to full, which would be crazy, but it makes sense given how little hash power they have. Yeah.
Wait, so their maximum is 8 megabytes, or are they internally throttling to 2 megabytes within the 8 with a soft fork?
I think it's actually 8 megabytes, and that itself is internally throttled from like emergent consensus or something like that. I may be wrong on that. I think that's what it is, but yeah.
Oh, this is awesome. So their mempool is going to be full. Their blocks are going to be 8 megabytes. They're going to be propagating them. So basically, as far as I'm concerned, so here's the scenario, right? Let's say they, like you said, it will be approximately the first 11 blocks before they get a difficulty adjustment, right? So their mempool can be freaking crazy as hell. It could be like, 100 megabytes in size before they even get to block 1.
It's possible. Yep.
It's possible, right? So now we're mining full blocks. According to this Bit Theory paper, right?
Yeah.
Where is it? Right? With an 8 block propagation time, they get an advantage, right? So so advantage or not, what happens when the first 20 blocks are all mined by via BTC?
Then that would mean that they're the only ones mining it. Yeah, who knows though? I mean, 1.5 seconds when you have like a block time of like 4 hours.
Yeah, that's true. It really doesn't matter. But don't forget, ASIC boost is also on the table here.
With their stuff, it would save them some electricity, I guess, but I think the hash rate would be still very little. So I doubt that's gonna make that much of a difference.
Okay, but yeah. I can't wait to see. I mean, eventually they will start mining blocks. Hopefully they won't, but eventually they probably will. And if every single block is mined by via BTC, what does that mean for decentralization of their altcoin?
I don't think. I mean, it would be very centralized from a miner's perspective. So, I mean, who know? We don't know who's mining Bitcoin Cash, and we won't until we see like 100 blocks of Bitcoin Cash, and that's not going to happen for a long time. It looks like, and we're still waiting for that block. It's just taking a really long time. I mean, then again,
if that block is never found, this would have been the biggest troll job in Bitcoin history.
Indeed, it would have. And what would be really crazy is if there was some hash power, but it just took so long that those people give up. And at that point,
that's what I'm thinking. I mean, how long do you keep mining Bitcoin Cash for political reasons, falling behind consistently on actual mining rewards?
Yeah, you're gonna have to find one eventually. It's just kind of crazy.
And here's the bonus. These miners were complaining that people aren't paying enough fees. So they start this nonsense, basically causing Bitcoiners to slow down their Bitcoin transactions, driving the mempool to nothing because they're the ones responsible for slowing down the number of transactions that people want to make right now. And you and I are sitting here potentially doing an 8-hour video instead of using some Bitcoin.
Yeah. I mean, right now is a great time to send Bitcoin.
With 3,500 people watching.
Yeah. If you want to go back to the donation thing, somebody sent a 27-cent donation with a 1 penny fee. You can get them in right now. Just so
is that this guy right here?
Yeah, 1 penny. It's just a really, really tiny fee. The fact that mempools, I think at 700K, and that's like after 15 minutes of stuff. I imagine some people are like maybe trying to deposit back to exchanges. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. that all this is happening. All right, so we have a question from somebody that just donated on YouTube.
Oh yeah, guys, if you throw in questions with donations, they will like jump out at us and we will answer them. So go for it, Jimmy.
Bittrex only credited users BCC if they had BTC at 1220 UTC, even though the actual fork happened 6 blocks after. Do you think this is fair to those who bought BTC after 1220 but before the fork? Probably not, because you're out both. I am going to guess that Bittrex is going to correct that once they recognize what happened. Yeah, I didn't know that it was actually 1220 median time passed and not 1220 UTC. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of exchanges were also confused. I'm going to guess that they're going to make good on that. But yeah, certainly if they keep the things the way you're saying with Bittrex, that would be very unfair. Thank you, Harrison. Show now. All right, so let's see. Oh, okay. Here's something that you might want to show, Tone. And this is the mempool.
Shoot me the link.
Yeah, so this is the mempool for Bitcoin Cash.
Oh, this is the previous link you sent me from via BTC. I didn't actually pull it up. I'm pulling it up now, and then I'll pull up the other one.
Yeah,
this could be just, their internal stuff or some, rich guy wanting to play games. I wouldn't take this price spike. I wouldn't take this price spike seriously. It should be down back below 300. It'll probably be there before we find a block. And I am expecting miners to give up on this mess. What do we got here? We are 7 blocks behind now.
Oh, wow.
They are now 7 blocks behind. But I'm more curious about the size of their mempool. Okay, here's another question. How is Bitcoin Cash's mempool filling up? Like, how can you send transactions of a token that doesn't yet exist?
Well, it does exist now, and I'm guessing that there's a lot of people that were preparing for getting Bitcoin Cash onto exchanges.
Wait, so how does it exist? So people were already able to split their Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is use the private key of your normal Bitcoin, and create a transaction using UTXOs that you had in your normal Bitcoin before the fork, and now you can just create transactions going somewhere else.
I'm tempted to do it live on air with like one of my private keys, but I really don't want to. Like,
well, you've had 7 blocks on Bitcoin, so that's plenty of time to have moved all your Bitcoin to another.
Well, no, I have no. I'm sure I can open one of my wallets and that has like $3 worth of Bitcoin in it right now. Oh, yeah. But I should have. Oh, that's not going to help me. Then I'll only have like $3 worth of Bitcoin Cash,
or about 10 times less that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, in dollar terms, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not doing it. This is like, it will be a fun experiment, and I have no clue what I'm doing, and I just don't want to. I'll leave that to the experts that are splitting this mess.
Yeah, I wonder if Trezor already supports it. I'm kind of tempted to go and get my Trezor and see if I can like just send some Bitcoin Cash to myself or something like that, and see if that goes into the mempool. But I mean, we haven't found the block, so this is gonna take kind of a long time before.
How do I see the size of the mempool?
So I think the last link I sent you, I'm not sure how that shows you how many transactions are in Bitcoin Cash. The mempool, according to them, is like is less than 2 megabytes, but according to my source on Slack, yeah. So yeah, I'm not really sure. It's kind of hard to see.
So this is supposed to be the hard fork mempool.
Yeah.
So what is this in the back? This is Bitcoin's past mempool because this is a clone.
Yeah. But it's risen pretty dramatically because they haven't found the block, and there's demand. Via BTC found another block on the normal chain.
Jesus Christ.
That's hilarious. And every block is coming in at like way less than yeah, less than a megabyte. So.
All right, wait. Oh, I should have probably done screen share this whole time. All right, so here is via BTC's most recent block. That means the fake Bitcoin fork is now 8 blocks behind. And here is your last link that could be showing the mempool of the fake Bitcoins. And as this mempool rises, they're going to have to go through it. So it's hilarious. They're going to have 8 megabyte blocks, and it might take them like a month to clear that mempool.
Well, I don't know if it'll take a month. They can clear it a lot faster than Bitcoin can. So in that sense, you know.
Are you sure if they're finding blocks every 3 hours?
I mean, it depends. I mean, demand for transactions, I don't know where it goes, and it really depends on the exchanges and price. So if it feels like there's like a BCC spike, and you know, people are all trying to get money into exchanges so they can go sell them at the spike price, then you might have something like that situation. But if it drops, then I imagine that there aren't going to be as many people transacting on it because they, you know, they're like, oh, I'll just wait until it gets to be, you know, more money so I can sell it or something like that. So yeah, I don't know. It's this really tricky situation, and we're you know, that first block means everything because that's the hard fork, and we're still waiting around for it. It's been how many? It's been almost 2 hours since we've been on air, and you know, we have
but it's only been about an hour since they had to find a block, right? So I think it's this guy here. So it's been since 12:37 UTC time. We can just compare the median times, and then we know how long it's taken, right? So it's exactly 1 hour. They're exactly 1 hour behind.
So yeah, we're looking at less than 15% of the hash power. It's probably like more like 5. So wow, we're gonna be on air for a while, I guess, another hour and a half or something like that.
If one of us needs to go, we can always like grab a replacement. I was gonna paste a link to the Bitcoin group people. So if anybody is interested in jumping on, I should probably do that. We can get a few guests in here. I meant to do it earlier, but I totally spaced.
There's a lot of interesting stuff going on. We got like Bitcoin donations coming in. We got YouTube donations. Thank you. Oh, wow. There was somebody that sent $33 worth of Bitcoin. I guess it's 0.012345667. And they sent it with 0 fee. No fee whatsoever.
Beautiful.
And it's in the mempool right now. I'm guessing it'll get mined very soon. But it should be interesting to see if any miner picks it up.
Well, that would be interesting. Is that to us or in general?
To us.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, you can look at the donation address.
So I'm throwing the link in there to our Bitcoin group chat. It's got about 11 people, usual suspects. Blake Anderson, Gabriel, Vortex, MadBitcoin, Chris Ellis. Let's see if anybody wants to join our live stream. So there you go, guys. If you're interested, come on in. Hey, I like Blake's comment to me in a PM. It's like you and I are like sitting here filibustering, waiting for something to happen.
That's basically what we're doing. It's like one of those news shows, where like something happened and there's no actual news coming in, right? Or it's very sporadic, so they just sort of have to make filler time. I guess this is what it feels like. But yeah, we're looking at the mempool. We see that it's like 270 kilobytes, so it's nowhere near full. We're looking at Bitcoin Cash, obviously, waiting for their first block. We're looking at Kraken, seeing once there is somebody that is get some Bitcoin Cash on there, which obviously no one has.
Whoa.
Yeah, did you see that? There's obviously a troll bid of like 50,000 or something like that. So yeah,
that's amazing. I really hope this guy gets actually somebody sells it to him at that price.
Yeah, it can't happen though until Bitcoin Cash is on there.
Yeah, but you know what? But these numbers are so dumb because he could have put I will buy $5 worth of Bitcoin Cash at an aggregated price of 50,000 per Bitcoin Cash, right?
Yeah. So it's like 1 Satoshi for like 5 cents or something. Yeah,
exactly. So I hate sometimes when this happens. Like there's a reason why stocks are traded in penny increments.
Wait, did somebody say that they found a BCC block? Huh. Let's. Can you go to BTC fork?
Yep, let's see it. I don't see it yet.
Okay. Let's see. Maybe there were.
Should check Twitter. I should check my Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if something came on, we would all be notified very, very quickly.
Let's see.
Yeah, no, there's no indication that there's been a Bitcoin Cash block. I guess that was just false alarm from the chat.
All right, what is this?
I don't know if that's true or not.
Would you be surprised if it was true?
Not really. I mean, who knows who's running what? And I mean, it's new code. We've never gone through a hard fork like this, right? Like a purposeful hard fork that was sort of basically an altcoin launch with an airdrop. We haven't seen it, and so no exchange really knows how to do this. So, I mean, yeah, we're waiting, and we'll see what happens.
But, hey, Jimmy, look at the chat. We got a donation with a comment. There are rumors that ABC nodes are batting each other.
I suppose that's possible. But yeah, if they're relaying blocks that are invalid, yeah, they would ban each other. So that's a possibility. But if you don't accept the block, you wouldn't be relaying it unless their networking code is completely screwed up or something like that. It's possible, but yeah, it may also be the case where the Bitcoin ABC nodes aren't communicating to each other, and they're having sort of trouble finding each other on the network because there aren't as many. But I doubt that's the case. Well, I mean, but obviously it's possible. So we should be watching the network pretty closely. Let's see here.
All right. Apparently we've banned someone accidentally that perhaps we shouldn't have. So I just got that message on Twitter. And I'm sure you guys are watching it live as I got it. We will try to unban you, Chris.
Douglas, yeah. Wow, 1 Satoshi per byte. Yeah, another transaction that's coming in with really, really low fees. Maybe the slowdown is kind of good if you want to move your Bitcoin around. Right now is the time to do it. If you want to sort of separate the private keys for Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin, now is the time to send a bunch of stuff over to another wallet so you have a clean separation. I will note that if you send all of it in one transaction, you're going to lose all your privacy regarding your Bitcoin. So do it like UTXO by UTXO, or at least address by address.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah. So if you say you have like a normal HD wallet with like 30 addresses, and some amount of Bitcoin in each, if you send all of that in one transaction to a separate wallet, then all those addresses are sort of linked together, and you lose some privacy. So if they know your identity on even one address, they know your identity on all the others. So you would be losing some privacy, and you say you bought like coffee with one address and something embarrassing with another. Well, now people would know that you bought something embarrassing, and that would be a loss of privacy. In general, if you want to keep your privacy, you would do it address by address because they're sort of assumed to go together. So, transfer all, I mean, fees are super cheap right now. So right now is the time to do it. Start another wallet and, transfer one address at a time on Bitcoin. And your Bitcoin Cash coins will still stay in the old wallet. And those private keys, you can sort of do whatever you need to with to get transfer Bitcoin Cash. But this would be a good time to sort of cleanly separate the two, especially since the mempool is relatively small. It's less than half a megabyte. So, next block we find, most of that will go away. So, yeah, I mean, that would be something that would help you separate the two. And if you were planning to, do something like this, now is the time to do it, because fees are so cheap. No one's really playing any of these games. What's up?
Go ahead. No, I was going to bring up another point from earlier about getting the mempool being too big, but I can hold off on it if you have something else to say.
No. You can go about mempool.
Okay, so here, let me throw this one at you then, right? So we all know. I actually need to get another drink after this. So we all know that what you see on my screen right now, this was a blatant spam attack, right? I mean, it's obvious in hindsight. Agreed?
Oh,
I know you're neutral, right? But it's obvious in hindsight that this was, bullshit.
Well, it was either somebody that was very incompetent in sending a lot of transactions, or it could have been a spam attack.
Which one is a little more likely than the other?
There's a lot of incompetent people in this space. I wouldn't underestimate the incompetence of certain people. So, yeah.
I know, and they're actually programming for Bitcoin ABC. Anyway, I'll digress. Okay, so here's the thing, right? So I'm going to take the position that this was, malicious in order to push the big block agenda. And can we at least agree that the people that are true Bitcoiners, like old school cypherpunks, people that are coding for Bitcoin Core, like old school Bitcoiners, are savvier than these pushers for big blocks?
Yeah, I mean, it could be.
Well, it kind of has to be, right? Otherwise, the development would have been left in their hands, right? So I can definitely, and people that are true to Bitcoin would never be spamming Bitcoin if they wanted like segregated witness and they wanted, Bitcoin Core. They wouldn't attack Bitcoin to push the big block agenda. But these people might be having a shitload of fun once the BCC block is mined. Like this malicious attack onto Bitcoin can be tenfold by, OG Bitcoiners just messing around with the big block side fork. So when you say that their mempool will be cleared faster than Bitcoin, not if some guy with, 20,000 Bitcoin and computer savvy says, I'm going to do to them what they've been doing to us for years, and I'm going to do it at a 10x with their 2% mining hash rate versus Bitcoin.
Okay. Yeah, that would be interesting. Unfortunately, the blocks are so big that you're going to have to do 8 times the work to get that on Bitcoin Cash. We might see that sort of attack on Bitcoin if people are up for it, I guess.
Right. No, what I'm saying is like there are smarter people in Bitcoin that never had a reason to spam the Bitcoin blockchain because they love Bitcoin and they wanted SegWit. And I can see these people say, remember what you've been doing to us the last 2 years?
Yeah.
Watch this.
Yeah, it's possible. And they have a lot of Bitcoin Cash to use. So, yeah, they could do that.
And I think I've met a few of these people over the years. One of you is in Amsterdam if you're watching.
Hey, Tone, I sent you a post from Trezor. And I think that tweet that you saw earlier, some last-minute changes thing, is a direct quote from the Trezor blog. Do not claim your BCH to Trezor wallet. Apparently, they're having some problems because Bcash did something different. So, so we're gonna have to see what's going on. I mean, this is gonna take a while. Even if we see the first block, that's going to be momentous, obviously. But second, third, and fourth block are just as critical because we're going to be waiting for their difficulty to adjust downward, and their mempool getting really huge, and there's going to be a frenzy of trading, and given the low liquidity on almost every exchange, even after one confirmation. Like if you're a Kraken, would you take one confirmation? You probably wouldn't, right? Like you would take like 3 to 6 given the low amount of hash power on Bitcoin Cash. So I can't imagine pricing information coming in for another, 12 to 24 hours, just because it's just going to take that long to confirm that much, because it has so little hash power that you're kind of at risk of some wipeout attacks. So this going to be a very long thing, and we're going to be very unproductive for like 2 or 3 days, not like just 12 hours as I had imagined.
No, you know what? That's a very good point. Like, people think they can start trading this nonsense the moment the first block is mined, but Kraken would have to be crazy to accept one block confirmation.
No, not so because it's so easily wipeoutable. So I doubt they'll do it.
They might be forced to wait till the difficulty change, so that there's actual, movement in the, I'm missing the word here. I want to say blockchain, but people are going to get confused thinking we're talking about Ripple or something. Like your chain has to be long enough, so they might have to wait. They might have to wait till the difficulty adjusts, and then you get 10 blocks on top to know what the longest chain is.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I mean, even if the difficulty adjusts down, like the amount of actual hashing power security that you're getting is roughly equivalent, right? Like, because, if it's 25% less, it's just the amount of hashing power on the network that determines how much proof of work is in that chain. So yeah, I mean, we're at a point where, this is gonna go for a long time, and we're looking at like 2-hour blocks potentially, maybe even like 4, 6, 10, and 12-hour blocks. But you're going to need like 3 or 4 blocks. Oh my gosh, somebody really is trolling.
They upped it to 1.5 million. I mean, this is just like people don't realize. People have no idea. I'm actually waiting for it to swing negative.
You can't pay me to take my Bitcoin Cash. Yeah.
I've done that once in the options market by accident. I mean, I trade traditional options, and I trade these complicated spreads. And it's confusing even for me, and I'm the expert in it. And I do these complicated spreads, and I end up in a situation where if I'm paying to buy a complicated spread, I'm paying to take it on. I can also sell it. But then if I sell a negative price, it's the same as buying it. That means if I sell, so I accidentally sold a negative price when I had to sell a position. So I don't even remember how I did it. But after it happened, I realized that I paid someone to take a profitable trade off my hands. So basically, it's not even the equivalent of me giving away my Bitcoin. It's the equivalent of me paying you to steal my Bitcoin from me. So I actually did that in the options market, but it was only for like $100 because it was like one of those arbitrage trades. But the trade was profitable by $100, and I'm like, oh, let me sell this thing for $100. And next thing I know, I paid someone $100 to take it from me. Because anyway, the shit that I do in the options market is so complicated that if you screw up, this will happen to you.
Well, Tone, you got to be careful. It's a good thing that Bitcoin doesn't let you do negative numbers, and
because somebody will screw up.
Yeah,
okay.
Of course.
So basically, people need to realize that there's always someone smarter, and there's always someone more clever, which is why it's amazing that Bitcoin's uptime has been like 99.99% for the last 7 years or whatever. Because I guarantee you there is at least 3 people, one of them maybe the DAO hacker, that is just sitting there going, after they find the 3rd block, why don't I just fork the damn thing, force a difficulty change from the beginning, and try to get all that hash power on my fork of a fork?
Right. I mean, it really depends on the price, though, right? Like, if it's worth a penny, then it's not really worth it. If it's worth $50, then maybe it's worth it. So, yeah, this is where it gets really tricky, because, I mean, this, like you said, if this is successful, then this becomes the new model of altcoin launches, is just airdropping all the current Bitcoin holders. And it might not just happen to Bitcoin. Maybe it happens to Litecoin. Maybe it happens to Monero. Maybe it happens to
exactly.
Other,
I was gonna mention that earlier. I guess I forgot. I was thinking that. I'm like, if this is successful, why wouldn't someone do it on Litecoin? In fact, if these guys had half a brain, they would have tried it on Litecoin first, just like segregated witness.
Yeah, maybe. By the way, Bitcoin ABC, Bitcoin Cash, Bcash, whatever you want to call it, they are now 10 blocks behind.
We got one. Yep, we just got one. BW Pool got one.
Yeah, and our one donation that came in with 0 fee is still still unconfirmed, whereas other ones have like 2 confirmations. So it does look like the miners are at least expecting a little bit. I would love to see a transaction with a 1 Satoshi fee and see if that goes through.
All right. Oh wow, that was that it would have been safer to like make that a little bit smaller.
But I mean, I would.
It's a good experiment. It's a
I want to see what happens. I mean, this is very interesting. And there are people that are I mean, we're obviously very, very grateful for the donations, but I'm also like curious about what's happening with all this stuff with regard to the current state of the mempool and the Bitcoin network, and how it's a good time to maybe move around some of your stuff and do different things.
Yeah, I was gonna tell that person, me and my one miner will mine it, but it looks like somebody has taken it offline.
Yeah, I thought that was what was gonna happen. Yeah, the pool itself wouldn't know that you went offline until a few minutes after.
I know,
because you weren't sending in any shares.
All right, let's see what's going on with the price. The price is still holding above 2,700. I mean, everyone is just watching the clown show. It really is like NASCAR with like a bunch of people with a permit.
Yeah, we're all watching because it's socialized costs here, but yeah, I mean we're all watching because we want to see what happens, right? Yeah, it kind of I guess is like a wreck on the NASCAR, because that means like everyone else has to slow down while the crash is being sort of cleaned up, and that's kind of what's. We're still waiting for that first block, and until that warning flag goes down, nobody can race again. So, yeah, nobody knows how much Hashrate they have. Yeah,
this is amazing. Between the fake Electrum account and Trezor, what's Ledger saying?
I think they already have it. I imagine a lot of the mempool is from like Ledger users or something, where they're just straight sending it to Kraken or something, so they can go, sell it. I imagine. I mean, there's a bunch of people that were vowing to sell as soon as possible. This would be as soon as possible. So, yeah, I mean, again, Bitfinex, I think is. I'm gonna go on their website and see if they have like troll bids like Kraken does, but I imagine, it's going to take a while before this trades, just because the blocks are so slow. Yeah, I don't see it listed on Bitfinex yet. BCH, as you know, they have like BCU, the Bitcoin Unlimited coin, and like BCC is currently like the half of that. So yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah, how come I don't actually see the bids coming in? Buying. So where's the $1 million one? Is it like
well, it's gone now, right? Like it's you have to catch it when it's at the top. I imagine if you're trolling, you're just gonna show it and then.
Well, I'm scrolling back. I see 20,000. Where's the? Did I miss it? Okay. Okay, volume and price. Okay, so price is on the right. Got it. That's a lot of people putting in bids.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I still don't see it, right? I mean, oh, maybe they took it off. They took it off. Yeah,
so they just actually put it on and take it off, and just
right. They just put it on to like mess with the chart.
Mm-hmm. It's a troll.
Why isn't this up here? Oh, because those are recent trades. Oh, that's annoying. All right. Yeah. Okay, so someone is willing to pay $50,000, but they're only going to buy 0.001, which makes sense. Makes total sense. So like I don't consider the first real bid until they're willing to buy over 1 unit. So this to me is the first real legit bid right here.
Yeah. And how much is that?
400.
Okay. Well, that's less than via BTC, so that might be just a...
No, it's more. It's actually more than via BTC.
Oh, it is?
That one's dropped down to the 300s.
Okay, I think there's another site, YoBit, that's trading Bitcoin Cash at the moment. I think they did something very similar to via BTC, but I don't know where. I don't know the website. Let me see here, YoBit.net. I guess they're an Ethereum exchange.
No, I think I got enough tabs for now. Wait, so do we need this anymore? We're not really looking at it. This I'll close.
Yeah, I mean that site's not serving up anything. Probably, yeah.
Okay, keeping an eye on that 0 fee transaction. We got another one coming in.
Another 0 fee?
I don't know.
One Satoshi. 1 Satoshi per byte.
1 Satoshi per byte? Yeah, that's kind of what you want to pay. And by the way, like I'm a big fan of Airbit's wallet, so it's great that they now allow you to use your own node and they allow you to adjust your own fee. So if you are an Airbit's user like myself, you can set a fee to 1 Satoshi per byte, 2 Satoshi per byte, whatever you like.
And let's see, how many blocks behind are they now? There's been a couple blocks recently.
All right, what is this?
Can confirm. So ABC nodes are banning each other. So I'm not even sure if a node were found, if a block were found, we would know, because the client isn't getting. I mean, I don't know how you connect to the network if you're banning each other.
Like, I'm still dying to know what kind of hash power they have. So can we go back to that via BTC? Where was that link? I had one picture that you sent me that showed me that showed. Oh, I think I have it right here, right above one of these links.
Yeah, CN Ledger had that thing.
CN Ledger.
Yeah, that was the Twitter.
Oh, that was the Twitter. Okay.
Yeah.
So, shoot, can you give me that link? I'll post it up for the audience. I pulled it up earlier. Did I close the?
Oh, just go to CN Ledger on Twitter and then like scroll down to that picture.
Oh no, but it was a still, right? But how do we
I think they had
a live
click through. You click through, and I think it goes to the live view.
All right, so let's go back to CN Ledger. We're up to 3,600 viewers. It's like the numbers keep going up.
If it goes to 8 hours, I'm sure it'd be more.
All right, but I want the link. Like, I don't know if he just made that up, right? Like
where did you click through the image or no? Oh, okay.
No, they don't have a link to this.
Oh, that's a good question. Maybe somebody can help us out. If you tweet at us, we'll be
tweet at us. If you tweet at us the link where we can see mining pools that support the Bitcoin Cash, how much hash power of the mining pool is being dedicated to Bitcoin Cash.
So I mean, at the rates that BCC, if that's the only hash power, that's like less than 1%. That would take.
I don't think it's the only hash power. I think I think there'll be some Bitcoin Ant pool and Bitcoin.com pool that will also go in there.
Yeah,
I like that. I like Tim Pastor. I was planning on doing a 51% attack to implement SegWit on Bitcoin ABC, but then I felt more like playing a game on my desktop instead. And that's what I mean. There are smarter people that would easily do something like this. That would be hilarious, though. Like 51% user activate soft fork on Bitcoin ABC to force SegWit in there.
Yeah, it would be interesting if you did do that, and this is what happens when you keep the same proof of work.
Oh, we got some links here. Pool.viabtc.com. Let's check this out here. Let's see what we got. Oh, that's perfect. That's exactly what I want to see when I go to our Bitcoin mining site. I want to see like Lambos and gifts and this is perfect. This is so Bitcoin.
Yeah, it really. Oh, there it is, 127. Oh, that's actually kind of like almost respectable amount.
Wait, why does it say blocks mined 1? What the hell is that?
What? What?
What we miss here?
Oh, I guess maybe they are banning each other, and we haven't seen it. If they have one block, that would be huge. That would be.
Wait, I remember there was like a big yes down here somewhere. Has not forked, but is behind other blocks. Has experienced a blockchain reorganization. No. So this still has nodes. So did they mine a block and it couldn't propagate? What the hell happened?
Can you click on that one? See if we can find out.
Oh, yeah, good point. Is it going to be a Lambo?
According to my source on Slack, Duringo, via BTC has been showing that one block for hours. So I'm guessing that the block before the fork, they're counting as one or something like that. Yeah.
So here's their hash rate. So their hash rate was 17 petahash. And now it's up to 90 petahash. So if I go back, right, because I want to see what other pools are doing, right? So, okay, so they're at 127. So their chart is a little bit behind. What is this active? Is that how many miners there are?
Yeah, I don't, maybe, yeah, something like that.
No, but what is this? Coins mined 13. That makes no sense. Again, if their block isn't propagating through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing that's the block reward plus fees of the block right before the fork, or the last block that's common, something like that.
Yeah, probably. All right, so let's see what else we got. That's their exchange. Yeah, we're literally just sitting here waiting for a block, and we have no idea how long it's going to take. Though we are up to 3,800 viewers, Jimmy. I guess the West Coast is finally waking up.
Or maybe some people on the East Coast too. I mean, 10 a.m. Some people wake up that late.
It is Bitcoin.
It is indeed. Hey,
right.
Just a random question from a friend of mine. He's the maintainer of Armory. You guys know that I used to be at that company. Anyway, he's still maintaining it. He's asking if, and this is a question for the viewers, if you care enough about Bitcoin Cash, would you want the ability for Armory to sign Bitcoin Cash transactions so you can like go send Bitcoins that you have in Armory, you can just send the Bitcoin Cash part to an exchange or something. Is that of interest to people? Should you work on it or no?
I'm going to go with no, but you should do a Twitter poll. It'll be more productive probably than trying to read through no's and yeses of 3,800 viewers. Yeah, you're better. Okay, guys, don't spam answering that. Jimmy, put in a Twitter poll, and I will post the link to your tweet in the chat because you can't post links because you're not the admin of the video.
Okay, yeah, let me do that.
So do a Twitter poll, and then I'll put it in there, and then people can answer it on Twitter because asking 4,000 people for their opinion is not a good idea.
Sure.
And everyone is still doing it.
All right, so I am making the poll right now. Yes, no. All right. Okay, yeah, it's up now if you want to I guess I should have tagged you in it, but yeah, there are already like 6 votes. It's split surprisingly about 50-50 so far. 12 votes in, it's like yeah, two-thirds no. I guess we shall see. Give you a link to the poll. All right, let's see. All right, there is the poll. So you're, I assume Tone is putting that poll into the chat. There it is. Yeah, and please vote in it so my friend Goatpig can decide whether to have it or not. And it's kind of a nice thing if you could, I guess.
Oh, I was talking. I really didn't realize I was on mute. Sorry. Yeah, so yeah. I voted. When I got to that poll, I couldn't believe it was 80% yes, and I was like the first no for 20%, but now it's in the chat, so there you go.
Yeah, it's about 2/3 no, 1/3 yes so far.
Okay, wait a minute. So I thought you were 2 for 3, but now it looks like you're 1 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that's what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, people love pointing out where I'm wrong, but I put that up there so I can be held accountable. I don't want to be one of those like pundits that only point back.
No, you know what? We respect you more for leaving it up there, Jimmy, than right or wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, leaving it up there all year is impressive.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think people should do that just to like. So that you can have more credibility when you say something, because you're not gonna just like pretend it never happened. I hate that about certain people that like make predictions and pretend they never made that prediction if it goes wrong, but crow about it if they're right. So you got to know when you're wrong. So yeah.
All right. So the moment we see this pool hash rate start to go down, we know it's over.
Yeah, you would think so. You would think so, certainly.
We know it's over. We know because we don't know how many of these miners are from via BTC themselves, or how many of these miners are regular guys like you and I that set their miners to via BTC. So the moment you see that number go down, because in comparison to the other, right? So the moment you see that number go down, that means either their users are no longer interested because they can't find a single block and they're giving up rewards of the actual Bitcoin, or via BTC themselves are no longer interested. And I don't even know which one is worse.
Yeah, I don't either. We'll just have to keep watching, and we'll have to figure out if they'll do something or another. I mean, we're still watching for that first block. It's been like, I guess, an hour and a half since they could have done it, and nothing's come out. So I'm gonna guess that they have less than 10% of the hash of the entire network. So yeah, it's taking a while, and we expected this. I didn't expect to be on with Tone this long, but I'm happy to do it. It's
nobody ever does, Jimmy. Nobody ever does.
3,650 people watching right now. That's kind of insane. I mean, obviously, you're
nobody the mistake that some people make is, and I've made this mistake when I was on Bitcoin Uncensored, filling in for Joseph with Chris DeRose, is that you think it's only going to be a 1-hour show. So here, let me do screen share, right? So you think it's only going to be a 1-hour show, so you make yourself a nice little alcoholic beverage that is after 1 hour, it's nothing's going to happen. But then the show goes on to the second hour, and you need to fill that beverage, and then a third hour, and a fourth hour. And then you can see the results by the end of the show. You can see this with me as a guest on one-on-one with Chris DeRose on Bitcoin Uncensored, or Jason Seibert as my guest on the Ethereum Part 1 crypto scam podcast. I mean, this is what happens when you think it's going to be a short podcast and you have a beverage and then you feel like you're needing to refresh it, which is I've made that mistake as well. And many more people will be making this mistake. It's a little too early for drinking, though, don't you think?
A little bit. In fact, I'm jealous that you got to eat breakfast and I didn't.
Dude, I did not actually get the breakfast fully in yet. This is from like 2 hours ago because I'm still like trying to eat this thing.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean,
I ate the bacon though.
Yeah. Oh, the bacon. That bacon looked amazing. It was like a thick applewood smoke.
Yeah.
Like,
No, I buy all my stuff. I mean, at farmers markets. So like every Saturday morning, I'm up earlier on a Saturday than on a weekday because I gotta go to the. There's only like one farmers market where I live in Staten Island, and I gotta go out there Saturday morning to get my eggs and bacon every Saturday. I mean, I get other stuff as well, but that's the priority. And so you might like this story. We got a little bit of a break. So this was like a few years ago. So recently, my farmers market started being open all year round. But for the first like 5 or 6 years I've been going to it, so like 8 years ago, 7 years ago, they would close for the winter. And it's right by the water, so it actually is kind of cold there. So they were closing for the winter, so it sucked because like I can't get my eggs, I can't get my bacon, I can't get my meat, I can't get my fish. I mean, those are the priorities that I go there for. But the meat guy and the fish guy, they had a lot of like, I guess, customers, and they said, you know what, we'll come out. So you email us what you want. We'll come out here every 2 weeks. We'll pull up with the van and we'll like distribute, and then you pay us, like you kind of reserve for their customers. So this was hilarious. So like my parents know that I shop at like farmers markets, and sometime during the winter, I'm like, damn, I got to get up at like 8 a.m. tomorrow. They're like, why? And I'm like, it's a Saturday. And I was like working my Wall Street job. And I'm like, no, I got to go to like where the ferry is all the way on the other side of the island because there's going to be like a van, 2 vans. One is my meat guy who's going to come and he's going to like, give me the meat that I deserve from the back of a van. And there's going to be a fish guy. And my dad looks at me and then he's like, wait a minute, you're telling me that in dead winter in February, you're going to drive somewhere just to buy meat and fish from the back of a van. And then he's like, you do realize this is why we left communist Russia when we were 10 years old and you were 10 years old.
Oh my. Yeah, that's, I guess, how black markets operate, out of vans and stuff like that.
Right. So that's exactly what I was doing like 6 years ago.
Very nice. Very nice. I got an interesting tweet from Crypto Analyst. Live coverage and interaction with polls. It feels like we have Bloomberg Crypto TV today. I guess it kind of does feel like that. I know. Haven't watched TV in a long time, but that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, we're maybe we should move there. We the Bloomberg of the crypto space.
Maybe we could get Max Kaiser to put us on RT today or something.
Oh, maybe we can steal Max Kaiser for the World Crypto Network.
Oh, that would be sweet. Max, if you're watching, we invite you to be on the show.
We invite you to be a guest, Max. We'll also be a guest on your show.
Yeah. I think his show. Oh man, how many people watch that show? It's kind of crazy.
All right, so I got an interesting tweet. Don't know what it means yet because I just got it and I'm a little slow. Let's see what this is. This could also be from someone that has no idea what's going on today. What is this telling us, Jimmy?
Let's see. Bit nodes currently being developed to estimate the nodes. And I guess this is IPv4, IPv6.onion. And that's just sort of how they're connecting to the network. Not sure if there's other charts here. Maybe scroll down or something.
Well, this looks like we got an extra 1,000 nodes.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, 5,000 nodes there all of a sudden, like right after. I did hear reports of Bitcoin Unlimited Cash, like that's Bitcoin Unlimited's version of Bitcoin Cash client.
Wait, so are these like Bitcoin Unlimited nodes or core nodes?
I think those might be Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin Unlimited Cash, but I don't know. Or it could be core nodes. It could be Bitcoin Cash nodes. It's hard to know because I don't know this website at all.
I've played around with it a while ago. Let's see what they got. So this is what I was using to see how much support there actually is in China. Did I just like flash my IP like an idiot?
Hard to know.
Let me not dox myself. What happens if I do flash my IP?
Then they could try to get to your computer, I guess. Try to connect directly. If you have any ports open, try to exploit those.
Oh no, I don't have any ports open because
Okay.
I don't have my node set up on this IP. There's a reason why I set it up at the trailer.
Yeah, I mean, do you have a router or something?
My situation is a little more complicated.
Okay.
I don't know if I want to talk about it on live.
Yeah, it's
Let's just say that's not actually my IP.
okay. All right, that's good to know.
Well, maybe not.
All right, so latest results from the poll. Just wanted to give everyone an update. Should Armory support Bcash signing? 370 votes, 38% no, 68% no, 32% yes, with 370 votes. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to keep voting and let my friend know, it does seem like he's inclined to do it unless there's a really large majority that's saying no, in which case, hey, he's saying it's not going to take him very long to do. It's just more to help people get rid of their Bcash. All right.
All right, so how else can we entertain our followers? Let's go back to the price. Let's go back to my specialty. I mean, we're running out of ideas here, guys. It's like literally like watching paint dry, waiting for a Bitcoin for a fake Bitcoin block.
Yeah, I love how people are like messaging.
Wait! Breaking news here. Let's see if our zero fee transaction got confirmed. Where am I here? I'm like all over the place. Here we go.
So everything except the zero fee.
Damn it!
Yeah,
the one Satoshi got confirmed. The one Satoshi got the one Satoshi per megabyte per byte.
Yeah.
One Satoshi per byte transaction got confirmed, but the zero fee one is still hanging. Damn it. Okay, so here's another question for our new users and potentially old users. What happens if this zero fee transaction isn't confirmed for a week?
I think it just drops out of the mempool and then they can spend the UTXO again.
Does the person get the Bitcoin back?
Yeah. I mean, it's not spent; it's still theirs. And if they did this transaction via replace by fee, then they could just replace this one with a higher fee. And
but that's an advanced feature, right? Like, how does one know that?
I think there's like a flag set somewhere. I forget exactly. It's been a while since I did that, but yeah, it'll just come out of the mempool at some point.
So because this person just sent us $33 with zero fee, also because we kind of asked for a low fee, can we assume that this person knows what they're doing and they were smart enough to use the replace by fee, which I have no idea how to use, or is the default position this person will have no clue what to do with this transaction, and how does he know he gets to respend it or not?
Okay, yeah. So thankfully, I'm in a chat with some smart people, including my friend at Armory. So mempool expires after 72 hours, and the sequence. And if you have, there's something called end sequence as part of every input signing, and if you make that 0x FFFFFE, that's the replace by fee flag, and you can change that. That basically lets everybody know, hey, this might get replaced. So yeah, you can do that. We can take a look at it. If you click on that transaction, we can take a look and see. I'm gonna do that locally as well. Scripts and Coinbase visualize tree chart. Where is the actual raw transaction? It doesn't look like blockchain.info has an actual end sequence thing embedded. So we're gonna have to probably go to, actually, I think you can change the URL to format equals hex or something like that. All right, so there's the hex, and I do see the hex, and I'm gonna take a little bit of time to use my decoding Bitcoin transactions from scratch skills, which I done way too often as a developer. One input. Okay, so this one's fairly easy. And where's the FFF? FF. Yep, it is FFF. So it is a replace by fee transaction. So whoever sent this, you can replace this transaction with a 1 Satoshi fee and keep replacing it until it gets picked up or something like that.
Well, more importantly, this means the person that sent it knew what they were doing.
Yeah, I think most wallets kind of default to that now, so that they can change it. Yeah, I don't know how prominent it is in the UI and stuff, but I did notice that all the sequences changed from all Fs to FE at the end a while back. So yeah, we'll see.
Oh, looks like we got MadBitcoins joining us.
Hi, Thomas. He's still muted.
It's all right. He'll get in here when he can.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that one had the correct sequence number in the transaction. So that means that they could be replaced. Now, if they used a particular wallet that allowed you to set the fee in particular, and then I don't know if there is a UI path to actually replace that transaction by fee, but that's something to think about. All right, so let's see. Yeah, you don't need to flag the sequence to replace by fee. Okay, once your first input is flagged, all children are flagged. Yeah, okay. So you only need to do it for the first input, which is kind of nice. But I think most inputs are flagged that way now. Anyway, it might be a feature. So yeah, something for us to think about. Hey, Thomas, are you on?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, very nice. Oh, there you are. Wow, dressed and everything. Look at him.
Oh, he's good to go.
Well, it's morning here in the West Coast, so it's time to wake up.
Wait, we're cutting into today in Bitcoin. I mean,
I know we're getting ready. I got the stories ready here. We're ready to go. I think Blake might try to join us, do a little commentary. But yeah,
so
we're just standing by.
Do you want to set up a standalone live stream so that it's its own YouTube thing?
We could just do it here. I mean, we're ready to go. Yeah.
I mean, we have long lulls here waiting for.
Yeah, just Tone, you run the cameras because you're the World Crypto Network account. But we're ready to go.
Okay, let me see how that goes. And then I guess we can cut this video out for a standalone, but maybe we won't have to. I think this video is good for the morning for everyone. Yeah, so here comes today in Bitcoin. Okay, so what am I doing with the cameras here? You're already muted.
Just click on me.
Right.
All right. Click on Thomas.
Or I could just talk and it'll.
No. It's on you. It's on you. It's on you. I'll
It's already on you. I think.
Yeah, it's on you. You may not see it, but it's on you.
Usually I can see it. I think it's different being not the moderator.
Right.
But yeah. Good morning, Bitcoin. Today's August 1st, 2017. My name is Thomas Hunt, and here's what's happening today in Bitcoin. As Tone and Jimmy have been telling you, the UASF is locked in. This means we ducked under the UASF because SegWit is ready to go. As we've been saying, we still need 1,135 blocks before we're locked in. Lock-in will take place on Tuesday, August 8th, although that might be adjusted out into the future depending on how much bandwidth is being used for the Bitcoin Cash. The Bitcoin Cash is apparently still launching in 2 hours. I'm not sure if this is because they haven't found a block yet, or if the timer's off on this counter, but I just wanted to bring up the fake Bitcoin counter. The price of Bitcoin is down 5.46% in the last 24 hours, with a last of 27.17, a high of 29.22, and a low of 26.66. Our top story today, Bitcoin price to surge nearly 80% to 5,000, Ethereum to double, according to Standpoint. Ronnie Mose, a very famous analyst who has recently bought Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and several other digital currencies. We've also got Bitcoin Cash news from CoinDesk. They've got a timeline, and as you can see, we're already in it. August 1st, Bitcoin Cash will launch. This has been happening all morning, all over the place here. I've been watching. August 3rd through 7th, if Bitcoin Cash has low hashing power, we can adjust them to change the difficulty at this time. And then the other event, August 8th through 14th, SegWit should lock in on the normal Bitcoin network. This will not affect Bitcoin Cash. Finally, Bitcoin just avoided a massive breakup, but it's getting a little one instead. The media is finally starting to understand Bitcoin Cash and that it's not such a big deal. Those are our stories today. We're also joined by Tone Vays with a check of the markets. Go ahead, Tone.
All right. So here's the market, and we're going back to our weekly chart. So the price dropped a little bit today, but it's okay. Our metrics, the weekly charts are long-term charts. So once we got this candle, this weekly candle yesterday, started trading higher than the previous week, this became a bullish entry. This is irrelevant to the news and the fundamentals and everything that we are talking about all morning. The trade went long. If you trust this one particular indicator, you would be sticking with the bullish trade. The last time this indicator gave this type of a buy signal was right here at the very top of this candle at the price of 1,250. So I'm very optimistic that this indicator once again gave us a buy point on the weekly chart. Here is the daily chart. The daily chart was also on its way with the green numbers to the upside. We still have plenty of support. We have the 50-day moving average, and we're above that. We're above all trend lines. And in order to keep this a red one, we would need to close below the close of this candle here. So this candle closed at 2,785. As long as we rally back to 2,785, this will remain a green 5 and go from there. I personally think we will rebound by end of day. It can take hours, if not days, to find the first block on the Bitcoin Cash, and they still need to find 10 to 11 blocks in order to adjust the difficulty. So we're literally looking at a turtle trying to get to a finish line that it may never even get to. And on that note, I guess I will give it back to you, Thomas.
We're also joined by Blake Anderson with a commentary about Bitcoin. How's it going, Blake?
Really good. I think that it's interesting to point out that there were a couple of major media publications the other day that reported on this, and they got a few things wrong. And things that would be, well, those are just semantics. Like, leave me alone. But semantics are of material importance in computer science. And I think that one of the things that they said that upset the most people was that Bitcoin Cash was an upgrade instead of calling it a fork or some of the more technical information. And I think that why people were upset is because if you're familiar with the OSI model or how layers work, and people are talking about layering out the upgrades or layering out signatures and stuff like that, if you understand how protocols work, you understand that layering things in a specific way that's ISO compliant is the best way to scale, and that putting services down into your machine code or into some of those base layers are not really an upgrade. So I wanted to try to say that what we're talking about on this network might seem like it's a little bit pedantic, but getting those details correct is very, very important, because the consequences that are extrapolated from the use of that terminology is pretty wide-reaching. For example, Charles Lee was on CNBC and he said everything correctly, but when they were introducing his piece, they called Bitcoin Cash an upgrade, which I think that they got that verbiage from the TechCrunch article that was later corrected, which I do have to say I was glad that TechCrunch corrected themselves later on. But it's very important for us all to keep a very, very close eye on the media and make sure that even if things seem like semantic differences, that they are held to a standard of journalistic integrity in terms of tech journalism, because semantics are, again, of material importance.
We're also joined by Jimmy Song. Jimmy, how's your Bitcoin Cash morning going?
Well, it's been very long, and I woke up really early. I woke up at like 6:45 this morning. We've been watching this, obviously, for the last few hours. I was wrong about it starting exactly at 12:20 UTC. Some very smart people chatted me and let me know that it's actually the median time past that had to be 12:20 UTC, which ended up being about an hour later. So, you know, Tone and I have been on air sort of discussing this the entire time. We did see it, and right at this point, we're about 10, 11, 12 blocks behind. Bitcoin Cashes. And we're waiting for that first forking block, and it looks like Bitcoin Cash's mempool is fairly large. It's over 7 megabytes last I checked, and it's trading in 2 places, I think, via BTC and Yobit. Both places you had to have Bitcoin deposited beforehand and had to take some custodial risk in order to do so. We're still obviously waiting. It does look like the hash power on Bitcoin Cash is about, less than 10%, given how long it's taken. We'll definitely be watching very closely.
Oh, all right. I guess I'll jump back in here real quick with the news articles. I actually missed a phone call from CNBC News that reaches out to me for clarifications and occasional comments. And I also did spoke to Associated Press yesterday as well. So some news organizations do reach out to the right people that are able to better explain this stuff. So hopefully the World Crypto Network and our content creators will be a further source to the mainstream media to kind of clear up some of these irregularities in definitions. All right, back to you, Thomas. Close us out.
All right, I've got a chart that was sent to us from the chat. Is this the mempool that we're looking at, Jimmy? Let's see, UAHF. Yeah, it looks like it. So we've got the mempool.
Jimmy is muted. Jimmy, unmute. Yeah, that looks like the mempool of BTC Cash. And we talked about it earlier a little bit, but I'll let Jimmy jump in there.
Yeah, so I've been sent that by multiple people, but that does look like the mempool for Bitcoin Cash, largely because nobody's found the block yet. And a lot of people want to get those Bitcoin Cash tokens over to somewhere like Kraken. We were watching earlier of some of the bids on Kraken. Some of them are obviously trollish bids of like 1.5 million per Bitcoin Cash coin, but they all know that Kraken's not going to allow trading until you deposit Bitcoin Cash into Kraken, and that's not happening until the first block is found. So those this is kind of causing a lot of different changes. So that's something to think about.
So until the first block is found, they can't move around any of the Bitcoin Cash without moving their Bitcoin. They would have probably already had to move it last night to be in a selling position.
Oh, by the way, that website, I think, is Andrew Chow. He's a core developer, also contributor to Armory. So good guy. I'm glad he's made that site.
Good stuff. Not sure what else we have to add today. If you'd like to donate, I see Jimmy and Tone have been showing the donation code. And thanks to everyone for donating in the live chat. That helps keep the World Crypto Network running. I'll just throw it back to Tone. Tone, do you want to keep going with this live coverage? Anything we can pull up for you, let me know.
Yeah, I'm kind of astounded at the number of donations we've gotten today during this live chat. I think it's let's see, if we look at everybody that's donated since we started the live chat, I think it's like over $1,000 between YouTube and our Bitcoin donation address. So obviously very grateful. This is going to help keep the World Crypto Network going. We don't use this money to pay ourselves or anything. It's just to pay for the expenses. So I want to put that out there for everybody that's doing it. Other thoughts, guys? Blake and Thomas, you guys obviously just joined. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on what's going on.
Well, I still want to think that it's not a big deal and that real Bitcoin will go on. Personally, I'm interested in the side that has not necessarily more core developers, but the better core developers. And I think those both happen to be the same side, normal Bitcoin, real Bitcoin with SegWit. I think it's exciting that SegWit's being activated. I think it's disappointing that we're seeing splitters break off and start their own chain. But remember, they could do this at any time. They could do this at any point. What's interesting about this time is that they're trying to take the name Bitcoin. So if you guys think that's okay, it's fine. I don't think it's okay. I'm not happy with it. I think they should stop. Blake, what's your thoughts?
I liked your thumbnail. I think your thumbnail for the last Bitcoin group sums it up. I think it's the guy with his butt on the photocopier with the Bitcoin face, and he's making a photocopy of his butt. I was like, man, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and that picture is hysterical. I love it. I think that it's good to have the market test this stuff out, though. I mean, maybe it's not, the best, story of meritocracy leading to, market proving, but hopefully because of that, the market will be extra harsh, or, the extra risk will pay off with extra reward somehow or whatever. It's just very interesting to see a market working unmolested. I think that loving the market more than the money keeps you a lot happier and wealthier.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I do want to call out somebody in live chat. He keeps saying I'm mispronouncing one of the names of the exchanges. So I am going to take my time right now to say Kraken properly.
Release the Kraken.
Yeah, Kraken, I think is the proper pronunciation. So yeah, let's see if he does the donation that he said he would. Maybe he was just joking, but
I think he's Australian. He's saying crikey is what he's saying.
It can be difficult to pronounce. I've messed that one up myself. We're also seeing some questions in the chat, more basic questions, and I just wanted to go over a few things for people. One thing is we had trouble scaling Bitcoin. I'm not sure why this is. It might have been ASIC boost, but basically we couldn't get a bug fix called SegWit activated to the network. So people got frustrated about this, and they launched the UASF, which was pretty much a deadline for SegWit. We were going to say that August 1st, if we don't have SegWit, we're going to make a new chain that's SegWit only. And this really freaked a lot of people out. So what happened was there was the New York agreement, which was SegWit plus a 2x hard fork. And that agreement worked. They got 80% of the hash power. They used something called BIP91 to make the 80% seem like 100%. All of this is much more technically detailed, but that got everyone on board with SegWit so that they could duck under the UASF, the timeline, the deadline. Then at the same time, the miners prepared the UAHF, which was the user-activated hard fork, and that has become Bitcoin Cash. Bitcoin Cash is essentially making a copy of Bitcoin, forking off on their own, with the other one still going.
Wasn't it miner activated hash fork? Wasn't that the MAHF? Sorry.
That's what the community tried to call it, but the miners called it the UAHF. Okay, so I'm just trying to make sure if you're in the chat and you're confused, UASF, UAHF, I hope that clears it up a little bit for you. Obviously, there's more technical details to this, and certainly many of you in the chat already know more than enough about this. So, Blake, any more? Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think the name that's sort of stuck, at least for me, is Bcash, because it's fast to say, and it's its own altcoin now, right? It happened to launch with a lot of socialized costs to exchanges, wallets, and merchants, and everybody else. This is why I guess it can be considered good in a way, because blocks are nowhere near full right now, and you can get in a lot of transactions very cheaply. But for the most part, I've had to deal with this at ItBit. You have to make a plan for all this stuff, and we only had 10 days to make sure everything worked. So it's very annoying, and we're still we're still having to deal with all this. But yeah, I mean, I really hope this doesn't become the new model, because it is very costly for the entire network. I mean, shutting down, a lot of merchants and exchanges for like a day and a half, 2 days, that's not a good thing. And hopefully we can, we'll see some other force come in to discourage things like this happening in the future.
I think it's a funny quote. Michael Goldstein, the Nakamoto Institute and stuff, he had tweeted, "For as much of a shitcoin as it is, Bitcoin Cash has done a tremendous job of getting people to hodl their own private keys." So thank you.
Yeah, Bitstein, good job.
I mean, to the extent that the UTXO set was actually compressed by all these coins coming together and stuff. And I mean, I think that's one of the biggest reasons why people didn't want to bloat that first layer, why want to layer, you know, Bitcoin out like the OSI model or like TCP/IP, because you want it scalable. You don't want to bloat out that first layer and have it, you know, get clunky. And what people don't realize is if we do that, then what can end up happening, one of the consequences can be that UTXO set, or how chopped up the coins are, how big the ledger that stores that information gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And you don't want a cascading runaway effect in the size of something. You want it to be, you know, manageable, going up either really slowly or, you know, best possible case scenario going down. I think it's just funny that Bitcoin Cash and people taking all their private keys off of Coinbase had this side effect of getting people to hold their keys and actually decreasing the size of that UTXO set. I think that that's hilarious and actually objectively really, really good for the community. So it's just something that I find to be funny.
Yeah, it's great for every node. You don't have to hold as a big. If you're running a UTXO Poon only mode, then you have a very small, relatively small UTXO set. So that's great.
Absolutely.
Oh, my bad, guys. No, I just came back. I'm sorry if I left the camera on Thomas. I had to go get a.
Yeah, where is Thomas anyway? Did his
set up
crappy?
Thomas, come back in. Come back in. I'm still new to driving it when there's more than two people. Everything takes practice. Hey, Thomas, if you're watching, get back in. Hey, so we got a request from one of our viewers, send in a little tip. Can we take a look at the Bitcoin hash rate and see if it has decreased?
You're not going to be able to tell that very easily. It's always sort of like an implied number based on how fast you find blocks, because you don't actually, you know, get to audit every miner and figure out like how many hashes it's actually calculating. You just get the implied number based on sort of the blocks that are found. Let's see. If you look at the Bitcoin, or like I think we found another block like 3 minutes ago. The number of blocks found over the last couple of hours seem relatively normal. So the amount of hash power on Bitcoin Cash then is probably relatively little. And I'm guessing it's less than 5% at this point. And that means that it takes 20 times as long. So 200 minutes is 3 hours and 20 minutes would be the average. Now there's luck involved. So that 3 hours and 20 minutes might be an hour and 40 minutes, or it could be like 7 hours. Like it's really hard to tell how much it has based on like 1 or 2 blocks. This is why every like Coin.dance or, you know, other places that sort of publish hash power, they almost always estimate it over a full day. And they go, okay, over the last 144 blocks, this is how much hash power we think these pools have. And that's just the proportion of blocks found over the number of blocks that are in a typical day, which is 144. And that seems to be what's happening. And it's really hard to tell. And like 1 or 2 blocks will give you a rough estimate, but again, that's the error bars on that are huge based on like hash power. We'll know a lot more in about a week.
Even just running my own mine, and I didn't have a tremendous amount of hashing power. I mean, heat was a bigger issue than anything. And yeah, I could gauge my hashing power from my Bitcoin mining operation on a 5-minute window or like a 6-hour window. And the difference that you would get between those 5-minute readouts and the 6-hour readout, it's just staggering, even for a very small operation like I had. So yeah, I mean, in aggregate, all of that work with the amount of flux that's going up and down, yeah, there's not like, you can throw a dart and hit a bullseye and get it exactly. And even if you did, that's only for that 1 second.
And also, wouldn't we need to actually mine some blocks to see how all of that is going, or a difficulty change, or like how quickly can it adjust? Well, I think we'll need another day or two to even speculate on that.
At the very least, you need 2 blocks.
Yeah. You can estimate based on 1 block, but again, the error bars are huge. So what we can see is that the Bitcoin network seems to be going almost exactly the same as it was before. You're not finding any less blocks. So we can sort of speculate from that, or extrapolate from that, not much hashing power has actually left the Bitcoin network for Bitcoin Cash. And that seems to be the case. We do know that there's about 2% of the overall hash rate that come from via BTC that are mining Bitcoin Cash at the moment. based if their website is correct. Maybe they're lying, but that's about the best information we have at the moment. And they have what, 180 petahash or something like that, and that's about 2% of the network. At that rate, that's
interesting. So both numbers actually went up.
Oh, okay, so they're putting more miners online. I
guess, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Or it could be the long rumored UASF wave turning on their miners.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, this is via BTC. They wouldn't mine with via BTC. But yeah, I mean, 301 petahash, 130 petahash, that's roughly about 2% of the network, because the current hash rate, at least according to like Bitcoin Wisdom, is about 6,300 petahash. So that's about 2%, 130. So at that rate, that's like, if that's the only hashing power on Bitcoin Cash at the moment, that would take about 500 minutes to find one block, and that's about 8 hours and 20 minutes. So that's a tremendously long time. I think that reaches the limit of what we can do in a single YouTube video. So we might have to do another live stream afterwards to do that. It would be amazing if it spanned multiple live YouTube streams.
We do have an update on the price of Bitcoin Cash. According to Kraken, the price of Bitcoin Cash is 0.0. There have been no recent trades. There are some orders on the book. They're buy orders. 0.001 for $1 million, 0.0001 for $50,000. Also a good deal. Presumably these are fake buy orders because they know that there hasn't been a block found. If you have a better site where we can track the Bitcoin price, Bitcoin Cash price, let us know in the chat and we'll check that out.
Yeah, I mean, on the words, man.
Yeah, so I am going to guess that Kraken is not going to allow trading, or I mean, they're waiting for Bitcoin Cash to at least confirm a block, so there's some Bitcoin Cash to trade. But as I speculated with Tone earlier, it would be stupid for them to accept a single confirmation. So this is going to take a really long time before a single trade is made on Kraken. I'm guessing 24 hours or more. Assuming 2% is the lower bound, and something like 5 or 6% is the upper bound, given how long it's taken and how fast the Bitcoin network seems to be finding blocks, this is going to take at least 12 hours before one trade is done on Kraken. Obviously via BTC and Yobit are already trading. So, it's possible we'll see more pricing information there, but you had to have deposited Bitcoin before in order to do anything with it. And you can't withdraw any Bitcoin Cash because there are no blocks being found. So yeah, we're in this like sort of twilight zone here, and we will be for another like day or two before we get more transparency in what's happening on the network, especially with respect to price.
I'm just glad the mainstream media told everybody about this awesome upgrade in advance. Like, that's really good.
Now I'm hearing from the chat that the World Crypto Network has sold out. We're completely owned by Bitcoin Core. So let's try to argue the other side for a little while here. Jimmy, is there a reason why we can't just double the block size every year? We want to have 1 million transactions. We want to be as fast as Visa. We want to go after the payments market. So can we just double the block size every year?
We briefly went over the UTXO set, but let's have Jimmy explain it even more in depth than I did, because I think that's a good topic.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think a while ago when there were sort of like hard on-chain or block size increase proposals, there was one that was pretty interesting, and that was forget which one it was. I think it was like BIP 103, and it was a BIP proposed by Peter Wolla, obviously like a famous core developer. And his argument I found very, very compelling, and it's that every year there's about a growth of about 17.7% in network bandwidth. So, for example, like you might be able to do like 1 megabit a second per using your home internet, but that might grow to like 1.17 the next year and so on. And that's like a fairly accurate estimate based on historical trends and things like that. And his argument was, well, the big bottleneck isn't on this space. Anyone can get like a 5 terabyte drive for like a few $100s. That's pretty easy. The big bottleneck is actually the bandwidth back and forth. And given that, his proposal was, well, let's just increase it at the same rate that bandwidth is increasing, and that was his BIP 103, which was, hey, let's do it in a rational and logical manner. And BIP 103 would have increased block size by about 17% a year in a nice, slow, steady way, and done it in a way so that it wouldn't have to be a hard fork each time. It would be like sort of increasing slowly. So that I found compelling, and really the bandwidth is the big restriction here. You have 10-minute blocks. You want to make sure everyone can get the block and has a fair chance at the next block. You want everyone to be able to validate the block. You don't want there to be sort of accidental forks where people are building on one orphan chain and end up losing money and stuff like that. So I could see the argument for bigger blocks and a hard fork in the future. They just have to be done safely and within the realm of sort of the realm of physics, I guess, of bandwidth increases on a year-to-year basis.
I agree. And also people are like, a hard fork, you're definitely against a hard fork, right? And it's like, I think that we need a hard fork, not now, not because of the reasons that are going up, but eventually in terms of, getting rid of tech debt and making it so that the system is sleek and strong and has all of the soft forks, down into the code. Like, that's good. So like, you don't really want to, pick sides and have this, black and white refusal to accept information stance. You really want to try to do as much research as you can and take in as much information as you can. And if that starts to challenge your preconceptions, then it might be time to rabbit hole for a while and try to decide, which position do you want to take on a specific issue and why. Like, honestly, try to reason it from first principles whenever possible, because that's where the people that come up with the ideas come up with them. I mean, anybody can copy what a thought leader is doing, but if you can reason from first principles and think about all this stuff on your own, that's what we really need.
No, and I agree with that as well. Like, everyone thinks I'm against the hard fork. Well, to be clear, I'm against this hard fork at this point in time. Am I going to be against a hard fork forever? I don't know. It depends. It really depends on the situation. But it was obvious that this hard fork was not good. And all the core developers were against it. And they convinced many of us that this hard fork is bad. If the smart people get together and they convince all of us that a hard fork can be done safely and that it's needed, we can be convinced. But in this case, they failed on both of those fronts. This hard fork is not necessary at this point in time, and it is not safe at this point in time. Just one of those would have been enough for most people, and everybody on this channel at least, to scream not to do a hard fork. If it's only one of the two, then the situation becomes way more debatable. And if both of those things are okay, then perhaps we can get 90-95% consensus on a hard fork. But I don't understand how this current hard fork ended up being such a big debate, because to me it was obvious it should not have happened at this point in time.
It's interesting because in ITIL and stuff like that, you're going to have governance and change management protocols that are generally ITIL compliant. And if you're going to have some kind of a backwards, non-compatible change in your systems, there's going to be a process where the stakeholders weigh in on that. Like, that would definitely be the run-up to a hard fork, which I would accept. There would have to be a lot of discussion openly about why it's beneficial and why it's happening. There would have to be a lot of discussion about how the risks are mitigated and what the plan is in case any risks do pop up. Like, that's the correct way to move towards something that's going to be a big change, with consensus and having everybody looking at the horizon to make sure that they can see all the risks coming down the road.
And now I'd also like to ask a question. I've heard some people describe SegWit as a transaction malleability fix, that it's a bug fix. But other people have described it as a conspiracy by Blockstream Core to take over Bitcoin. So, Jimmy, I'd just like to ask you, I know that they're establishing something that allows them maybe to do side chains, maybe to do Lightning Network, layer 2 solutions, more advanced levels of Bitcoin. Is this a conspiracy by Blockstream to maybe own those level of Bitcoin? Maybe you'd have to pay them to do side chains, something like that. I want to understand the other side's views and opinions. Sir.
Yeah, so the popular misconception is that like Blockstream owns all the core developers. I don't understand how people don't know about Chaincode Labs, because they have like 5 of the most prolific Bitcoin core developers out there, you know, like including Alex Morkos, Matt Corallo, John Newberry, a bunch of others. I mean, they're like, if you watch the stream of like PRs and like reviews and things like that, those guys contribute more than Blockstream does. So it's kind of unfair to say, hey, Blockstream is pushing this agenda, because like at least by commit and by lines of code and a bunch of other metrics, Chaincode Labs is the one that's doing a lot more of the work. But you know, to answer that criticism, it's you know, what is this getting pushed for Blockstream's benefit? Well, I don't actually know what Blockstream's you know, like revenue model and what you know, like what their business plan is. But as far as I can tell, with Lightning, you know, unless you're a hub, you're not gonna make money, and you know, like you're going to need to like transfer money through and things like that. You're not really actually collecting anything. And Blockstream's big you know, product is Liquid, and that's you know, it doesn't, like, that has nothing to do with scaling. Like it just helps other players to sort of transfer using side chains, and that's like a whole different vector of technology than SegWit
and to be clear, because this hasn't made a lot of sense to me, but they already have a side chain working. It's called Liquid. It allows banks to, and maybe exchanges, to transfer large amounts of funding, maybe in the nighttime. It already works without SegWit. So Liquid is not a conspiracy. Liquid already works. Blockstream could already make money, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. I think they're you know, trying to get a lot of people on board, and you know, I don't want to speak for them, but that seems to be the big way that they're trying to make money. I mean, I don't know. A lot of the conspiracy theories seem a little bit silly to me, but who knows? It does seem like, though, that the main argument against SegWit for those people is it's kind of complicated and we don't really need it, was the main argument. And that's kind of what Bitcoin Cash is doing. They're saying, okay, we're going to reject SegWit. They removed all of it in their source code, and we're going to reject replace by fee. So they took out all the code for replace by fee. So you know, we had a donation that had a 0 fee. We asked for that because we wanted to see if it would go through, given that the mempool is so small. But had that transaction been done in Bitcoin Cash, you can't replace it, and it'll just sort of have to expire out of the mempool after 3 days.
It's Jimmy. It's an upgrade.
Right. So yeah, I mean, they're trying to go to like a simpler Bitcoin with you know, sort of known parameters, and I think that's been the argument. You know, we'll see whether they're right. Like we get to see the price and all this stuff, but it's going to take some time for all this stuff to, all the information to come in, for the market to react, because unfortunately we're limited by the hash power on Bitcoin Cash, which at this point is probably somewhere between 2 and 5%.
I'm seeing some questions in the chat. They say they're rejecting SegWit so they can still use ASIC boost on the Bitcoin Cash chain, right, Jimmy?
Yeah, I mean, that may be possible. I don't know if Via BTC would be that party, because as far as I know, it's Antminer and Spondui's Tech and a couple others that held like some form of a patent in various jurisdictions. But you know, who knows? I think Bitmate might be an investor into yeah, Via BTC. So we don't know. Yeah, it was, yeah, I'm being told right now that some of the replace by fee transactions, or just transactions in Bitcoin Cash, if you don't provide a sufficient fee, might not expire out of the mempool on the Bitcoin Cash side. So that's something to think about if you are doing transactions on that side. Don't blindly believe that a 0 fee transaction will go through. You may need to do that.
And here is that transaction. Actually, Slush has just mined a pool finally, now that my miner is offline. Whoa, we just got 3 blocks mined in a row, guys.
Okay. Yeah.
So that also means that they're like 22 blocks behind on Bitcoin ABC. And it's only going to get worse.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah, so the other thing I wanted to bring up is you guys were talking about the core developers, and what the hell happened here? I brought up a blank screen. All right, so this is a picture I like to point to, and I've done it in most of my videos. So what you see on the right is contributors. Oh, maybe let's not do that.
Control Z, man. Control Z.
Yeah, I know. I was going to do escape, but I didn't finish doing it yet. So this is like, so here's Bitcoin Core, and this is already an old graphic, right? We've gone way beyond 0.14. And these are all the contributors to Bitcoin Core. And maybe, 5 of them are part of Blockstream, right? I mean, we know Peter Will is, and we know Gregory Maxwell is. I'm not sure about Luke Dash Jr., but the majority of these people are not Blockstream. Only very few of them are. So that first conspiracy that Blockstream controls Bitcoin Core is completely crazy. The second conspiracy that I had to deal with today from the comments in on our video yesterday is everyone has their panties in a bunch over AXA. So the AXA insurance company, for God's sakes.
Sounds exciting.
I know. Okay, so here's the deal. Okay, when either you want your core developers to be, financed by unknown money, who knows who's funding them, right? Or your good developers are not going to code for free forever. They need funding. Blockstream, with Adam Back and a couple of other people, they got together and said, hey, maybe we can raise money for Bitcoin Core development. Once we raise this money, it will be up to us how we spend this money. This is an open source project. So Blockstream went out and they tried to get funding. They would take funding from any high net worth individual or any company interested. Again, I have to stress the fact that this is an open source project. Anyone donating to this project would have been the best investment, the best return on investment you will have is if you buy a bunch of Bitcoin on the side and you are just paying these guys to keep Bitcoin network from going down and forking and breaking. Okay.
It seems to me like those incentives align very, very well.
And I even happen to know a person that approached AXA and tried to, broker that deal to see if they were interested in being an investor in Blockstream. And that person is a big Bitcoiner. He just had some connections to this industry. If there's any financial company to convince that Bitcoin is useful, it will be an insurance company, for God's sakes. Guys, come on. We are all Bitcoiners, mostly for insurance, so we can have something that we can pass down to the next generation of our kids or people we like without, government interference. So
the time preference is so valuable that Bitcoin is a really good deal in terms of you put a little bit away for an amount of time, and it's a really, really, really good, insurance policy because it goes up instead of having a company try to manage your funds, right?
Right. And I mean, if any financial institution should be interested in understanding Bitcoin, it should certainly be the insurance industry. Not to mention what can happen with, you locking up money, you make sure the money is there to pay out other people. These are the kinds of functionality that Bitcoin brings to avoid these third-party insurance problems. So AXA puts some money into Blockstream as an investment. They are there with a pool of a bunch of other people. In aggregate, I have no idea how much money AXA put in compared to other investors. If I had to guess, I would say no more than 5%. They had a lot of investors invest in Blockstream. So you take the 5% that AXA put in there, I'm pretty sure they were told they were not going to be able to tell people like Peter Will and Gregory Maxwell what to do with Bitcoin. I mean, this is just crazy talk. On top of that, Blockstream maybe controls 5 to 10% of all of Bitcoin Core development. So the worst case scenario is AXA has less than a 1% say in anything that happens in Bitcoin. And somehow this insane conspiracy theory is being spread on the RBTC cesspool that AXA is in control of Bitcoin. I mean, this is completely ridiculous. And it really drives me up the wall. Like I hate talking about this every month to explain this to people.
Full disclosure, I am paid by AXA Insurance to push Blockstream on this show, so just to get that out.
Yeah.
Well, and these personal attacks did weigh heavily on the core developers. I've heard that they were very upset to be personally attacked. They just kind of want to work on their science project and not want to worry about any of this stuff. They're surprised to have this kind of reaction to what they thought was a bug fix.
There's like a science project to try to save the world, and then people go and attack those people, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, and it actually comes from both sides, because I heard that people like Gregory Maxwell and Peter Will were getting death threats when they were trying to program for a 2 megabyte hard fork. Like, so they that's the rumor that I heard. I know Gregory Maxwell took a little break. I don't know about Peter Will, but yeah, they rubbed some people the wrong way. Even with Peter Will's hard fork proposal of only increasing by 17% every year or every 2 years. And to be honest, at the time that he was proposing that, I was also, this is before the whole Ethereum hard fork disaster. I did not think there would be a problem going to a 2 megabyte hard fork back then. A lot of us were way more open to a hard fork. And I remember when Peter Will proposed the 17% hard fork, like Bitcoin size increase. And I remember saying, that's kind of small. Don't we need to scale faster than that? So even I thought that he was going way under. And then, you know, you watch what happens with Ethereum. You watch what happens with like the Bitcoin price and the confidence in Bitcoin with any attempts to go to a 2 megabyte hard fork. You get more data, you do more research, and you come to the conclusion that even a 17% hard fork increase to Bitcoin is too dangerous right now. And I'm going to stick with those findings for the time being.
Just a brief interruption. Congratulations to Tone and Jimmy. You're trending on YouTube Live. And we can confirm this at the actual YouTube site. The World Crypto Network is the #3 YouTube live channel in the world. We have more than twice the number of people watching the Home Shopping Network. So congratulations to you if you've chosen the World Crypto Network over the Home Shopping Network.
That is awesome.
All I have to say is
impressive.
shit Home Shopping Network.
Hey, Thomas, can you link me to that? I need a screenshot. We're gonna be tweeting that out later.
Yeah, seriously,
Sure.
right?
Yeah, we've got a tweet.
Yeah, we need more dumpster fire so we can have more live shows.
Oh wait, somebody already did that. Somebody tweeted it out. I hope I got tagged.
Yep.
Oh, there it is. Oh, that definitely deserves a. Okay, the person that tweeted that, I'm gonna put on Thomas. The person. Oh wait, no, I'm gonna put on myself then. All right.
I got it.
The person that tweeted this. You can't start with people's names because it goes directly to us.
You got to start with a bang. You got to start with.
You gotta start with you gotta start with the hashtag or a normal letter. If you start with the @ symbol, this is a well,
it's like a crappy direct
something
message.
to know.
It's like a public direct message, but direct messages aren't supposed to be public anyway. So it's like a weird like Frankenstein.
Yeah, it's like a weird direct message that doesn't actually go to your followers, CryptoSand. But once we retweet it, I believe it does go to our followers. So it's okay as long as we retweet it.
Yeah, I just did that.
Look at CryptoSand with the UASF. Let's just do a round of applause for all the UASF tags. I deleted mine when I thought that it was no longer going to have an impact, but I was there.
All right, I took my hat off. I took my hat off. Like, it pains me. By the way, do I still have screen share? Yeah. So this, I was proud of this one. When you Google UASF, and I know let me try incognito mode just to be sure. Let's see if it's still there. Where's my incognito window?
Control Shift and noob.
I know.
Do you go incognito, Blake?
Oh, I go incognito constantly.
Yeah.
It's,
If you Google
my adult entertainment,
there, I'm an incognito. You Google UASF, and boom, I got the UASF Twitter most popular Twitter handle.
Nice. That makes me
incognito mode.
happy.
The trick is to have that happen when you Google Bitcoin.
Bitcoin on Twitter. That's me.
Damn you, Bitcoin Twitter. Yeah, so basically it's the Bitcoin hashtag on Twitter, and then you can see how that ranks amongst the top people.
That's fair though. I mean, having a whole hashtag, like I can accept defeat from a hashtag.
Right. So when you look at the whole hashtag, you see Bitcoin Magazine comes in around 6th. Antonopoulos comes in a little bit after that. Charlie is up there. Tour de Meester. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. John Matonis. There it is. DeSantis is just above Adam Back and just above me.
Adam Back, what has he ever done for technology? I mean, honestly, can anybody point to anything that he's ever contributed, unlike the insurance companies?
Right, you got to make sure you're being sarcastic here. No, Blake, I'm serious. I ran into this problem at the San Francisco Bitcoin meetup when Lalu, aka Roast Beef, was trolling by being a big blocker, and I had no idea he was joking the whole time.
No. Oh no, yeah. Okay,
I was about to rush the stage and like tackle him.
It was pretty great. He got all of the questions afterwards in the question and answer. People couldn't wait to tear down his side of the argument.
I totally got troubled.
I find almost nothing more repugnant than people like disagreeing like very vehemently with no backing, like with Adam Back on Twitter. Every time I see that about, it's just like, like I would, like, I don't know. It makes me, you know, when you see somebody else do something and you feel embarrassed, like just as much as if you were doing it. I think that's a good description.
That was happening. That was happening like to me when I was listening to that phone call that never became public. I think I have I think I have it. I should send a message to Pantera and ask them if they made the recording public, and if they didn't, I'll ask them if I can make it public. When there was a conference call between Roger Ver, Adam Back, Ben Davenport, and Charlie Lee, and then Roger Ver was explaining to the three of them how Bitcoin works.
Oh wow.
That's like, remember that picture of like that physics conference where it's like Madame Curie and Einstein and like all of those people like in that one photograph? This conversation is like, it's like in that same category. Like the world needs to hear this conversation. Like I'm so curious. I would love to be a fly on the wall during that convo, Tone. You owe it to the world. You got to just dox and, you know, wiretap and just get it out.
I gotta look. I think I have the hard copy of the recording. They didn't want me to make it public because they said they were gonna, you know, clean it up. Because the problem with this conference call, you've been on conference calls before. There was like beeping going in and out for people joining in and out. Someone has to fix that. I mean, that's annoying as hell. We're still dealing with it. Again, this is like a first world problem.
Yeah, the telcos first resisted TCP/IP, and now they're just, you know, horsing up conference technology. I think that, I don't know, the telcos are not going to probably catch up and fix all that.
But yeah, so I gotta get on that. I'll ask them. I mean, it's kind of, you know, let's not beat a dead horse here. Let's not, you know, throw gasoline on the fire. There's no reason for that call to come out, but it was just cringeworthy. I was like, oh my god, this is not good.
Weaponized cringe. You were like in your chair, like, ah.
All right. Any new blocks? How many blocks behind are we right now?
All right, let's go find out. I'll screen share it. I'll screen share it for the fans. There we go. We are now. Oh man, you never do math on air. So it's 26 blocks.
Wow, 26 blocks behind.
And 2.5 hours exactly. So
yeah,
still no block.
Yeah. So.
Oh, wait a minute. Did they find a block? The timestamp has changed.
Which one? No. It's the above one that you want to look at. It's the median time. The median time stayed the same. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I see. You're right.
I think it's going to take them another 4 or 5 hours if I'm just going to take a wild stab in the dark based on my gut feeling.
All right, let's take a look at. I really wish like Antpool. Whoa, did that go up?
It did. So those statistics are almost always like calculated on a share basis. So I don't know if how many people know about how pool mining works, but basically, instead of finding like the proof of work that's required for a block, they find like a proof of work that's much lower, and everybody, they're called shares, and you sort of like submit them to the pool. So that hash rate is probably calculated off the share percentage. And there might be some people that just want to get rid of Bitcoin Cash that are adding to that pool hash rate just so they can find the block and get rid of it, and then like maybe do something like that. But that's my guess. But yeah, it's calculated based on share percent or the number of shares that are submitted. So it might fluctuate a little more because the variance on that can be pretty high.
Well, I would have to go one step further, and I would say, I wish we had this kind of statistic for other pools that are also allowing people to mine the fake Bitcoins. But I can totally see the price being correlated with this ratio. So the more hashing power goes to the fake Bitcoins, the more pressure there will be on the price.
I love the hyperbole. Like, it's called an upgrade by the MSM, and then by you it's called fake Bitcoin. And then in the middle, it perfectly evens out to what it really is.
It's kind of an altcoin with an airdrop. That's what I've been calling it.
Oh, man. Speaking of, I don't know why I thought of this, but the Russian VPN thing. Like, I feel like we need to get this Bitcoin stuff off the ground and start to get it around, because Russia with the VPN, that's not good. That's not a good thing. We need to get Bitcoin, freeing up human action and get people wealthier so that we can fight back against stuff like that. Because it being slowed down this much and having that huge attack on internet freedom, I think, is a combination that could have been possibly lessened a little bit if we were further along and had fought less with people dragging their feet with upgrades.
Wow.
I did find a channel with a similar number of viewers to the World Crypto Network Live, and that channel is Sky News. Never really heard of it here in the States, but Sky News also has 3,000 viewers. So we want to welcome Sky News to the 3,000 viewer club. I would say to the Home Shopping Network that you should take Bitcoin. I can picture a future in about 2 or 3 years where I could scan the QR code, maybe send you my address, send you my Bitcoin, and you could send me that attractive yellow purse that I'm just dying to get.
Yeah. So you
I
got
need a yellow purse.
So something from CoinMarketCap, if you want to go there on one of your screens. Somebody just tweeted at me and let me know that Bitcoin Cash is listed as BCH now on CoinMarketCap, and it's they're listing the price that they know from via BTC, and it's about 0.118 Bitcoins. Which means that if you sold all of them and converted them to Bitcoins, your stash would increase by 11.8%, which is pretty crazy. Wow. Yeah. So that's something that would make it. I imagine that would be like number 4 on CoinMarketCap once it's there, because it would be over 10%, so it's like 4.5 billion. I'm not sure how you get to it though. Yeah, I guess it's not listed at the top, but yeah.
Seems like that's a lot of socialized cost for 11%.
Yeah, it is.
Well, wait, so sorry. What I miss here is CoinMarketCap already listing it? Should I go to that site?
Go ahead and show my screen if you want. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. It's on whoever's talking. So
yeah. So it's currently trading at around $318 on via BTC, I guess. So
but I have that one. It's down. It's actually down.
Well, they're calling it BCH. They changed the ticker because of.
Also, they changed the ticker already, but does it show up in? No, it doesn't show up here yet, right?
No, not yet.
Sorry, I'm not sharing screen now. Let me do a screen.
It hasn't shown up on the main coinmarketcap.com, but if you search for Bitcoin Cash in the search bar, it comes up.
Right. So here's the main one. It's not showing up there, but the moment it gets a price, it should be up there in market cap, right? We're talking It'll have the same exact supply as Bitcoin, though growing much slower, but it will still be 16.5 million coins at a price of, well, I think that 300 is going to go to sub 100 real quick. But but the moment it launches, it would be up there, right?
It's tough to say. If there was a flood of selling the moment it launches, it wouldn't be up there.
Well, for the first trade, it would be, right? So at the very least, we know it's going to be above Dash.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, all of these places that are going to trade it, it's going to take like 3 or 4 confirms. So we're not going to get any of this info until like there's some more hash power on there, or a lot of time has passed, or some combination. I do want to point out one comment that somebody said in the live chat that I found hilarious. I love watching this Bitcoin porn.
Incognito mode.
Indeed.
I don't want anybody else. When I think about Bitcoin, I touch myself.
Oh God! Did you really say that? That's wow.
I did, and I'll stick by. I'll say it again.
We're gonna lose viewers and stop trending if you keep saying that.
Or the Home Shopping Network will think that their content quality just went way up, but really it was just my cringiness.
Yeah, we continue to see a lot of people on Twitter. Keep tweeting at us. Keep donating. Obviously, we had a donation on our Bitcoin address for like $7. You know, they're like, people are just trying to send like 8 cents sometimes. Like it's kind of fun watching these tiny things, tiny donations that used to be more prevalent on the network. I guess they're just sort of giving us really tiny UTXO. So maybe we as a network need to compress them into a single one soon, just so we don't have to pay the large fees once the blocks get more congested. Right now is a good time to do that, Thomas. Maybe you should compress them right now. There's a lot of UTXOs that we might not be able to spend later.
We should just make a token substrate and get a whole big commingled nightmare of a whole bunch of money that's all mixed together, and then wonder why it doesn't work out well.
What's up?
Hey, Charlie.
Yeah, we got Charlie in the house.
Hey.
Wow, did not expect that. How's it going, Charlie?
Good. What's up, Jimmy?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm waiting for a block already. What's the deal?
Okay, hey, question for Charlie.
Yeah.
So you know how Bitcoin works. Like I am not taking my Bitcoin I'm not taking my Bitcoin private keys out of cold storage for the fear that I would screw up and lose all of my real Bitcoin.
No.
Don't admit that.
Are you actually gonna try to get some of these Bitcoin cash coins? And if you are, what do you think you're gonna do with them? You're gonna sell them right away? You're gonna hold on to them? What are you doing? I'm just holding on.
Like I have this ring, right? And on the ring is my private key. Well, not like it's an encrypted private key. There's not many Bitcoin on it. Like maybe 1 or 2. But I'm not gonna go and like redeem that and then get the Bitcoin Cash, because I know that at a later date I can always do that. The snapshot was already taken. So if you have like Cassatius coins or anything like that, you could just leave them for now. As long as the Bitcoin was there beforehand, you're good to go.
So a Cassatius coin right now like represents both one Bitcoin and one Bitcoin Cash. So that'd be interesting to see the value of those, especially if Bitcoin Cash has value.
It's like having pre-split Ethereum. Like the other day, I needed to test something. So I asked around, does anyone have any Ether that they hadn't split yet into Ethereum Classic? And a few people did. Like not all Ethereum was split.
Sorry to interrupt, but we are seeing breaking news. We're seeing trading begin on Kraken. There are a series of sell orders going through. I'm not sure if this means we found the first block, but we are seeing the beginning of trading on Kraken.
Don't they need confirmations?
Let's see. I think we would have to go to that site, the fork, btcforkmonitor.info. At least according to them, there is no fork yet. But let's go take a. Tone, you want to go to like Kraken and see if they've actually made a trade?
All right, let's check that out. Wait, did a block get mined?
No.
I don't know. Maybe they decided that since there's latent trade demand, that if you had coins on Kraken before, you could split them into BCH and BTC, something like that.
So we got something. We got some movement here, and I mean, obviously the $5,000 transaction has dropped. So it looks like there have been recent trades, and the volume is getting up there. So there you go. So yeah, there is now open trading.
We are now seeing buy orders launched on Kraken. Both sides of the market are now engaged.
Wow.
Did they just credit everyone with IOUs?
I don't know what they're doing.
That does seem to be what the chat is saying. They're saying they haven't found a block, and it's likely IOU tokens, like Charlie says.
These exchanges just want to make money, so they're just crediting IOUs and whatever.
Is it just me, or does this have disaster written all over it?
Yeah, it's the Wild West, man. It's like the new Wild West. It's like we've got atomic bombs instead of 6-shooters, and we're like, let's go.
Well, this is the question. This is what someone brought up to me. Jimmy, maybe you can help answer this. Mm-hmm. What happens if there's like an epic fail? What happens if a block never gets mined? What happens in that situation? Companies like Coinbase are actually in the clear because they told people, GTFO, we're not crediting you, and some people stayed. So they're good. Companies like Kraken, Bitfinex, what happens with them? Because they credit these people, there's trading going on. Do they just like roll back all these trades and go back to like zero? I mean, what?
Well, I imagine they would say, we'll give you the Bitcoin Cash whenever it's mined. And if it never mines, then sorry. I'm not sure how that would work from a legal perspective because it's sort of an instrument. I guess technically this may be a future or something like that. But if it's a future, I mean, this is more a legal question than a lawyerly question than anything else.
Hey, so the Kraken chart seems to be down. The Kraken website is down. Again, we talked about this earlier. Is it really that hard to get a website like to handle traffic? I mean, Bitcoin isn't that big, guys.
How do you guys see is there an index of actual trading right now for first of all, I don't like calling it Bitcoin Cash. I call it Bcash.
Mm-hmm.
I call it fake Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.
Someone's been calling it fake Bitcoin. The news calls it an upgrade, so it's somewhere in the middle.
Is there an index of prices that are not futures? Because there's like CoinMarketCap has the futures, but that's not really real.
The best information right now we have is from Kraken with a
hit refresh.
From 400, from $400 to $600 on the buy side. Sells seem to be locked in around $320 to $350, but this is a very small sample size.
Yeah, 22 trades.
Yeah, don't hit refresh because this is what I have.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
In case of some kind of a big failure to split, they should tokenize making people whole, and then we can all invest in that.
If only they had released ERC20 tokens to represent Bitcoin Cash, none of this would have happened.
Okay, so CoinMarketCap just updated. Now Bitcoin Cash is not a future anymore, and it has Kraken included.
Mm.
Okay. Right, let me see. I'm online. Maybe this will actually update.
Yeah, I just had to reset my cache, and it worked.
Well, it's not really working on my end yet.
Smash F5, Tone.
Yeah, just
I don't know. How
just smash it
not
hard.
helping.
That will work. Smashing F5.
You have to push function F5. They took F5 away.
It's like a use capsule. You got to smash it if it's not working.
Well, just type in Bitcoin Cash into the search currencies and see what comes up. It'll refresh itself once you click the link.
Maybe.
Yeah, there you go. It's there now.
All right, there it is.
Now click markets.
I mean, the liquidity is like super thin, so I imagine the volume is like tiny. These prices aren't really trustworthy at the moment.
Well, I'm waiting for the Trezor to add as an additional wallet before I do anything. I don't want to send it to are exchanges accepting deposits? Well, I can't even send it over the Cash network because there's blocks mine.
Well, there's no block yet.
I think that's what the 7 megabytes in their mempool is. It's everybody trying to send it to the exchange.
Kraken is reporting on their Twitter that they're accrediting accounts now with BCH. The process may take a few minutes to complete until you see your new balance. Kraken also reports they're seeing heavy traffic to their site, and login functionality was down as of an hour ago. Not sure about right now.
Good guy Kraken, at least trying to let people start trading IOUs and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if that blows back on them, but
we'll see if
certainly withdrawals are going to be hard. I guess yeah, if you had Bitcoin on Kraken before the split, then they'll just split it into both, and you can withdraw your Bitcoin after you sell, Bitcoin Cash. That's probably the fastest way that you could have done it, unless you were using like via VTC or I guess Yobit, or there's a few others. I think OKX is trading it right now. So yeah, something to think about. We still haven't found the block, and if it's like as low as 2%, that's like 10 minutes times 50. That's 500 minutes. That's like that's
that's gonna take a while. And here, the latest sell orders are people are willing to sell it for $200. Mm-hmm. And the lower this goes, the higher the price of Bitcoin will go. All these things are correlated. You got to look at the correlation of the price of Bitcoin Cash. So I either call it fake Bitcoin or I call it Bitcoin Cash scam. There it is. I actually wasn't sure this thing was going to launch. Let's see if they actually find the block. And this number, you don't really want this number to go up, but it seems to have been going up. We're now at 159 petahash mining this stuff, and still can't find the block.
I got a question in my Twitter DM since somebody asked me what's happening at a simple level. Well, basically, it's like you have a car that's in 5th gear going down the highway, and it got cloned and it stopped, but it's still in 5th gear, and we're waiting for it to accelerate. A car that's in 5th gear isn't going to accelerate very quickly, and it takes some time for the Bitcoin network to readjust. So cloning it and then having a small hash power creates an issue in terms of things just don't get longer; they start to stretch out exponentially a little bit. So unless we see some changes, we might be looking at that situation.
Wow. 5th gear and cloned. That's an interesting way to put it.
And just a quick update, we're still trending on the Twitter live, so if everyone could give us a thumbs up and a subscribe, that'd be great. We have twice as many viewers as Al Jazeera.
How did you get there?
I just searched YouTube for live. They have kind of a live now tracking page. We're up to the #2 behind the Home Shopping Network, but we have more than 2 to 3 times their viewers.
I want to buy that bag, though. It's a nice bag.
That yellow bag is tempting. It's like a Dick Tracy bag.
Wait, this is still not working for me. I'm actually on some kind of a live channel.
Oh. Huh.
I think it's the YouTube live channel. It looks like a normal channel, but it's YouTube.
Oh, right. So that's where I was. This channel.
Do they still have like The Simpsons and stuff on there? That's what I've been watching.
Yeah, just scroll to the right. We're still on there, but we might have fallen off the front page, even though
we're there. It says recommend. We're there. We're in the top thing there.
I think it recommends us because of our like to dislike ratio, and because our content is really, really long. Like the longer your content, the more monetization credit you get, and I think also the more recommendation credit that you get, because people are like, look, something that's long that people aren't turning off.
Oh, okay.
Also,
so here,
we'd like to thank.
Is number 5.
All right. We'd like to thank We Smoke Bitcoins for sending us $10. He says he's going to send $10 every hour if we can keep up the live stream. And just to remind everyone, we have Super Chat now. So if you want to send us a question or a comment and attach a couple dollars to it, it highlights itself on the stream like this.
Yeah, ask questions for Charlie.
So a friend of mine just sold his BCH on Kraken and profited 56,000 euros. So he wanted me to tell you guys, thank you, Jihan.
Is he going to buy Bitcoin with that, or is he going to keep it in euro?
No, he's going into Bitcoin. It's a good idea.
That's my kind of guy.
For those of you that happen to see my screen because I accidentally opened something I wasn't supposed to, I will be in Toronto on August 14th in order to participate in the Bitcoin versus Ethereum event. And then straight from Toronto, I'm flying to St. Petersburg in order to speak at one of their ICO events. That should be interesting. St. Petersburg, Russia.
You should charge people to sit next to you. Like, hey, if you want to sit next to me.
Yeah. So there you go. So now you know where I'm headed.
Also, Tony needs a physical security consultant, so he doesn't do stuff like that in the future. If anybody wants to apply for that job, go ahead and contact the WCN.
I think on this live stream, I managed to like dox myself like 3 times in not very good ways.
If anyone's going to be in LA next weekend, hit me up.
Were you in Vegas last week, Charlie?
I was in Vegas. Yeah, now I'm in PA. Going to LA next week, and then getting married next month. Very excited.
Oh, congratulations, man.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, that'll be exciting. Are you gonna get married in New York or somewhere else?
Florida.
Okay, all right.
Florida.
And, wow, that's very exciting. Honeymoon anywhere like interesting, or are you gonna just stick around?
Just a lot of Bitcoin meetups. We're gonna do tons of Bitcoin meetups. Every day, another meetup.
When you love it, you love it, and I love when people love it.
Yeah. So I'm kind of surprised that the live chat's not like wanting to ask you a question. I always feel like you have such a fascinating story over the last like few years.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, just like having gone to prison, and like, I know people are sending you books and stuff. I think you tweeted out that you read like 137 books while you were in prison. So what was your favorite book? I want to know what your favorite book was out of like the 137 that you read. Someone
sent me this book, and it was like, it's only like 100 pages. And it's basically it's the story of this guy, Ivan Denisovich, who was sent to a Russian gulag because he was like a political prisoner. And the book is literally just one day. It's called like A Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich or something like that. Whenever I felt like I was in a really shitty situation, I read this book. Like I read it maybe 50 times. And it's just a day, his day. He wakes up and he goes to sleep. And what it's like, it was actually a real account, and it was smuggled out of a Russian gulag. And it's like puts really life into perspective. That was one of my favorite books. Highly recommend anyone reading that. And
I think it was Solzhenitsyn. Do you remember how it ends?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Doesn't he end kind of? He gets like I'm gonna make this up, but I think it ends. He gets like a bowl full of gruel, and he's like, "This is a pretty good day because I got some gruel."
Yeah, his day was great because like someone got a package, so he got the package for someone else, and he traded it for like a little bit of extra like piece of fish in his soup, and like. The day ended up, he said, I'm not dead. I got to stay in the heat a little bit longer, and I got extra gruel today. Like, today was an amazing day.
Man, it sounds really moving. It sounds like it was the inspiration for that scene in V for Vendetta where the person is like, has nothing left, but they get that note, and that note is what keeps them going. I mean, if the story is that moving, and it sounds like it is, I think that definitely is probably the inspiration for that scene that's now really, really, really famous. That's fascinating.
It's an old book, and it was really good. The funniest thing, someone wrote me like his idea for an altcoin project, and it was like 30 pages in handwritten papers. And it was so funny, and I still have it. And it was just like this whole white paper. I had like arrows and circles and drawings and like mathematical equations, and just like basically he wanted to create this whole like decentralized poetry society or something like that. I couldn't really figure it out.
All right. So an update for you guys. If you look at Kraken, whatever. It looks like we are at $132 now. So it is rapidly dropping. There's a lot of people dumping Bitcoin Cash at the moment.
It has begun.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy the dip and make billions.
Billions, huh?
I'm not aimed too far for the moon. I'm going to legitimately make billions, and then, hopefully I can, roll that into something more.
I see it. It's down to 133. So let's see what's happening to the price of Bitcoin. It should start to go up because if no one cares, if everyone's dumping that stuff, that means they're going to want to take their Bitcoin back.
Yeah, it would cause more demand if you're converting the Bitcoin Cash to Bitcoin.
It looks like on the 30-minute charts, Bitcoin could be hitting a triple bottom. But let's see. I don't usually like to look at those charts.
I mean, I have the 60-minute chart up right now, and I mean the 60-minute chart isn't looking clean. It is looking like a descending triangle to me, below the 200 moving average. So it is looking like it's about to go down lower. But let's see. Let's see if the technicals stay up above the fundamentals, though in this case, it will basically be the news driving it. I mean, this is the one that I care about the most, because this is real. And it is ticking up. It's now up to 163 petahash. So this is actually the number that bothers me as it increases.
All those miners are losing money right now.
Oh, absolutely they are.
Also, the yeah, we'll see. We just need a block. That's what I think. Once a block is found, it's extremely bullish for Bitcoin.
Wow, that would be interesting to see it like pop like 5 minutes after a block is found on a fork.
Yeah, I think I want this block to happen already so we can like move on. Let's just go down the separate paths already, and let the trading start. Let it just do its thing, and let's move on. Right now, it's like so uncertain. The market hate uncertainty, and people are just like worried to FOMO into Bitcoin just because they don't know what the hell's going on. They think Bitcoin is at risk here.
Yeah, and uncertainty is where fear comes from. And I tell you, people are made up of water and fear. So, you know, they're getting that uncertainty
It's like right now, it's like we're removing a fetus or we're removing like a wart from Bitcoin. And even though like the wart is what we're trying to get rid of, the body is still like a little at risk because you're in surgery and stuff like that. So you get a little worried.
Yeah, you get worried about your kid when you have you know, a wart lanced and stuff like that, definitely. And Bitcoin is all of our kid or whatever.
Indeed. I'd like to thank the 3,400 people watching right now. You know, obviously,
yeah, we've been steady above 3,000 for a while.
Yeah, and we're like we're now searchable on YouTube if you want to look for live shows, I guess. So that's pretty exciting. You guys want to do like price predictions or something like that? Let's play a game and like make a bet or something. I feel like we need to entertain our 3,400 guests.
All right. Right now, let's call the price of Bitcoin Cash at around $140. Will the price be higher or lower in the next hour, or do you want to go actual numbers? What do you think, Jimmy?
Let's do actual numbers. I think that'll be more fun because then we could do like a Price is Right kind of thing.
Price is Right.
Yeah.
Price is Right rules. If you go over, you lose.
Yeah.
All right, so I just put the order book on the big screen.
Okay. Nice. I'm going to say $173
For this?
in 1 hour.
Well, what exchange are we talking about?
Kraken, because they're impartial.
Okay, fine. So Kraken, let's follow Kraken. Yeah, I'm thinking once that block is, I can't make a prediction until that block is found because that block is all these people moving their money from their like Trezor or whatever into Bittrex or Kraken or whatever right now.
All right, so let's do that prediction. When do we think the next block's going to be found? I don't think it's going to be within the hour.
No, VBTC said like 3 hours ago, like we predict 12 hours in WeChat. So
and I was with them on that. Yep.
Okay. Yeah,
I agreed with them.
What's the difficulty situation, Jimmy? When does the difficulty go down for them? How long does it take?
So it takes 11 blocks because it's the rule is the median time passed of the block, the current block, minus the median time passed of 6 blocks ago has to be greater than 12 hours. And median time passed is the median of the last 11 blocks. So that means that it's always looking 6 blocks past. So currently, the median time passed for them is 12:37. So, you know, they're going to need to find 6 more blocks. And if it does take 12 hours, then I think it might be on block number 7 or something like that because the distance between 2 blocks is so huge. But it's going to take a while before
their blocks have to. Do they make a rule that says that their block has to be above 2 megabytes? I think it's
above a megabyte. Only the forking block.
The first block. The forking block has to be above 2 megabytes. After that, it doesn't matter.
1 megabyte. 1 megabyte.
1 megabyte, sorry.
Yeah.
Is it like safe to say, or is it like stupid of me to even speculate that a majority of Bitcoin Cash blocks, like if it does survive down the road, will just be below 1 megabyte?
I don't think it's stupid at all.
I mean, it depends on the hash power and how long it takes. I guess long term, after the difficulty adjusts down, then I could definitely see it being below 1 megabyte.
Yeah,
right.
no,
Well, unless they have significant transaction volume, it
Right,
won't matter.
eventually.
It's just speculators moving their funds around. If no one's actually buying anything or using it for anything.
Well, here's another one for you, Charlie, right? Because Jimmy and I discussed it earlier in the morning when it was just us two. For starters, their mempool is already 7 megabytes in size. So there is a high probability that the first block is actually going to be full at 8 megabytes. Considering they're not going to get the first block for another 10 hours, it's possible there's going to be like 50, 60 megabytes in their mempool when the first block is mined. Now they have to wait another 12 hours for the second block, right? So it's possible that their first blocks are going to be full at 8 megabytes and their mempool is going to be out of control. Also, what I was trying to explain to Jimmy is there were so many people, spamming the Bitcoin network in order to push the big block agenda. Bitcoin believers and those that really enjoy segregated witness and wanted it, they had no problem to mess with Bitcoin. And I think these people are way smarter in their hacking ability. So whatever the big blockers were doing to mess with the Bitcoin chain the last 2 years, they're about to get that medicine right back to them tenfold. So I can certainly see like old OG Bitcoiners spamming that network so bad that every block is going to be full beyond capacity. And now they're moving around 8 megabyte blocks every 10 hours.
And we're not saying to do this, but biologically speaking, the tit for tat game theory method basically points to somebody is going to do what people think is done to the chain.
This is just a big game of chess with people's money.
So I want to note that if the
skin in the
mempool
game.
gets really, really large, like 50 or 60 megabytes, you're going to have some problems because they took out replace by fee as part of Bitcoin ABC.
Jimmy,
So
it's an upgrade. Be clear, it's an upgrade.
It's an upgrade to remove
So if you have like this huge transaction that you're going to go and put into, like Kraken or something like that, you won't be able to replace that transaction. So you're going to be kind of in trouble, and you just have to wait 72 hours for that to expire. So this should be like a comedy of errors here. I mean, depending on what people did. So and like the longer it takes for people to not find the block, the later that you go in, the more fee information you have. So there's a lot of weird scenarios here.
And everything we've talked about so far relies on 100% developer competency in actually programming the code, right? We're not even addressing the fact that these are C-level developers working on this.
Ouch.
No, they have no developers.
They have 2 developers. They're called Datalinks and F-Trader. I imagine they're like getting ready in case something crazy happens.
So
I remember their developers. I think one of them was named Tweedledee, but I forget the other one. We have a couple of safe, what they call the super chats here.
There was a Reddit post where some guy said, well, the reason Bitcoin is successful is because it has like cool names for their features like SegWit and Lightning. And so we need to name our features or lack thereof. Like he's like, how about we like bigger flexible blocks? Like they were coming up with names to the fact that they don't have stuff.
And they landed on blind carbon copy.
Yeah, blind carbon copy must have taken a lot of thought. We've got some questions from the chat. Rafael Jacobson says, "Is it safe to make Bitcoin transfers now?"
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh no, we've proved it that it's actually beyond safe. It's the optimal environment. We're waiting for our 0 fee. I'm going to share a screen again. So we've been testing it. One of these transactions was sent with a transaction fee of 1 Satoshi per byte. And we're still waiting for one of our 0 fee donations to actually get confirmed. The Bitcoin mempool is almost empty, and you can really send your Bitcoins around as cheap as possible at the moment. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the question is referring to replay protection. They've had replay protection the whole time, so don't worry about like accidentally spending Bitcoin Cash or something like that. I will note that my friend that's texting me, and he's telling me that if you don't have replaced by fee on Bitcoin Cash, what you can do is child pays for parent. What you would have to do is make another transaction that uses the change output and pay a large fee so that the miner will take both and are forced to take both in order to make it work, or in order to get the nice juicy fee from the second transaction.
This is funny because there's no block. That if you were credited Bitcoin Cash and you want to send it somewhere, the only way to get rid of it is to sell it for Bitcoin because Bitcoin is having many blocks.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. If you have Bitcoin Cash on Kraken, if you want to get that out, then and transfer Bitcoin Cash to another block in another exchange, for example, you would need to transfer it to Bitcoin, use the Bitcoin network to transfer it over, and then sell it for Bitcoin Cash in order to get in on that like art play if there is any. That's interesting.
Somebody's bringing up a good point on Twitter. Somebody just said, "Dear Kraken, please explain why you have credited some accounts with their BCH and not others." I think that may be an actual like legitimate fairness issue. I mean, you can't selectively enforce a policy to give people stuff early and then not some others. I mean, I guess you can, but I mean, people aren't going to be happy about it.
There's certainly no fair way to do it. Alphabetical would not be fair at all. We've also got a comment from Locationary. He says that the Via BTC pool is moving from BTC to BCH quite a bit still. So he still believes that the mining is happening, and they will have
I'm
more
looking at it. I'm looking at it right now. Here are the numbers. It's now
they're moving their own hash rate though.
Yeah, and it's probably because they want to see this succeed. I'm not sure if,
how much money are they losing per hour right now.
That's a really good question.
We don't know until we have a price for Bitcoin Cash, Rich.
Well, no. We know how much they're losing in terms of Bitcoin at the moment. How much they've lost already.
Well, we can run these numbers. How many blocks have we had in the past?
Oh, we know. Yeah, I got it right here. We know how many blocks behind they are. They are here 90 minus 58, so they are 32 blocks behind.
Okay, so what was their hash rate before?
They had about 5% of the hash rate.
So 5% of 32, you're looking at 5. So they would have gotten five blocks. You're looking at 5 times 25. Wait, what's the 12.5?
Well, so they only transfer 2% over to Bitcoin Cash, so you have to probably use the 2% number.
Okay, so that's 30 Bitcoin so far.
Something like that.
What
They've actually found a couple of
$78,000.
They've still been finding blocks. So not lately though. The more hash rate they're transferring over to the Bitcoin Cash scam, the last block they found was right here. That was a while back.
If anybody knows their efficiency, their power costs, and their heat considerations, I can put it into a calculator and figure out exactly how much money they've lost. So if any of our users know their operational costs, we can do the math on air.
Operational cost is generally about 15.
Saying that it's possible that Via BTC is using cloud mining, so they might not be losing any of their hash power.
Well, then the cloud miners are though. Somebody's losing it.
Somebody, indeed.
I think that once, I'm telling people, don't dump into nothing. Wait until a lot of these guys put their walls up, because these guys are going to try to support, at least sell into their support, sell into their walls. Don't be. What they're planning on is everyone dumping in one shot, and they could buy it for pennies on the dollar. Don't give them that opportunity. Set up walls. Just set up walls. That 1 or 2 Bcash every $1 or 2 up. Build these walls. Let them eat through our walls. Don't eat through their walls.
I was going to say something when you said it way better than I could have. Exactly. Very well illustrated.
We've also got a great comment. Probably going to mispronounce your name, but Piet Crypto Pook. Thank you. He says, just a big thanks to you guys. Always a pleasure to listen to your shows and learn more. Thank you so much for the donation. Just want to make sure you get recognized.
Thanks, all of chat. I love the chat, man. The chat is just great. I was sad earlier when there was a lot of spam, and then it kind of got back to our normal original chat, and I was really, really happy to see that, because I was really sad to see a lot of spam in our chat, because our chat is one of the most valuable things that I find when coming to the show, is going with and interacting with the chat, because the space is so young and there's so many smart people. We can't have them all on here, so chat is a great place to go and interact with people. I mean, unless it's all trolling, so.
I don't think it's all trolling. There's a lot of people that are very happy to be on the chat, and I don't know.
I mean, at times it becomes trolly. You know what I mean? Like, unless it's during one of those peak times, it's really valuable.
Yeah, and everyone's like sort of not going to be very productive today anyway. So what better place than to be on a chat, be with people that care about what you care about, that are talking about what you're talking, what you care about, and sort of examining things as they come up, sort of like live news. It's kind of like, like when something happens on the news that's a big event. There are anchors on there for like 12 hours that just have to keep talking. That's kind of the position we're in. My voice is going.
Don't predict the future here. 12 hours, Jimmy. Jeez.
Hey man, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, my voice is.
We are gonna lose the live stream. I think the rule from YouTube is 8 hours. You can't stream for longer than 8 hours in a row.
When are we leaving? When are we losing it?
Jimmy and I started around 8 a.m. my time in New York City. So
it's been 4 hours. Oh my God.
We're halfway. We're halfway through the YouTube.
Oh, man, I wish I saw this earlier.
I've been to the end. It just pops up a message, says stream over, and you just start a new one.
Right. We can start a new one. This one will end. Yeah, we
started. Like, more people are dumping on Kraken, at least. More people are dumping it for Bitcoin than they are for Euro right now, which is good. We're looking at about 2.5% volume going to Euro, but at least almost 4% going to Bitcoin. So that's nice to see.
Oh, here it is. The page is back for me as well.
We're also seeing a little bit of a price rise on Kraken as Bitcoin Cash is breaking out of the 200s.
They're going to upset Jimmy's prediction only.
I
the only one that bid, so I automatically win unless it's.
I think it'll bounce. I mean, it'll bounce around maybe like the 100 to 200 mark. So let's just say you take an average price of like 130. 130, looking at a distribution of how many coins are available right now. Like, what's the 16.5 million?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, a lot of that is locked up, right? And
most people are not converting this mess.
Yeah.
So where do you think it's Bitcoin? What do you think Bcash is going to be on the market cap list by this time tomorrow?
Well, if they never mind the block, nowhere, right?
I'm putting all my eggs in that basket.
Yeah.
I mean, let me see here. So if I had to guess, if their price, I mean, you can do it right here, right? So Bitcoin has about twice as much supply as Dash does. So there it is, right? So you would like double that. So if the price of Bitcoin is 100, if the price of Bitcoin Cash is 181, you're looking at about double the market cap of Dash, which would put it in the right behind Ripple.
Number 4.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy.
Right. So if the price hovers around 200, we're looking at somewhere between Ripple and Litecoin. So we would need, we would basically need Bitcoin. We would need it to have, because you can drop 1. So it would need to be like above $700 to jump ahead, or almost $1,000 to jump ahead of Ripple.
Right? They're really pumping it right now.
It seems like it. I think there's a plunge protection team for Bitcoin Cash.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, and I really hope they get separated from their Bitcoin, and the future will be so much brighter.
What if somebody like Roger Ver starts dumping his Bitcoin for Bitcoin Cash? I really wonder what that would happen.
I don't think he's going to, at least in the short term, just from the conversations that I had with him in private.
Can you tell us more about the conversations you've had with Roger Ver?
As you saw the public conversations, he doesn't really like me too much.
Uh-huh.
I did. I thought that you really handled that like the bigger man. I was really impressed that you mentioned, I still want you to come to my wedding and stuff like that after he kind of decided to go on the air with dirty laundry. So I think I even
sent you $5,000. Yeah.
I was like, dude, good on you for being the bigger man. Like,
right. Well, what did I miss? Because I kind of stopped. I've been in my own world. I haven't been listening to like especially the drama.
Charlie, do you want to stay, or should I talk you up for a minute?
Go for it.
Okay. So Charlie and Roger are friends. A long time ago, Charlie got into some hot water and needed a hand, and Roger gave him a hand. And then later on, when they started to have a disagreement about the fundamentals of whether or not you could dial back SegWit, which at this point you can't really dial it back. It's done and spoken for. Roger got mad at Charlie and then publicly posted like, I gave you money and you owe me, which is like, whoa, dude, come on, man. Like that's you got to talk to people interpersonally. And then Charlie's response I thought was just, the response of a giant, which was, I'm happy to pay you back. Thank you so much for helping me out when I needed it. Like I still really want you to come to my wedding because you're a friend of mine. And I just instantly had to send him a tweet like that's the way that you handle stuff like that. So I was proud of Charlie for taking the high road on that.
Yeah, good for you, Charlie.
Well, he was trolling, and the job of a troll is to incite a response, an emotional response, and I wasn't going to give that to him. So just
No, I mean,
masterfully done.
Yeah, no, it was good. I mean, I've been critical of Roger Ver, but I've always been careful in all my criticisms of Roger Ver.
Gotta be careful.
To stay away from to stay away from like personally attacking him, because like I don't know if I still am or not friends with Roger. It's hard to tell these days, but I've hung out with Roger on several occasions, and I'm never gonna say anything like personal about him on air. Only like public criticism from his other public comments, right? Like I have no intention of like saying something that isn't in the public domain. I'll speculate on things that I'm speculating on. It's kind of my job to be a speculator. Like I've always told people, I honestly don't think he has as much Bitcoin as people think he has. Like there's some wild accusations he has like 300,000 Bitcoin, and I just can't see it.
No, I don't think so. But at the same time, you don't want to get into a war with someone who has a lot of money and is emotional and irrational, because they'll just spend all their money to litigate you, regardless if you're right or not. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very fun.
No,
honestly,
it certainly doesn't.
The Bitcoin trolls have nothing. You have nothing on the trolls in prison. Much worse.
Oh, really? They do the same thing?
You guys conditioned me to like, I went in there and these guys tried trolling me. I'm like, guys, come on. Luke Deshear has nothing on you right now.
Oh my. I can't imagine.
I do wonder right now, is Roger happy? He's got his own Bitcoin. It doesn't have SegWit. The rest of us are leaving to go to the other Bitcoin. Is this a success? Is he sitting in his live chat saying how happy it is? Is he looking at the price of Bitcoin Cash?
Well, does he need a block first? I mean, you really need that first block, right?
Interesting point. Eric Voorhees just tweeted that Bitmain isn't mining for Bcash right now, and if Bitmain, Antpool, all their pools, they would have found a block by now if they had. So it's interesting to point out that like VIA BTC is doing this on their own. They're putting themselves out there.
No,
and for as much criticism as I've given Bitmain and Jihan and stuff like that, good for not jumping down the road that leads into the forest and you can't see light at the end of the tunnel. Like, good on you.
I've always told people this. Everyone has their own. The worst person is someone who you don't know what their agenda is. Like, I don't know, for example, like what someone's agenda is. But with Jihan, as much as we want to paint him bad or good or whatever, his agenda is money. He wants to make the maximum amount of money. And although he plays his cards to his chest, I've never met him personally. I think he's extremely incentivized by making as much money as possible. But right now, mining the Bitcoin chain will get you there,
And as a libertarian, I mean, I have very little problem with people that are motivated by money. I mean, I think it can go too far, but like as a general, I don't have any problem with
that. We've also got some more super chats from the chat. We've got a question from the Bad Virus. He says, what will happen to Satoshi Nakamoto's BCH?
He's going to have BCH. He's going to have a lot.
He's probably going to hold it, right? I mean, he hasn't moved his Bitcoin and they're worth billions of dollars. I don't think he's going to move his BCH worth thousands of dollars. We've also got a thank you from, looks like MG in the chat, says, great job, guys. Thanks us. And just keep the questions coming in the chat. We'll be standing by.
MG is my homeboy.
Let's see what else is going on. The price of Bitcoin's $26.84. It's holding on.
Aren't you guys hungry? I haven't eaten. And yeah, I mean, Tone, did you finish your breakfast?
I did. I eventually finished it. That was I can't believe I actually had the dumb idea to go live and like, I'll just eat while me and Jimmy talk, and then like 4 hours later, like half my breakfast is sitting on my plate.
Also, I'm telling people that if you have Bcash in your like Trezor or Ledger, I know the incentive is to like try to claim it right now and send it to one of the exchanges. I would hold off, wait until a few blocks remind. Just don't claim it. Just don't do anything right now. The smart move is just not do anything right now when it comes to Bcash, to Bitcoin, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, action bias can really fuck you up, especially in trading. So I totally agree with Charlie Shrem. You want to probably do nothing right now as the optimal move.
That's what I've been telling people for weeks on this situation. Just do nothing. Just wait.
That's what people, I think, will tend to do anyway. Especially our viewers. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys have gone in or had money are Kraken and are trading it right now. But my guess is that most people are just holding and seeing what happens. And we really need to see that forking block. Or maybe it doesn't happen. I don't know. But that's the main.
Yeah, we really need that block. So the price is dumping.
Well, we don't really need it, Charlie. I would love for this block to never actually appear, and then I get like a tweet message like in 3 weeks. We found it. like 3 weeks from today.
So the longer it takes for this block, the worse it is, because these are people who are just going to get, like, the worst thing that could happen is your money in limbo. You lose faith in your money in the system. So imagine you send your money and it's like stuck in limbo for even a day or two. You're like, I'm not trusting the system anymore. That's the biggest value proposition that Bitcoin has. It's the longest, most secure chain. It's reliable and consistent. That's it. You can't beat that. I mean, I could start a Google spreadsheet right now, make one cell, Tone, sell to Charlie, and then add a balance to me, and then deduct it. Yeah, it's faster than Bitcoin, but I mean, it's pretty much what Ripple is.
Oh, we were just saying yesterday how Bitcoin Cash may be as useful as the peso. And it doesn't matter if someone's cheaper and faster. It matters if people use it, right?
I prefer the peso to Bitcoin, really, or gold or anything else. The peso is just cheaper and faster.
We've also got some more questions from chat. Tone, they'd like to know about your groceries. And Corey is speculating that even though we haven't seen the large amount of Satoshi coins move, certainly he must have another wallet. I don't know how to prove that, but we'll ask him about it next time we see him.
Okay, is that first question serious? Do you guys want me to answer that?
Very impressed with Bitcoin right now, holding up at where it is. Maybe I don't want to jinx it, but
I'm on the other side of you. I mean, I expected us to be over 3,000 by now. I mean, sooner or later, people are gonna realize this block ain't happening.
Let things play out. Let things play out. A lot of people sold because of the snapshot was over, and now they want to sell back. A lot of these signal guys that like sell their signals, a lot of them are awesome, but some of them were telling people to, sell Bitcoin for alts again because the alts are going to pump, and that could be a smart short-term move. But at the end of the day, they're just doing alts to get back more Bitcoin, accumulate more Bitcoin. I'm all for that, so I'm happy.
Yeah, I think that what you're talking about is correct. People say to go to alts, and if you have a very specific reason to go to an alt, almost insider trading-esque, like that's good. But in terms of the way that the money goes in and out of the entire cryptocurrency space, these are almost like gray derivatives of Bitcoin. So when Bitcoin itself goes up and down, it's not easy to find an alt that's just going to stay exactly where it is as Bitcoin goes up and down. Usually they swing too. So whenever I see people say, diversify into a whole bunch of alts for this or that swing, I'm always like, I hope that they know a specific reason and not just saying it in general, because I've seen people take that strategy in general and get hammered.
So
go ahead, Charlie.
I was going to say, it's like a few months ago, we had a competition amongst a bunch of friends, and the competition was basically everyone take $1,000 and put it into a Bittrex account, and every week we'd have a leaderboard. Is who can have a higher value. We all start with the same amount, right? It was like 5 friends just for fun, and so one guy put all of his money into Tether. And he said, I'm going to win because I'm just going to stay the same. I'm going to stay at $1,000. You guys are all going to be down. And then the whole Bitfinex thing happened with the dollars. And Tether crashed to like 90 cents and he just lost money.
That's hysterical. It's like, I've got the best hedge, and then it instantly crumbles.
Well, Tether's not backed by anything.
Yeah.
Hey, one thing I wanted to point out, there's a thread on RBTC that's sort of keeping track of how much hash rate that Bitcoin Cash has. And apparently the two pools that have some Bitcoin Cash hashing power are via BTC, which we know about, but also Bitcoin.com. They have about 30 petahashes. So that number is around 215, which if we extrapolate, that's about 3.3%, which means that it's about 30 times slower than the Bitcoin one. 30 times about 10 minutes is 300 minutes or 5 hours. So, you know, I mean, if they haven't found it yet, then it's kind of like starting over. But on average, we should find the block in about 5 hours. We're kind of on hour 5 now. So, you know, it's possible that we find something. But yeah, that's just something to know. We're at around 5. You know, we're looking at 5 hours.
I wouldn't actually say we're on hour 5. I would say we're closer on hour 3 or hour 2 because the hash rate didn't start out that way.
That's right.
We were watching it.
An hour.
We were watching it go up, and the thing started. I'm looking at my clock right here, so it's about 12:48. This thing began at around 9:30 or so. So yeah, so we're about 3 hours in, but the hash rate built up to this. So I would say we're going into hour 3 of a 5-hour average.
We do have this video live of the Bitcoin Cash miners. You can see they're active and they're hard at work. Can
we get Samson right now on here? Let's get Samson on this.
I'll reach out to him, but go ahead. Sorry I interrupted you, Charlie.
I think I was just going to say I was very impressed by George from Bitfury, really speaking out on Bitcoin Cash. Really like speaking out against it. I was very impressed. And Bobby Lee, kind of all trolling Bitcoin Cash right now. Like, you don't really see that often where miners are kind of publicly saying another coin or token is kind of stupid like this.
Why don't we just get, like, Jimmy, why don't we just upgrade Bitcoin to have a 5-hour block time?
Because that would be very hard to use.
We need a 5-hour block time in Bitcoin so that it can compete with Bitcoin Cash.
That would be interesting. Very slow emission schedule, I guess, on that. I mean, it's 10 minutes for a reason. I did talk to this Cornell researcher recently, and he said that 10 minutes is like this magical period where blocks are not too fast that, you know, you have like all this orphan risk and stuff, and not too slow that it's bad for exchanges. They did some research and found that was like the optimal block time. How Satoshi knew that, I have no idea, but that seems to be something supported by research.
I think that you're correct, and I think one of the more fun people to listen to talk about this is Richard Hart, because he'll talk about the speed of light is c. Then you have propagation on different sides of the Earth, and then you want, you know, to batch things together so that you can't double spend in 10 minutes in terms of the way that we have our infrastructure laid out and the size of our planet. Like, it's serendipitously perfect. It's really funny.
Someone's pumping Bcash on Kraken right now. Price is over $200.
Well, we'll see. Oh, somebody asked on chat, could someone go through Bitcoin vitals now, like hash rate, transactions, fees, etc., to show viewers we are doing well? Well, hash rate is going to be kind of hard to tell, but as far as we can tell, the blocks are coming in at around the same interval on Bitcoin. So I think the hash rate is mostly the same. It's like 95 to 98% of what it was before. Transactions are going through very easily. Mempool is very almost empty. We've had transactions go through with as little as 1 Satoshi per byte. So you can, if you wanted to buy coffee on Bitcoin, now is the time to do it because it is very, very cheap right now. So go and do whatever Bitcoin transactions you've always wanted to do. Now might be a good time to consolidate a lot of like tiny UTXOs into one giant UTXO if you have a lot of them. And I mean, as a network, Bitcoin is doing fantastic, and you can get in a lot of transactions if you wanted to right now. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
We do have another update from Twitter, so just take a second. I thought it was cute the way they put the hat on there. Sorry, go ahead, Blake. Creative people out there.
And I can't tell you what we're talking about because that GIF was too funny. You've derailed me.
Oh, no. Okay, so I will just pull this up. It did take us about 30 minutes between these blocks by ant pool and by an unknown at the moment. But prior to that, it did only take 5 minutes to find a Bitcoin block. And prior to that, 3 minutes. So it hasn't really been slowing down the finding of the Bitcoin blocks. So let's see, it's now been 10 minutes since the last block in Bitcoin, but the mempool is pretty empty, so you can't send very cheap transactions.
I was also going to mention that somebody was like, let's comment on the health of the Bitcoin network. Well, in certain systems that aren't Windows-based and stuff like that, you have uptime, and you want to have, massive uptime metrics. Be like, yeah, lots of uptime. Well, if we're going to do, like an uptime style ruler measurement on if this is working well or not, Bitcoin is the Mac Daddy king of uptime. Like it's in a category by itself in terms of a giant live global value transfer system. So the scope of how many people that it serves and how many people can use it and the uptime together is pretty good. It's a pretty good system. It's a spicy meatball. And everybody abandoned the chat.
You're still there, Blake. What do you think about the idea that we shouldn't be covering this? Should we be ignoring this story, sticking our heads in the sand?
That's a very, very good thing that I get asked a lot of time. I'll be on Twitter and people be like, you have a World Crypto Network in your description. And then people are like, do you run the World Crypto Network? It's like, no, do you watch the World Crypto Network at all? There's not a king or anything, but people will send me messages all the time. They'll be like, Jimmy Sung is talking about stuff that shouldn't be talked about. We need to no platform Jimmy Sung so that he doesn't do any damage. And I'm from like the camp of like ideas are dangerous if they are left unchecked and don't have anybody to discuss them, which makes no platforming seem like a risk to me. If there is an issue that's being brought up on Bitcoin.com as a major issue, I don't think that us not covering it is really helpful to anybody. So some people might be like, you're just covering this to have something to talk about. And there's another group of people that are like, you're covering this because it's good to get both of those sides out there and let the meritocracy of the better idea speak for itself. And I think that that's what we should focus on.
Hey, so Blake, I don't mean to interrupt you because I completely agree that we need to always be talking about if you don't agree with something, attack the idea, but don't attack the person. That's what
yes.
I'd like to talk about as a breakout right now on Bitcoin. All the exchanges are above 2,700, so maybe we're finally seeing the first effects of this happening.
Nice.
But once again, the hash rate for the fake Bitcoins is continuing to go up. I mean, assuming these numbers are real, right? Like, I don't trust ViaBTC as far as I can throw that website,
But wait, Tone, what I want to do is I want to wait and do like a 7-day average, assuming that this is still around in 7 days from now, and then kind of see that situation, because a lot of times the numbers don't really update as fast as other numbers do, because I think that I've been speaking to a bunch of miners that were excited of the fact that basically because the difficulty takes 2 weeks to adjust on Bitcoin, their thoughts are, okay, if 5% of the Bitcoin network is leaving to mine this Bcash, we're going to fill that void with our own 5% hashing power that we've yet to put onto Bitcoin, because we're not going to be making as money with the difficulty increase. But if they can fill that void in that 2-week window, the difficulty kind of doesn't really move because...
I have to take the other side. I mean, why would anyone have 5% hashing power just sitting around collecting dust? It makes no sense. I mean, it took me a month to set up my miner, but that's because I'm an idiot. But normal people that know what they're doing when it comes to mining, you don't just leave mining equipment laying around. You can redirect it to something. Maybe there was equipment mining, let's say Litecoin, and then they're gonna go, oh, let's go fill this void now.
Yep. That's what's
I have to agree with Charlie though. I have equipment that's not worth it to run, and if there is a dial back in difficulty or whatever, then it does become worth it to run. So I can actually see it from both of your perspectives.
What the hell is John McAfee selling now that he's shipping to Macy's? I just saw my Twitter feed. MGT Beta? What is that?
Well,
I'm sure it's an ICO.
It's an ICO that you can buy like a pre-charged phone card at a gas station.
I was gonna say penis enlargement pills because he might be needing them based on his prior comments.
Yeah, he's gonna have to enlarge that stump to get it back to normal.
I love that. Charlie Lee is so against Bcash right now.
Oh, me too.
He's a good guy, Charlie Lee.
We did have a request from the chat that we could introduce ourselves. Now there's an airplane flying over me.
How many viewers do we have right now?
Not sure.
We've been above 3,000 for hours.
So Tone, why don't you introduce yourself? We'll go to Tone and Jimmy, and then let's all just introduce ourselves. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, new viewers of our channel, for coming in. You may not be familiar with our work. My name is Tone Vays. I'm a consistent contributor to the World Crypto Network. I came from the traditional finance space, joined the Bitcoin world around 2013-14, quit my Wall Street job in 2015 to try and do this full time. I had dreams of being a big time trader, but content creation had a little bit more of a calling. I still focus on trading, charting, economics, and that's what I bring to the World Crypto Network. My website is libertylifetrail.com, and I'm also very active on Twitter as Tone Vays, along with my own YouTube channel. You can find me, just Google me on YouTube as Tone Vays, and that's where I cover trading, economics, and things like that. And I mean, to pay the bills, I've become a consultant, a private consultant for those looking to talk about trading, finance, economics, learn to trade, things like that. So if you are looking for those tools and you think I'm your guy, feel free to reach out.
All right, and Jimmy, how about a little bit of your background?
Sure, I'm a Bitcoin developer and entrepreneur. I've worked at a bunch of Bitcoin-related companies, including Armory, Monetas, and now at Paxos. I'm the principal blockchain architect there. I've been in the Bitcoin space since about 2011. I write a lot of articles on Medium. You can follow me on Twitter. And you can look at my code on GitHub. I think it's on my little. The blue bar that shows up whenever I'm talking. Anyway, go take a look if you are so inclined. I enjoy, talking about this stuff with people like Tone and Thomas and Blake and Charlie. And it's been a wild ride. But hit me up on Twitter if you want to talk or just have ideas for some articles that I should write. That's oftentimes how I get them, is just Twitter interactions or shows like this where we'll talk about something interesting and it's like an interesting thread that I want to sort of expand as a part of thinking about it.
All right, my name is Thomas Hunt. I started making YouTube videos about Bitcoin about 4 years ago. I started out making more silly videos on the MadBitcoins channel. I've got goggles, a crazy hat, and a green screen. And I kind of did the Bitcoin news there for about 2 years straight. I did about 5 episodes a week, 600 total daily live episodes. I also started the World Crypto Network and the show The Bitcoin Group. We do a weekly roundup of Bitcoin news every Friday at around 1 o'clock here on the World Crypto Network. And just thank you so much to everybody for watching. And if you could all please subscribe down below. We do shows like this pretty much all the time, but this is obviously our most famous one. So thank you very much for being here. Blake, why don't you introduce yourself, and then we'll go to Charlie.
My name is Blake Anderson. I have been an autodidact, or I tried to be a self-learner for most of my life. I was homeschooled in high school, and then after that, I went on to try to really embrace autodidactism. I learned the trivium, grammar, logic, and rhetoric, and then I moved from more basic logic into computer science from there. Eventually, I started my own company and worked in corp-to-corp contracts with Fortune 25 companies like Wells Fargo. And then after working with them for a while, I looked at the value proposition of how they basically secure their information and how there's a lot of insurance basis, and it's not just pure mathematical security. And so I started working with Bitcoin and advising therein. About 2 years after I got involved in Bitcoin, the IRS made its first declaration in terms of it being, taxable or not. So they finally made a decision about it. And then I went to the Texas Bitcoin conference. I got to see Charlie talk there, which was amazingly a good talk. I remember somebody was ringing his doorbell, and he was so passionate about the talk that he was giving that he was like, hold on. And he went and he disabled his doorbell, and he came back and sat down and was like, now that we've got that out of the way. So it's just been a really, really great ride from the beginning, moving from a space that was, kind of a fintech oriented, but just not done well and doesn't make you happy, to move over into a fintech space that really, grabs cypherpunk ideals by the roots. And I've been, it's been the happiest thing in my life working with Bitcoin. It's been a lot harder than just getting a paycheck from Wells Fargo, but I have been a lot happier.
And finally, our guest, Charlie Shrem. First, fortunately, everyone's probably familiar with Charlie, but why don't you go ahead and give him a little bit of your background as well?
Hi, guys. My name is Charlie Shrem. I got involved in Bitcoin in 2011 and I lost a bunch of money when a bunch of different exchanges were hacked and the price crashed on that first bubble. I started a company, BitInstant, which was a way for a lot of people to buy and sell Bitcoin. I've been involved in the space for a long time. I took a sabbatical in prison for a year, and now I'm working on the Jax wallet and doing a bunch of other stuff.
Very good. All right. Thanks, everybody, for the donations, and thanks for watching. We're still keeping up. The price of Bitcoin is at 2720. So like Charlie said, we have broken out above 2,700. Meanwhile, though, the price of Bitcoin Cash at Kraken looks like it's loading slowly, but according to the title, I can see it's 220. Not sure if this is a current price.
It's going up and down, and then right now, like, it seems like Kraken is the only true price because it's the most liquid exchange that's actually trading it. And
mine just refreshed. There it is, 160.
Yeah, it's going down. And then I think someone just told me Bitfinex is starting to trade it, but I have to go. Can someone verify that? He said the price is 0.8.
I put up a link, Thomas, if you want to go and show that, or tone it.
I did want to offer a quick correction. The average Bitcoin price right now is $27.49 when averaged across exchanges.
Yeah. I want to say, I think Charlie's friend is going to have the trade of the day with the 56,000 euro. He moved quickly. It seemed like he got that 300 level. We're here talking on this show. I can't move anything around. So
he killed it. And I have to go look at the screenshot again and see how many Bitcoin he sold to see what his average price was, but he killed it.
Compared to that guy, we're all sitting here quadriplegic with our thumbs in our asses.
It does look like the $300 price on Bitfinex, which is very different than what's going on at Kraken. So let's see how long this arbitrage opportunity lasts.
Yeah, it's got to be liquidity because there's not as much Bitcoin Cash on Bitfinex as there is on Kraken because they're probably handing out Bitcoin Cash to anybody that had a balance. So that's my guess. Once the leverage trading comes to Bitfinex on Bitcoin Cash, I think that will provide more liquidity there and more swings and better, more consistent price.
Hey, can we mention a comment from one of our, was somebody in the live chat, super chat? Thank you for your donation. It highlighted the comment. And here's what it said. ROFL, at least one default Electron Cash server operator has switched his server over to Bitcoin plus BIP 148, bait and switch. I don't know if that's true, but that actually does sound hilarious.
I'll also note that at via BTC, BCC seems to be trading at around the 300 level. So Kraken might be the exception and not the rule. So we'll have to see as the day goes on, especially when that first block is found, what's going to happen.
Release the crikey.
Let's just ask some beginner and basic questions to Jimmy. So Jimmy, right now, let's say that we had our Bitcoin and we wanted to send it around. What happens to the Bitcoin Cash?
So whatever because we're having the forking block next on Bitcoin Cash, anything that you send on normal Bitcoin will not affect the Bitcoin Cash you already have. There's no replay is not an issue. Wipeout is probably not an issue. So you're just going to have to. You can just do normal Bitcoin transactions. Nothing's changed on Bitcoin. And in fact, fees are so low right now. You can. I mean, we're seeing like 1 Satoshi per byte transactions going through without a hitch. So. There's a lot of exchanges are sort of offline right now and not doing deposits and withdrawals. which means that you can get into these blocks for very cheap. So this would be the time to do it.
Hey, I just got I just got a private message. I'm not gonna say who it's from, but apparently we have been live streamed by an actual professional trading desk all morning. That they're a traditional trading desk, but they have gotten into trading altcoins and Bitcoin, and they have had us on, like, instead of like CNN or CNBC or Bloomberg, they've had us streaming all morning with this show.
Well, I love that. I also love on LinkedIn when I share the show, it tells me who watches it. And whenever it tells me who watches, like EY and Google and like these investment firms and stuff like that, and I'm always like, shoot, son, we're just a bunch of good old boys talking on them internets.
So it looks like we're seeing a divergence in most people are actually selling their Kraken, their Bcash for BTC. It's almost at 20% of the volume compared to Euro. Dollar is only at 10%, so that's good. The price is lowest on the Bcash to Bitcoin price, so people can get more money. Actually, $20 more if they sold it for dollars, but they're still selling it for Bitcoin. So I'm happy to see those numbers, guys.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm seeing when I try to go to Kraken. So let's see.
I'm just pinging the API. It seems like the API is down less than this website is.
Yeah, I think the website
sounds like a lot of arbitrage opportunities that aren't being like taken advantage of. Probably because Bitcoin Cash is blockchain, doesn't have any blocks. Once they have some blocks, maybe some of these arbitrage windows will close a little bit. But yeah,
it's funny. It was a similar thing with IOTA. When IOTA released, there was an arbitrage opportunity that was massive, but the way that it was being traded, you couldn't. Like, that's why the huge difference was there. You couldn't bridge that gap, and a lot of people were frustrated. I got a lot of messages being like, "How can I tap into that?" And I was like, I've been asking the same thing. So hopefully, if there's a huge ARB opportunity and this starts working, people can crush it. But I don't know. It seems like maybe not a car in fifth gear, but a truck that's in a much higher gear than that, being cloned and trying to get a start from zero.
Well, Bitcoin continues to move. We are now 35 blocks ahead of the Bitcoin Cash scam fork. So let's see how far away we can get. I mean, at some point they're gonna give up, though. Again, I'm personally still bothered by this number ticking up. I will, I gotta do something for a celebration the moment I see it tick down, because once this thing ticks down, it's over.
What's the deal with ant pool mining, like empty blocks lately? They're still doing it.
Oh, segregated witness isn't fully in yet. I think that should like put the brakes on that. Maybe.
It's just annoying.
Yeah. Does look like the mempool's gotten a little bit bigger. It's over a megabyte finally. I think for most of the 30 blocks or so that we've been watching, it was somewhere in the 100 kilobyte to 500 kilobyte range, and these blocks weren't full at all. But yeah, it looks like maybe we'll get a full block soon, and a lot of people are taking advantage of the low fees.
Hey Jimmy, quick question: someone asked me, is there a risk for a chain reorganization similar to BIP 148 for Bcash?
For Bcash, yeah. So they can, if they do have like 2 to 5%, which is what we've been speculating on this show, then you can put on 6%. Somebody like Bitmain could put 6% and reorganize that entire chain, which is why we were saying it would be crazy for Kraken to, take any confirmations that are less than, take any deposits that have less than like three to 6 confirmations, because it's so easy to,
So right now, any miner can put more hashing power than VFBTC has right now. Any miner can put 201 petahashes and essentially do a 51% attack on the Bcash network if they wanted to.
Yeah, except they haven't found any blocks, so there's nothing to reverse. There's no.
Okay, so let me.
You can also have a cascading fork attack then if somebody's really, really, really upset and they just keep forking off the forks. That can be a huge issue as well.
Well, let me throw this at you. I mean, I remember Bitfury being well over 10%, right? So is it possible that right now someone has been stealth mining? Like, remember even Antpool swore that they would stealth mine the hard fork chain.
So is it possible that someone that wants to make sure this hard fork dies has been stealth mining and has already found 1 block or 2 blocks, and they're ahead, but they never propagated those blocks? And after the first block is found on the via BTC chain, and maybe a second block, and somebody like Kraken puts those transactions on the books, someone else comes out and says, we got a longer blockchain, completely reorganizes that whole nonsense.
Oh my God, that would be insane.
Well, so that could happen.
That would be insane.
And the way to do that would be to wait like 10 blocks and then release your 11 blockchain that's a little bit longer, and do it in such a way so that the difficulty doesn't adjust down and keep it like super slow.
We're not advocating for this, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, it does need to be discussed.
Let's not go that far.
It needs to be discussed, though. Like I said earlier, there's a difference between advocating for something and then, like, you can't not bring up things that are relevant and of material importance because you're afraid that they're going to affect things that are not ephemerally about the truth. You have to report and tell the truth because it's what the truth is. I mean, it's what redeems the world from hell.
We were all worried about this with the user activated soft fork side. Why isn't anyone mentioning this on this nonsense?
I mean, it's entirely possible. I think we all knew that. Anytime there's a minority fork with a very little hash power, that might happen. And then what happens if you do use the 11 blocks is that you can you're basically forced to change your proof of work function in order to not get attacked. And then at that point, you're a complete altcoin, right? Like this can be, there can be a lot of consequences to an attack like this, and this may be a way to like completely ruin it.
I kind of like the way it is right now. This is like the best crypto right now because no one can dump it because there are no blocks. It's like awesome.
Everyone's forced to hodl. Yeah, unless you're on I guess Kraken's sort of forced to hodl, and you know they have to give it to their customers and they can sell it, but they can't themselves.
All you have to do is maximize the systemic risk as much as you can for that maximal upside, then make it impossible to sell. All problems totally solved.
So we just found 2 more real Bitcoin blocks in the last 3 minutes.
Wow.
So moving on up.
I mean, the still waiting for that 0 fee Bitcoin transaction to confirm. Nope, still sitting there.
Yeah, they've the blocks have been pretty full the last few. So
but this just cleaned it all up.
Yeah. Oh wow.
I mean, we just
cleaned it up. We got a donation
for
2 cents. We got a donation for 2 cents, and they paid a 1 cent fee, and that just confirmed. So Thomas, you that's a UTXO you're never going to be able to spend except possibly today. So you better like consolidate a lot of these like low value UTXOs into
Thomas, you definitely want to do it. We got a bunch of little donations today. We definitely want to consolidate those today.
Tone, how long ago was it that I sent you $1 and had to pay $1 or $2 as a transaction fee? Was that like a month or 2 ago?
That was about a month ago. That was like during the height of it all.
God, that was funny.
Yeah. But by the way, thank you to whoever continues to donate to the donations welcome thing that Tone put up. We had like a donation of about $50, another for 2 cents. That was more an experiment. $7, $6, $7, 8 cents, 60 cents, $8, $1, $30. We're still waiting for that $33 one with no transaction fee.
Yeah, that's trollish right there, right? It's like they're donating $33, but it may never confirm, and they'll get it back, right?
Or unless they do child pays for parent or replace by fee, in which case that would work. But we did. To be fair, we did ask them to.
Yeah, we did. But this is awesome. It's like, damn, that's a good donation right there, and it's a good experiment too.
Do you love the number too? It's like 0.012345667. That's the amount that they donated.
I didn't even notice that.
I appreciate the donations too, because when you look at the motivations that they line up, if we're getting donations from a decentralized area, it makes it so that we can tell the truth without having to worry about like, this, fund avenue or that funding avenue. And it also makes it so that we try to be, entertaining and funny and like make it so that the show is interesting to watch. So I think those
and we can make fun of companies.
Yeah, we make fun of companies, exactly. And some companies really need to be made fun of, and hopefully they pivot to a smarter area. But you can't just be like, that company's my favorite. I'm emotionally going to not report the news about them. Like that's not. People don't want that.
Yeah, we are almost 40 blocks ahead of the.
I'm trying to buy
other
the domain name 478558.com. That's like a great domain name right now.
You're going with the block numbers?
Yeah,
That's awesome.
it's a great domain. Someone else is probably buying it before me right now, actually.
Hey, when you say it, you gotta just do it.
You announced it.
Well, I'm on name.com right now, which I've never used before. Yeah. But
hey, Charlie,
cheap. You can pay for it with Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'm listening. What's up, Tone?
Hey, Charlie, no, you've never, like, about 6 months ago, I was just like sitting on my couch. I forgot I was watching something. I think it was like a sports game, and I like jumped off my couch because I realized tonebase.com might be available. So it just like came into my head like randomly, like about 5 or 6 months ago. And I'm like, oh my God, someone is gonna totally steal this from me. So like ran to my computer and it was available. I'm like, oh, thank God.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Apparently that domain that Charlie said is taken.
Probably just got taken.
That domain name already. I can't buy it now.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. And also, I already had 4 episodes of my crypto scam podcast out. And then the same thing, it's like this epiphany. Whoa, I should check if cryptoscam.com is available. And it was. So now I own that domain too.
Tone really needs an assistant, like him not thinking to have the website of his name for that long. I mean, he's overworked.
I wish my name wasn't a generic Asian one. Oh well. Mine's
you just got to strike earlier if you want to domain like thomashunt.com.
Hey, Jimmy, on the internet,
Jimmy.
On the internet, you can be any name that you like.
Okay.
No, you got to go by your own name.
I'm gonna be Batman, Superman. All right.
No one else has Jimmy's song. Like, that's a great.
Hey, you know what? If we're gonna turn the World Crypto Network into what we stick around, we're gonna turn this into like a mega media empire, and then you'll claim trademarks on that name, and then you'll go and claim the domain.
Yeah, unfortunately, last names like mine are pretty common, so yeah, it can be tough. Anyway, do you guys own your domain names, or should I like change my name to World Crypto Network or something?
What do you mean?
I have charlieshrem.com.
Oh yeah, Thomas, do you have your own?
Yes, I do have.
Blake is buying his name right now.
Oh no, thomashunt.com is under a lot of competition. A lot of people want that one.
Well, I'm still, my Tone Vays redirects to Liberty Life Trail for now. That's my website. I just have Tone Vays for redirecting to it, but I will probably make it a standalone for like something.
Yeah. My full name is still my old business of sending poo to people through the mail, so I got to update that.
That's the best business.
Not for real.
Oh, I just got an email.
We were doing that for Bitcoin for a while, but I think the problem was you couldn't get human poo. You had to get other kinds of poo.
That's got to be human. Like I can tell that. Like if you send me poo and it's not human, I'm not gonna be rustled. It's not gonna rustle my jimmies.
I'm very excited to say that that the 2-bit idiot Ryan Selkis is finally sending his email newsletters again. I just got one.
Oh, nice.
He's back.
It looks like, Charlie, have you joined the witness protection program there? Say that you are Satoshi Nakamoto. We'll blur your voice later.
Hello. My name is Craig Wright.
If you don't have $20,000, then piss off.
Oh, Craig Wright.
Yeah, didn't they promise they were not going to accept segregated witness blocks? I'm still waiting for that. Or is that another lie from that side? Like in that presentation, they said they would not they would have their own nodes that will not accept segregated witness blocks. I'm dying to see if they're actually going to go through that. I don't think, obviously they won't. But,
well, we won't be able to see it until like August 23rd when SegWit is live, so that's going to take a while.
Wait, I thought me and you just discussed it. I thought it was going to be. I thought SegWit was going live at the end of August.
August 6th, I thought.
Yeah. So August 8th to 11th is when it'll lock in, but it's a 2-week period after that it'll be active, which is around August 23rd, August 24th, August 25th, something
So
like that.
so worst case scenario, August 25th. So as of August 25th, we're actually going to have segregated witness transactions.
Yeah, and SegWit blocks as a result of that.
Okay,
So imagine if we have something like a hard fork of that happening in 2 weeks or like 3 weeks. Again, we might have to have this show again and have like this live thing where, you know, Craig Wright's company has like 2% of hashing power.
I know.
We're waiting for a block.
Like I said this morning, if this insane experiment today is successful, we can be doing this show every day, because this becomes the new business model of everyone like turning their Bitcoin into the shitcoin of choice.
Hey, Jimmy, why is the network hash rate of Bitcoin about 50 petahashes higher than that of Bcash?
That 5% replacement theory.
Yeah, I mean, there's always new mining equipment coming online. The manufacturers in China are churning them out because mining is so profitable.
So even though you're looking at 214 petahashes moving onto Bcash, you're still looking at a network hash rate that increased since 38 blocks ago. The hash rate has increased by almost 50 petahashes. That's very interesting.
I mean, that's an estimate based on how quickly we're finding the blocks. It could be luck. It could be more equipment. It's hard to tell.
It could be variance, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just get excited about this stuff.
The more total oomph you have, the more variance.
Okay.
Yeah, it's that's always like a tricky thing to estimate, because you know, like nobody actually counts the number of hashes that each machine does, and even if we could, nobody would reveal it. So we're in this weird situation where we have to figure it out. Hey, did we have someone new joining us?
We're also joined by Simon Dixon. How's it going, Simon? What are your thoughts about Bitcoin Cash?
Hello. I can hear everyone at once.
We're all excited to see you.
Oh, I've got to stop the video. I know why.
Yeah. You're probably watching us and joining at the same time. You might want to also grab headphones, but you seem to be okay for now.
Cool. Okay. How's it going, guys?
Introduce yourself, Simon. We have like a lot of new people watching us that are new to Bitcoin in general. So introduce yourself and then tell us what you think about the situation, especially if you've been watching us for a little while.
Yeah, I'm Simon Dixon from banktothefuture.com. And yeah, been around Bitcoin for a while, and I just got off Kraken. Found a load of BCH on there. Managed to sell those into the market. Just waiting for some on Bitfinex, but obviously didn't have too many on exchange. But yeah, managed to sell quite a few on there. So I'm not sure whether everyone's getting their balances at the same time or what's happening.
What percent of your stash did you sell?
Don't know if I want to answer that one, but
just a percentage. It's not like your net worth or anything. Just a percentage.
Well, I sold all of the coins that I had on Kraken.
Wow.
So yeah, got rid of all those, and then just seeing what happens on Bitfinex at the moment. And then there was obviously a chunk of coins which I'm just keeping in cold and don't want to risk and play around with.
Wow. And what price did you manage to get on Kraken? We saw that it was fluctuating quite a bit.
Yeah, so I think, I don't know, I put them in market orders, and Kraken was really, really, it was crashing. It was really sketchy. They're finding it hard to keep up with the volume and the traffic they're getting at the moment. So I just did a few market orders, and I'm going to go through what I actually got there. But I think it was upward of $100 per BCH or something.
You guys, I'm going to drop out of the stream. Thank you guys so much for being on for so long. I don't know how song is still going. I'm so hungry that my stomach is digesting itself. But you guys have enough people on now, so Godspeed and keep up the good work. Bye.
All right, no pressure. Blake's gone. I was halfway through my banana, starting on my apple, but it's all right. We'll keep that energy going. Are there any more questions from the chat? They're saying, how can they get BCC from a paper wallet? Let's go to Jimmy on that one. Technical question.
I'm
Nope,
in the
Jimmy.
middle of a bite, man.
All right. It's Simon and me. Simon, anything happening on Bank to the Future? Anything new going on?
Bank to the Future, we're actually just digesting all this ICO craze at the moment, because obviously we're a traditional equity investment platform, and ICOs have really taken a lot of attention away from equity. So what we're seeing at the moment is, really great companies. Like we've got CoinSecure at the moment on the platform that we're investing in. One of the largest exchanges in India. In my personal opinion, India is one of the greatest opportunities for Bitcoin. And yet, they're not raising anything like what an ICO can raise right now. So it seems that the market prefers to invest in an idea than a business that's doing really well. So
Yeah, it's safer.
yeah. So yeah, I mean, we're kind of digesting this ICO stuff. One thing that's happened right now, actually, obviously everyone's talking about Bitcoin Cash, and that's diverted a lot of the attention. But Singapore Central Bank have actually just released that certain tokens will be securities. So they're copying the SEC announcement, and I expect a bunch of central banks and regulators are all going to follow in those footsteps. But Singapore was where a lot of these tokens are actually, the people are taking these jurisdictions. So that's really significant in terms of what that actually means. So yeah, I mean, we're in a very changing environment. A lot of investors are just diverted away to only wanting to invest in very fast returns. And that's kind of having its toll upon businesses that are actually doing things beyond ideas and beyond white papers, that are actually making revenue, doing great stuff. So what we're seeing is a lot of businesses are now trying to figure out, well, if we're doing something really good here, how do we adjust to the ICO market? And it seems like the investor market is going to be forcing tokens upon all the traditional businesses, because if look at it, like blockchain.info raised about $14 million through traditional VC with Richard Branson, at the same time as Bancor, for an idea, was raising $150 million. So it's a very interesting time that we're in, we're just seeing how investors' appetites are changing, businesses are now changing how they're going to do things. And we're kind of in a shift, and it's interesting, if this ICO market does produce some kind of responsible, different product at the end of it, which it looks like the market's going to force it that way, then we'll see.
So what's the solution? Are you going to add some kind of a coin to Bank of the Future and give people this receipt or this coin? Because that does seem to be the only difference between, say, blockchain.info and 15 million, and then Bancor with 150 million. They gave you a token, right? It was a better deal.
The difference is liquidity, so you can dump it fast, and that's a major difference. Yeah. So we're looking at what types of models we can change, whether it's because what a lot of the venture capitalists are doing right now is the companies are pitching the VCs. And they're saying, well, we'll invest for equity, but when are you going to do the token? And so what they're looking to do is get free tokens or highly discounted tokens for their equity investment, so that they can kind of hedge their bets, where they make the money if the long-term investment, gets to IPO or gets to exit. And they can make some shorter terms if the network effect actually comes through. So in a sense, there's probably a model that does come out of this that makes it better for investors, better for companies. But the real answer is the liquidity there once you have regulations, or is all the liquidity there because there is no regulations? And I think there is something to be said that now the crypto market have really become very wealthy. And now there's like $100 billion of market cap around. they're willing to invest in themselves. And kind of the positive side of this is we've created a self-sustaining ecosystem whereby if you want to create something interesting in this market, then there's more than enough investors that are already willing, you know, and understand kind of where they think the market is going, whether it goes that way or not. And they don't have to go to VCs. They don't have to do the traditional stuff. So we've kind of created a self-sustaining market, which is funding itself. And, you know, if you think some of the ideas that are coming through are pretty crazy, there's a bunch of crazy people that are willing to invest in that. And it's interesting times. You know, I kind of, the one thing that I try and remind myself when I get a bit skeptical and negative about it is $100 billion of value has been created here without regulations, without governments, without those things. You know, maybe that value is just $50 billion of real value, and $42 billion of it is Bitcoin, and $8 billion is something else. But it's still been created here, and that you know, I remember when I first spoke at that first Bitcoin conference in 2011, it was under $1 billion and very uncertain whether it was going to get here. You know, Charlie was you know, around in those days, and you know, it's here. It's interesting, and we got to adjust with the market. You know, the market's kind of is saying new things and giving us new challenges and saying new ways of what they want to do things.
I do think that's part of the problem. A lot of the money that we have in this ecosystem is basically, I think it's young money. It might be people that are maybe 7-year-olds and now they have $1 million in Ethereum. And so they're looking for somewhere to invest it. So obviously these ICOs are working, and pretty soon they have 10 or $50 million and they're 7 years old. And they're just investing randomly in these things. Not to characterize all investors that way, but I think a lot of the money is just brand new and it needs a place to go.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, so that, you know, with our platform, we just deal with accredited investors and we do KYC, and so they're all people that have built genuine wealth in this sector or were wealthy in their own field. But yeah, the retail investors, the crypto market has produced a model whereby if there is genuine utility in your token, it's very hard to classify it as a security. But the challenge is a lot of these ICOs are kind of copying and pasting each other's ICOs without hiring lawyers. And they're adding new things like dividends and profit shares and all things that then turn it into a security. And there's going to be a bit of a pushback from that as well. So, but it does bring up a very interesting question, which is when the token does have utility, what's the difference between buying and selling wholesale and retail? You know, retail and wholesale and selling it on eBay versus what's happening in the ICO market with utility tokens. And the SEC announcement really drew that strong line between saying, well, this is what we think a security is. So, you know, you've got all these people doing decentralized funds and profit shares and dividends, and, you know, these are clearly securities. But what about the kind of things that Civic's doing, and you know, where there is utility to the token? These can be sold as products, and just because there's a secondary market doesn't make it a security. Really interesting challenge ahead, and then the challenges of claiming jurisdiction as well. But I think at the end of it, the market's gonna find an interesting solution. And I think at the end of this, you know, you're going to get the unregulated markets, you're going to get the regulated markets, but I think equity is going to be a better product and more attractive product for investors once we've got through what this is actually going to look like in the end.
I agree, and it's still just a developing space. We've got to see what's going on out there. Charlie, what do you think about the ICOs? I know there's been a lot happening recently. What do you think?
Yeah, so I dodged a bullet. I almost did an ICO, and I'm kind of happy I didn't, because it's just one of those things where maybe people have like risk thresholds that are maybe more liberal than I, but it's really all gray area right now. Everything is gray area, and I know, like, I read this article. This guy said, yeah, we're launching an ICO, and we weren't sure if it's a security, so we Googled the Howey test, and we familiarized ourselves with it, and it seems that we're okay. I'm like, okay, really? You Googled the Howey? You didn't even know what it was? and then you're just kind of off the cuff, like, yep, check marks, we're good to go. You know what it's about? If there's one email from an executive to a potential investor of an ICO that says, hey, buy my token, we're going to get it listed on this exchange and it's going to go up 5x, boom, smoking gun, securities fraud. That's all you need. All you need is a smoking gun. All you need is one. It's really dangerous. And what worries me is that big investors can be on the hook as well. It's really dangerous. So, I mean, that's really all I have to say. It's just dangerous right now.
Now, there's something Tone's been saying for a while as a joke, and I think a lot of us have been saying this, but what if when Amazon came out, if they made you buy Amazon tokens? What about if eBay came out, they made you buy eBay tokens? And he's saying this as an absurd idea, that there's no reason anyone would do that. No one would want to do that. But it's actually more and more looking like that's all the ICOs are, is these prepaid access. You're buying something at a lower discount. What if I could pre-buy all of my Amazon purchases for the next 10 years, and for my $5,000, they would give me 10 grand worth of purchasing? Why wouldn't I hold Amazon's token? Why wouldn't I hold eBay's token? I'll just go to Simon and then we'll go to Charlie. What do you think, Simon? Going to get some of those tokens? You got to unmute yourself first. But yeah, I think it's going to be a sweet deal.
Yeah, I mean, and the old argument is that, if you look back at Tim Berners-Lee, he invented the internet and he's not half as rich as the founders of Google and Facebook. And if the ICO model did exist, you can't really translate that because the internet didn't exist then. But if the ICO model did exist then, perhaps the inventors of the protocol would have become as rich as the founders of Facebook and Google did. I think it's a really interesting point. And the analogy that I gave is that imagine if ICOs gets real traction, then, Apple's just going to delist and say, well, why do we go through all this investor relations? Why can't we do these insider trading? Why can't we, do all these things that you can do with an ICO? But the important thing is, when imagine if Apple overnight said you can only buy an iPad with our token. You wouldn't be selling. The ICO price theoretically would crash. The stock price would crash because the sales would have a significant reduction. But hybrid models are coming through. I think it's silly forcing people to buy things with the token because that's just not how the world works. Imagine if iPad.
Simon, let me just my analogy has always been, it's not that they would create a token. Because the token in the crypto space is openly traded. My specific analogy was, what if Apple, instead of a token, like literally all you would pay, the only currency accepted at Apple Store was fractions of Apple stock. And now every purchaser of an Apple device has to make a decision every minute of every day. Do I want to hold on to the Apple stock as a speculative tool, or do I want to spend it to buy an iPod? This is the dilemma that every one of these tokens in crypto now has. They've turned every user of their product into the speculator of the platform.
Yeah, and if your iPad costs you half or twice as much in the same day, based upon the results of Apple's reporting, or whether Steve Jobs came back from the dead and decided to do some insider trading, then that would definitely have an impact on the underlying business. So I think the model's kind of emerging. I think people that are just saying you have to use our token in order to purchase, it isn't the model that will move forward. I think they'll be doing a combination of, like if you look at something like storage, they're saying, we have a two-tiered market. We have the market of farmers that are providing the computers that are powering the network, kind of like the miners, and they get paid in Storage X. But we're going out to corporates and we're selling, here's what might be a cheaper version of Amazon S3, and you can pay with fiat. And they're just doing a traditional software as a service model. And that's, kind of thinking in the real world as opposed and combining it with the benefits of being able to do micro payments to the farmers that are providing the network. Whether this works or not, But they're combining the real world with the traditional world. And the problem with a lot of the ICOs that we're seeing coming through right now is they're screwing up their business model to fit into the ICO model.
It's true. It's true.
And
Hey
they're
guys,
kind of saying, how can we do that?
I got to jump off here. Thanks for having me on the show today. And I want to do this again. So later on, Tone and Tom will chat because I love this. This is fun.
All right, awesome. Hey, thanks for coming on, Charlie.
Thanks
Yeah,
for
it was
having me.
great.
Talk to
Great
guys
having
later.
you, Charlie. Thanks for
Bye.
being here. Bye-bye. All right, we're down to just Simon. No pressure, but the pressure's on.
Dude, I'm hanging in there, man. Me and Jimmy started around 8 a.m. on my time, so
I've actually been with you the whole way, Tony.
Really?
I was, I'm normally in Hong Kong and I'm visiting family in London at the moment, so I was in really good timing for this. And yeah, I was logging into my Kraken account, trying to see what was going on there, and then Jimmy said we got to wait for 6 blocks. So I went and did my dentist appointment, came back, and then they said there's another, and then suddenly I realized I've been stuck here for 5 hours, wasting a whole day, and I just said, right, today's a write-off. So,
but you got plenty of company. We finally dropped below 3,000 viewers. We've had that going for hours and hours.
Oh, that's as soon as I came on. I went below 3,000.
No, I think people actually at some point, people do have to eat and maybe shower and maybe return a phone call. So yeah, we'll see how long we can keep it going, because I don't think they're mining this block anytime soon. Even though the hash rate on via BTC continues to tick up, it is at 216 petahash plus whatever Bitcoin.com has. But they continue. I'll do a share screen right now just for the update. So here it is, and they continue to fall behind the Bitcoin blockchain. They are now exactly 40 blocks behind the Bitcoin, the traditional Bitcoin blockchain. And whoever tweeted this out, big shout out. Someone is watching us in virtual reality, so that's pretty cool. So there it is, Crypto Sand. So that's really cool, actually. I didn't even know you can do that.
Cool. Okay, so I still don't understand how I got those tokens on Kraken if we haven't mined, if the first block hasn't been mined yet. Was that some kind of, they just matched the balance?
It's an IOU. Basically, what they probably did was you gave your Bitcoin to Kraken. So you cannot withdraw that Bitcoin from Kraken until after they split it and pay those people what they owe.
If I look at my account now, there's no ability to withdraw the Bitcoin.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't withdraw the Bitcoin, right? That's my guess. I'm not really using Kraken, so my guess is they got a lot of pressure. They wanted to make some money on fees, so they opened it up for trading, and there you go. So now people are kind of trading IOUs based on their locked up Bitcoin that will be split by Kraken. The worry is that what if like something bad happens to that chain and there's a reorganization in the future, like what we brainstormed on earlier. What if there is someone secretly mining this Bitcoin Cash chain, and it has already mined a couple of blocks and is not informing the world that they've done that? They would wait for the real 6 or 7 blocks. Kraken would credit people's accounts, and then they would show up with a longer chain, wiping everything out, and probably Kraken's business in the process.
Yeah, well, it goes more complicated than the Kraken just wanting trading fees, which obviously the volatility and more markets is better. But we had the same experience. So at Bank to the Future, some people have Bitcoin balances. We try not to take counterparty risk. We just allow people to invest direct rather than holding their balances. But some of them had, and we said we didn't want to rebuild our whole platform to have this new currency that then will suddenly not be there. And you get a lot of negativity. You get, the clients that are saying, "Oh, you're stealing my coins" and all that stuff. And so there's a real pressure, because at the end of the day, Coinbase are getting a lot of slack from their customers because they do want their BCH coin, and they're going to be asking, well, Coinbase, what are you doing with those BCH coins? Are you just going to be giving them up, or there's still probably, I think I looked at the charts in Coinbase, there's still allegedly $500 million worth of Bitcoins on balance there. So, it's customer demands as well. It's kind of like the ICO stuff that we're seeing. You have to cater for the customer demands as well. So it's a very challenging situation. And, this is nothing but a pain in the ass for a lot of people.
Well,
I mean,
right. No, I agree with that. But remember, Coinbase can always, they handle everything poorly. I'm not saying, here's my suggestion, what they should have done. I'm not saying it's the right suggestion. What they should have done was, we don't believe this altcoin is going to be viable. We don't want to support it. All they had to do was say that, and then say, however, if this altcoin happens to have a so-and-so market value, let's say a month from its genesis block, we will then go ahead and split the coins and reward them for you, like in the future. And they could have done that, right? They didn't have to tell people to take their Bitcoins off. So they could have just told people that, hey, if this does turn into something, which we don't think it will, we can always split the coins later. So they could have done that. And that's still an option. Like you said, if they still have $1 billion in coins, they can still split them and get that Bitcoin cash a month from now, 2 months from now, whenever they like. You just have to be careful about doing it. Like me and Charlie agree on this. We have private keys that we want to keep private. Taking out your private key to chase this carrot of an extra 10% gain, you screw up, you can lose all of your Bitcoin.
Yeah, absolutely. And it brings up another interesting question is, what about the BTCE Bitcoins? Do the FBI own those? Is the FBI what are they going to do with their BCHs?
Well, I don't think the FBI has a lot of their coins. I think they only got their hot wallet, and the majority was in a cold wallet. So I have a feeling that BTCE is still in control. All of those coins that were moving, I still think BTCE is in control of 90% of the coins on there. That's why they're still promising to come back and at the very least pay people back. The people might take a 10% haircut. That would be unreasonably honorable by BTCE to actually return those coins. They got a green light to just run away with them right now. So if they do that, hey, hat off to them.
I can't believe what the market threw. I tell you, the BTCE stuff was, to me, it kind of filled the whole piece of the puzzle that was missing in the whole history of Bitcoin. Now, people could call me an idiot because I didn't actually put this together, but it just makes sense because it just made sense that BTCE was the exchange for all of the hack coins.
It makes perfect sense.
To me, it took this actual announcement for me to actually realize, because I always wondered, if you're doing these ransoms, if you've got these dark web coins, if you've got these hacked coins, where are you actually exchanging those for fiat? And the fact that massive, there was some uproar, but there wasn't a Mt. Gox style uproar, when people were losing their coins, because obviously all the people that lost their coins, many of them were the people that couldn't make an uproar. So it kind of, I'm still trying to digest what that actually means for Bitcoin. Does it mean that there's a chunk of the market lost, or does it, after the Silk Road bust, the price obviously had a big rally? But the thing is, we're dealing with so much at the same time. We've got the end of the road for what appeared to be a laundering platform. We've got the SEC ICO bubbles. We've got all those things happening, and then we've got this Bitcash end of the
Trace Bear.
His trace.
Go ahead. Finish your thoughts, Simon, and then we'll go over to Trace.
Yeah, and we've got these three things happening simultaneously, so it's virtually impossible to figure out the market. And that's why the only way to do this is just hold your Bitcoins and Don't do anything stupid with them. And if you're willing to do something stupid with them, like I was, like put them on an exchange to do a bit of speculation, just make sure they're coins you're willing to lose.
Well, let's welcome Trace Mayer. That's kind of a surprise. Welcome to the party, Trace.
Trace, unmute. I actually that was my bad. I'm like playing around with the mute button here.
Okay, is that better?
Yes, much better. You sound perfect.
Yeah. Hey, Jimmy, good to see you.
Hey, Trace, introduce yourself. We've had a lot of like new people coming in that actually asked us to introduce ourselves on the World Crypto Network. So definitely introduce yourself with some new people in Bitcoin, and then floor is yours.
Oh, thanks, Tone. Yeah, good to see you guys all again, especially Simon.
Hey, Trace.
Yeah, so Trace Mayer. I host Bitcoin Knowledge Podcast. I interview a lot of the CEOs, major evangelists since it was like a quarter or whatever. And I've funded Kraken, BitPay, Armory that Jimmy worked at, did great work over there, and some other, other Bitcoin ventures. So yeah, here we are. And also I like SegWit, so it's good to see. It's a good morning today.
Hey, Simon apparently has been watching us from the beginning when me and Jimmy started this almost like 5 or 6 hours ago. How much of this have you caught?
I was watching you at like 4:20 Pacific time.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my god!
I woke up too early.
Yeah. So did we. We started the stream like an hour early, and then we figured it out. Like, oh, we're started an hour early.
Median time pass. Forgot about median time pass. But Trace, the question everyone wants to know: Are you selling your Bitcoin Cash? We know you're a whale, so you'll have a big effect on the market.
Oh, come on! I'm just a little like minnow or something. Yeah. So to be honest, I'm not gonna move all of my Bitcoins onto Kraken, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't really.
And you're an investor in Kraken, which
yeah, and I'm an investor in Kraken, but no, I'm not gonna move them all over there. I mean, you know how this game works, right, Jimmy?
Yeah.
So. I mean, it's all about the private keys, but yeah, I did. I moved a little bit over there. I've only been able to sell about a third of it so far. There's just not enough of an order book otherwise every time I put in an order, it just like takes everything out, like 180 coins here at $200 or whatever. So I'm waiting for the order book to keep filling up over there. But really what I'm excited about is what you were talking about with like people mining in private. I think that'd be really cool when Kraken enables the margin lending, because you can use Bitcoin as the collateral currency and you can just short the bejesus out of Bitcoin Cash. And as soon as and if anybody actually found a block and if you're mining in private, because you've rented a little bit of hash power, right, you would just release some of those blocks you found and reorg the chains. And so that would introduce a lot of uncertainty risk for the exchanges. So they might need to require like 100 confirmations before they credit, Bitcoin Cash. So then you just have this completely frozen blockchain. And maybe the price will go down, which means that you can cover your shorts really cheap, right?
Wow. Trace, did you just explain to everybody your like master plan to make Bitcoin Cash go down and make a ton of money on it?
Well, I mean,
and at the same time, this is locking out Bitcoin because they can't give you your Bitcoin back until BTC Cash has all those confirmations. So there's less Bitcoin supply out there, helping to drive the Bitcoin price higher based on contracted liquidity.
You mean like the Bitcoin that's locked up as collateral?
Yeah, at Kraken.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're a holder, you don't want to generate like a taxable gain on your Bitcoin, right? So this is like a way to generate a little bit of a yield on your Bitcoin. You can just like play around with the Bitcoin Cash or whatever this clown car blockchain is. You can just play around with that, and like whoever's gonna keep putting bids in there for this BCH stuff. I mean, like bring it, I'll sell you as much of this stuff as you want.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, if you're taking out the entire order book at Kraken, that's quite a bit there. And I did notice that Kraken has more volume in like 4 hours than via BTC hasn't had in a whole day. So
yeah,
that's
well,
a lot of volume.
I mean, what I like about Kraken is like these are real trades, right? Like I tried to go set up an account at via BTC, but I mean, I don't. One, they wouldn't take U.S. customers, but two, it's like, do you know that you can actually get your money out of there? But Kraken, you know, that's one of the reasons I really like Kraken is that we got real volume at Kraken. I mean, like I've been an investor there since we had like 10,000 customers or something, right? And so it's been interesting to watch real volume grow at Kraken. And so, I mean, like when people are buying Bitcoin Cash over there, they're forking over real money. It's none of this like fake volume that's going around on some of these exchanges. We
can report as of right now, Kraken is having trouble. They're showing a Cloudflare error, so they are getting a lot of traffic.
It's been a disaster. They're actually at their limit. If you listen to the interview I did with Jesse about a week ago or 2 weeks ago, he talked about the new trading engine that should be coming online. I mean, I guess resources have gotten directed to handling this, you know, Bitcoin Cash, which I've kind of liked because I've sold a lot of them. Yeah, I mean, hopefully this new trading engine comes online because we're capped at about $300 million of daily volume every day with the current trade engine and everything. But with the new trading engine, it's gonna be orders and orders of magnitude larger. So, and we're waiting on like a custom piece of hardware and some other things. But yeah, when that gets rolled out, then it's on like Donkey Kong in terms of the types of liquidity that the Bitcoin space can handle.
Yeah, that's fine as long as the new trading engine isn't called Midas. I'm still waiting for my Litecoin at $40. So.
Oh, hey, I just want to read like a comment from our live viewers. So those that donate, then they have a question right there. It gets highlighted or a comment. And I thought this comment was interesting.
That's a pretty sneaky way to make some money, Tone.
Yeah, no. I mean, there's a lot of comments going through. We got to find a way to highlight them. So Super Chat is awesome.
Hey, pricing mechanism. That's what we're watching, right?
It's competition. It's our fees are going up here to get your question read. Okay, so I really like this comment. So I'm going to read it out loud. Thank you, Andrew. It says, Bitcoin Cash downtime is now larger than the entire history of Bitcoin's downtime, including the 2013 hard fork.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I agree with that because, like, you got statistical variability. Sometimes it takes us an hour to find a block on the Bitcoin network, right? So, I mean, it's not like we count that as downtime. So just because it's taken them a little while to find a block. Now, what'll be interesting is if we see some type of a reorg happen to their blockchain. That's where stuff gets fun because, like, why trust their blockchain if, like, once you finally do get your transaction in, if it gets reorged, that'd be pretty funny.
This is the risk with doing a hard fork, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a miner out there that's willing to sort of demotivate people from doing this sort of altcoin launch by, you know, attacking that chain and saying, hey, you know what? If you're going to do that, you're going to have to change proof of work because you can't just do this. This may be a very big disincentive going forward if that is indeed the case.
Well, I mean, a miner will rent their hash power, right? And so if you got a lot of regular Bitcoin and you want to acquire more Bitcoin by trading these Bitcoin Cash things for it, because think of it like a spinoff, right? You've got eBay, and then you spin off, and you got eBay and PayPal. But let's say that you don't want the PayPal shares at all. But how do you maximize like the value that you're going to get for your PayPal shares? Well, you let everybody who's kind of emotionally invested like get in there and put bids in the order book, and you kind of hit the big blocks or whatever of bids. But you know, then you can just at the end of the day, you want to naked short sell this thing and cover it zero. I mean, that's what you want to do, right? And so, like, renting the hash power becomes just a kind of cost of doing business for that and a little bit of insurance, you know?
But the beyond that, the attack vector is actually, like, larger than people realize. And that's another thing I was, like, highlighting here in that we've already had reports. We don't know how true they are because we've been on live air. We've already had reports that Bitcoin Cash nodes are like banning, or Bitcoin ABC nodes are banning each other. We've already seen, like someone said, that one of the default servers of Electron Cash has already flipped to the actual Bitcoin and not propagating their own transactions.
Well, that's one of the reasons I actually sent coins into Kraken, was I wanted them to handle the splitting of the coins, because I'm not going to stick anything in their software. In fact, this could be a whole giant like honeypot to try and like steal people's Bitcoin private keys.
Right, that's what I said on our show yesterday with Jimmy. We talked about this, that those were exactly the points that I brought up.
Yeah, so I would be extremely cautious of using any software that's put out there.
Right, but now look at it from the perspective of a Kraken and a Coinbase. They now have to be responsible for this, and if they screw up, it's their whole business on the line.
Well, yeah, but I mean that's the business they're in. Like Kraken writes all their own wallet software, right? So like, it's not like Kraken's using somebody else's.
That's
code.
true. That's true.
But I think it highlights the technical competence between the exchanges. Like Coinbase was like, well, we can't just do this, and it's like, well, why aren't you pro? Like, if you're pro, you can do this. Bittrex. I have a lot of just having watched from the outside. It looks like Bittrex has really done a good job with this. And then Bitfinex and Kraken are both kind of, letting the vaporware trade. But because they got possession of the private keys, they can deliver if needed and if possible.
Yeah, Bitfinex, I don't think they're actually opening up a book. They're just allowing people to get their coins, and then you've got to try and get them to Kraken to trade them.
Oh, you got to get them over there to trade.
Yeah, so I was kind of hedged across exchanges. So so my Bitfinex ones, I'm logging in now, and I think we're waiting for the first block, right? Have we got a block?
I think you can. I think you can trade, because I see this thing. Their spread is insane. Like buy orders at 221 and sell orders at 280
on Bitfinex.
Yeah, we put a link. We showed it on the screen earlier today.
No, that wasn't it.
Kraken.
No, that wasn't it. I was informed that that's something else. I think that's Bitcoin Core token or something. I was informed that that's that's not the BT. The
it's
Bitcoin
BCU. That's the Bitcoin Unlimited. Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah, so when the whole Bitcoin Unlimited happened, they came up with a concept of how to price Bitcoin Unlimited. But they didn't do it. I mean, they're watching the market with this one, because I think they learned from what happened with Bitcoin Unlimited, and they were a bit more cautious this time. But they're allowing people to get their coins. This is a big pain in the ass for a lot of the exchanges. We're investors in a lot of them, and this has been a big distraction, because we're at a historical turning point for Bitcoin, where the whole world, the entire financial industry is watching Bitcoin, finding out what the hell is going to happen with scaling, and there's a ginormous amount of money that's just waiting. That's hedge funds signing up with these exchanges, waiting to see what's going to happen. And with the ETF stuff, that brought a lot of institutional interest in this. And we were at a turning point. And there's this whole scaling debate. I mean, in a way, if we could look back in history, I believe we'll look back at this and say, actually, this was dragging our feet for a long time, and everyone that was involved in this, hate them as much as you want, hate their strategy as much as you want. But I believe it required everyone acting as they did in order to get us to the point where is now D-Day. We're going to find out what happens with 2X next. And then we're going to move forward and onwards and upwards. And I just believe that we were reaching a point, UASF, everything, the Bitmain, the Rogers input, everyone's input. I believe we'll look back at this and say, actually, that was all needed to get to where we are, because it was dragging its feet. And now we're going to be ready at some point for the vast amount of institutional volume that sat on the sides, waiting for us to figure out whether we're going to fail or succeed.
Yeah, and just along with that, when I'd interviewed Jesse, we talked about how the scalability of the infrastructure. We have 10x the new customers at Kraken. Coinbase has the same problem. Like, being able to train up support staff, we're handling like 5,000 customer support emails every day at Kraken. that are all fiat currency related, not crypto. So we got to scale all of that. And I do find it incredibly, like, it makes me wonder if Hal Finney's doing something, because block 559 is found by via BTC, which is like a 5% chance, right? But then the last three of the hash is 148.
Wow. Wow.
Right.
Didn't even realize that.
Like on the hash, right? So what's the probability of that? Like 1 in 20 million? And it just happens to be on block 559. Like, you can't make this stuff up in Bitcoin.
Yeah. So we had a question in the chat asking about how many blocks until we actually have a difficulty adjustment. And this is actually a trickier question that you may realize because of the way the difficulty adjustment algorithm works in Bitcoin Cash. But let me try to estimate. Yeah, so it's based on median time passed, and the median time passed of the current block has to be 12 hours further than the median time passed of 6 blocks before. So if blocks are taking somewhere around 12 hours, then it would take 7 blocks, because then the first block would be 12 hours past the previous one, and the median time passed would be 12 hours. If it were 4 hours, it would take roughly 9 blocks, because you would need to go out that far in order to have like the distance be roughly 12 hours. So it's going to be somewhere between 6 and 11 blocks if it happens at all. If you find something like 6 blocks within 12 hours, then you're never going to ever get to that period where you adjust the difficulty downward. So that's a very good question, and it requires some like gaming and stuff. It does look like via BTC is throwing more hash power at it to try to find that first block so things can start trading. But I mean, who knows? Like Trace was saying, like it's entirely possible you may have attackers out there that are waiting in the wings with like empty blocks that are ready to just sort of completely disrupt the network. And if that's the case, then it would be like, and you're the one receiving Bitcoin Cash, I would be waiting 6, 12, 20 blocks at least.
No, it's got to be more than that, because if there's any, like say you're gonna wait 6 blocks, but then the 5th block gets found and then somebody reorgs to 6 blocks.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. So I mean, it would take a lot more hash power to reorg 20. That's all I'm saying.
Well, then as an exchange, you gotta be thinking like, well, we got a private miner out there who's just shown us that we can reorg the blockchain.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're gonna have to be like, well, look, it's got to be 100 confirmations or something.
Yeah, it definitely depends on how much hash power people are willing to try to spend to double spend on this.
Well, I mean, this is part of the fourth network effect of the miners, right? Because when you have a single algorithm, when you're dealing with the same algorithm, like you've got a dominant coin and you've got the other coin, like how can you have the confidence in that other coin? Because you've got all this other hash power that's on the dominant coin on that particular algorithm.
Yeah, and this was the same problem I pointed out in my UASF BIP 148 article. If user-activated soft fork was going to have a very minimal hash rate, then there was a huge attack vector in from the other side, just doubling or tripling the hash rate, getting mining 10 blocks in stealth and then releasing them as soon as like the 9th block is found. So you have a huge and messy reorg.
Yeah, that's why I did that interview with Jeff Berwick that kind of kicked off the public discussion, got like 160,000 views or whatever. But I think BIP 148 kind of served a purpose, but at the same time, I think I came down with like SEPA, with Peter Willa and Greg Maxwell and Matt Crowlow about 149, because I mean this stuff can just get really messy, especially if you're an exchange. I mean, Kraken's been hurt by different blockchains. Like Ripple's we've had to eat some costs with changes that Ripple's made, right? And so, like, if you're going to support a blockchain as an exchange, you have to figure out how to do it in a financially safe and technically safe way.
Wow. Hey, Tone, I'm hearing that the price is moving upward. Do you want to talk about price a little bit?
All right, let's take a look. So while I do that, hey, Trace, think about, oh, yeah, nice.
I
I'll
better
talk about
log back
pricing
into my Kraken account.
Hey, so we talked about this earlier. I'm not sure if you heard us. Here's my favorite attack vector, actually. So right now, we're already seeing the Bitcoin Cash mempool at about 7 megabytes, right? So by the time they find a block, they will actually mine a full block. They're not going to have a difficulty change for approximately 11 blocks, according to like Jimmy's math. Though a lot of people in our chat are confused about that, so maybe you can follow up on that, Jimmy, and explain why, because people are saying 6, but it's going to be more than 6 because of medium time. So it's possible that by the time they get to a difficulty change, their mempool is going to be like hundreds of megabytes deep. So their blocks are going to be totally full. And that's not factoring in spam, because the diehard Bitcoiners and OG coders that have been watching these guys spam the shit out of the Bitcoin network, pushing their agenda, I think these guys have been pissed off long enough. And I have a feeling some of them are about to give them a taste of their own medicine at 10x level by spamming the hell out of their blockchain.
Well, so Jimmy might be able to fill in some of the flesh on this skeleton I had. But let's say that you are the private miner, right? And you're mining blocks, but not broadcasting them so that you can reorg the blockchain. But what if you filled all of those blocks with optimally malicious transactions that are built and constructed purposefully to increase validation time, right? And so if you reorg a blockchain with like seven blocks that have all been crafted with optimally malicious transactions within them, how long do you think that might take to validate, Jimmy?
So I guess what you're talking about is the quadratic hashing problem, and that would be essentially one 8 megabyte transaction with like lots and lots of inputs, and it would be very hard to validate because they obviously don't have SegWit.
Right. I was just going to say that. Damn, you beat me to it. I was like, hey, if only there was a solution like SegWit that would solve their problem.
So I believe that would take many minutes to validate. The thing is, their hash rate is so low that everyone can afford to just validate them for like 20 minutes or whatever. So it wouldn't affect them that much. Though if the difficulty adjusted downward first and then they executed that attack, then everyone's gonna like just be offline for 20 minutes, just like validating the blocks first before going on and mining. Although miners have been known to spy mine, which is just trust that the hash is correct. Though if you're doing an attack, you definitely want to validate every one of these. So a lot of great game theory scenarios here.
Yeah, but maybe I wasn't clear enough. Like I'm talking about you have optimally maliciously full blocks, 7 in a row.
Yeah. So it would be like 5 minutes each, and so that'd be like 7 of them would be like 35 minutes. But blocks are so slow that it wouldn't matter.
Each one being tied into inputs that are in the previous block.
Right. So
and optimally maliciously built optimally maliciously that way. So that it's not just 1 block or 2 blocks, it's 7 in a row that are all chained together in an optimally malicious fashion.
I think, as far as I know, with the quadratic hashing, if the size, basically the time to validate goes up at x squared, whereas the size of the transaction goes up at x. So even if you're utilizing an output from that like giant transaction that we're theoretically talking about, you still have essentially a hash, so it's okay. So yeah, it'd be really. I forget
whoa! They got a block.
Oh,
I have to interrupt.
Let's see.
Got it right here, 5.9. We can only assume it had to be via BTC.
Current median time 107. Oh my goodness! And they found a block. They found a block.
7 hours. 7 hours. Not too shabby.
No. I don't think it took 7. I think it took a little less. I think it took about 4.5.
Pencil.
So
It
let's
took
see
about 4 hours.
So, well, it's I think the difference between the time of the best block versus the median is about 5 hours. So yeah, you're
5 hours. They got 5 hours. It took them 5 hours to find the first block. Okay, so
Wow.
what does this mean?
So you have one confirmation, and I'm really curious to see the size of that block. I want to know if it's like 7 megabytes or like, empty or whatever. So I don't know if we can go to.
Can we go to that mempool chart? Will this help us in any way?
If
No,
it's
we
updated,
won't.
it would be.
Is there even a block explorer for Bitcoin Cash?
There is blockchair.com.
Yeah, look, it dropped. That did work. See that right there? You can
Uh-huh.
see it drop. Like,
Okay,
I don't
so
know if
Blockchair has not updated with the latest block.
I can go to 2 hours. Right there.
Wait,
There
no,
it is.
What? BTC.com mined this?
BTC.com.
Really?
They're 100.
That is interesting. And what is the size? Wait, that doesn't make sense.
BTC.com is a wallet that's 100% owned by Bitmain.
Yeah.
And the block size is, wait, that can't be right, because it says here that the block size is 135 kilobytes. So
the block size has to be
got a block?
just under 7. Yeah, we got a block, Charlie.
Got a block.
Well, good. That means Bittrex will start trading, which means that we can get even more price discovery.
Oh, hey, Trace.
Hey, Charlie. Good to see you.
Me too.
So
Yeah.
I'm in Bitfinex at the moment, and I don't see any coins yet. So I'm presuming.
We're gonna wait at least 2.
I mean, you'd be
think.
crazy to take it with one confirmation. You probably need like 3 to 6 at least.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
gonna wait. They're gonna wait at least until. At
So
least 6.
one confirmation means we have to wait another 7 hours for the next block.
Well, no, but I thought Bittrex said that they'd start trading as soon as a block was found because they already distributed out the BCCs to everybody's account.
Oh, that may be the case. So you can't transfer in new ones, but you can trade
but
the
you
ones
can
that.
trade what you got.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So my assumption is they're just gonna, have like a virtual e-wallet for your BCH, and then they're gonna do everything in the background.
Oh, no, they've got the private keys and everything, right? Like, I mean, they might have to actually get some confirmations to do the splitting, but
Yeah.
I'm
they've got
confused about the less than 1 megabyte thing, because maybe that's not that they changed this so that that's not a forking rule anymore. But it says here it's 137 kilobytes or 35 kilobytes.
That makes no sense.
1.91 megabytes.
I always found it was a very...
Wait. It can't be that small. If it's that small, then it's not a hard fork. It has to be more than a meg.
It is. It
Well,
was
the
1
transactions can be a hard fork.
1.91 megabytes.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
1.19.
Okay.
1.91 or is it 1.19?
Oh,
1.91.
1.91. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Tone, I'm gonna send you the link, but here's a block explorer that shows Bitcoin Cash coins.
And via BTC mined it. No surprise there.
Okay, so it wasn't BTC. Okay,
So wait a minute. This is interesting. So all those people were trying to transact, and all they got for their first block was 1.91.
Yeah. So I don't know how that happened, because there was the mempool went down a lot more than this shows, so I'm not sure what that means.
This is interesting. So in their Coinbase,
those were the transaction numbers. There was 7,000 transactions in that block. That
Okay.
wasn't. We weren't displaying the size of the block.
Okay.
in the Coinbase,
That was the problem.
block,
That's the transaction count. Sorry about that. Mempool size was down here. This makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
in the Coinbase of the block, it says "Welcome to the world, Shuya Yang." So I'm assuming someone was born. So congratulations, to whoever had a baby. in the Coinbase block.
Right. So here we go. So these numbers look better. So this is the size of the mempool in kilobytes.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Wow. That's
Now, Bitcoin.
Well, it's alive. It's alive. That's good. That's a good sign. We get to trade it more.
Yeah.
Well,
You
so
have
we
to
have one
admit-
confirmation. I would be waiting a lot more. So we'll see, I guess, new deposits into Kraken and Bittrex and all these other exchanges in the next few hours if you got into it. Yeah, I mean, this is
What about Polo though? Because they didn't actually, as far as I know, they made no announcement. No one knows what's going on there. They didn't even announce a policy.
Who?
Polo.
Polo.
Poloniex.
Oh,
Yeah, they didn't want to touch it, I don't think.
All right, so the price on Kraken, assuming this updates.
oh, go to trade.kraken.com. It's a little bit faster. It's at 205 USD right now.
Oh, we're getting like insider tips from Trace here. All
I
right.
know. How do I drop this?
Upper left, you can change BTC Euro to Bitcoin.
Oh yeah, that I saw.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. What am I looking for?
The middle column, top of the middle column.
Ah,
Yeah.
BCH right there, yeah.
Oh man, that candle's just way too big.
oh my God, that just like crashed like a rock.
Well, because it went. I mean, because the first guy bought like 0.00001 for like.
Yeah, this needs to be like a 3-minute chart or something, like a 1-minute chart.
Yeah, the troll got caught buying it, so that's kind of what happens when you troll these systems.
I'm so happy right now.
Right?
I'm so happy right now.
Oh, there it is. The price just dropped on the few the down to 268.
No, the API data is gone. That's why the API data from Kraken dropped off there. Good guy, Kraken. The only exchange actually doing anything right now. We can bash them all we want, but it's the only exchange giving us price discovery right now.
Yeah, I mean, when we get that new trading engine and the site's up, man, Kraken's really it's gonna be. I'm really looking forward to that because I mean, don't get me. I'm in the same boat. I want to trade on there, and it's just
right. So now they're only 43 blocks behind.
Well, they're not behind at all. They're on their own chain.
They're not behind
on
anymore.
fork, so
that's it. Bye, Felicia.
Yeah, they're gone. And that is the moment we've been waiting for 6 hours of this broadcast, everybody.
So somehow I feel unsatisfied.
I guess.
Why do you feel unsatisfied, Tone?
So this guy.
I was really hoping they would never find it, and then like this live stream would get cut off by Google.
Trezor basically Trezor tweeted that they're labeling it as Bcash, and so Bitcoin Unlimited responded to them on Twitter and said it's called Bitcoin Cash, and then Trezor said like no, it's Bcash, and then I said it's called Bcash. You can't hijack a brand name of something. Like you can't use it. Like that's what it is. So
well, we had Kim.com did his product that's coming out soon, which was Bitcash, and so that's now been hijacked. So I think he's going to have to do a rebrand, so the product's going to be K.im.
So this highlights a little bit of our cultural differences with our Middle Eastern with our Far Eastern friends. I actually spent a month over in mainland China, and I was at Nanjing University, and we had a discussion on intellectual property with the MBA students there, and we had it's quite an argument. And one of the cases, there was somebody who made some laundry detergent, and it was very poor quality. And what it ended up like burning people because it had like acid on the clothes, like when it was done, and people like suffered chemical burns from it. But the people who had made it, they put Tide's logo on it, and Tide didn't know about it. And the people totally like usurped Tide's brand, and the Chinese court held Tide accountable, even though they didn't make the detergent, and even though they didn't even know that the people had ripped off their brand. So the people in the Far East, they kind of think of trademark and copyright, and like they just have a different way of looking at it than we do here in the West. It's just a cultural difference.
Yeah. So my I spent the last 2 years in China and Hong Kong is completely different to China, but my observation is that if you're doing something that competes with the government, and obviously they're moving away slightly one step at a time from the government doing everything to trying to move to some kind of capitalist model. But if you're doing something that affects the government, then you're not at that point. You're gonna have a lot of troubles. You're gonna have a lot of problems. If you're doing something that's just competes in the private market, then you are in the land of the free at that point. So China has it's got like a dual personality, which is complete freedom when it comes to companies competing with companies, and no upholding of intellectual property, no interference there. But if you're like, for example, in China, all the banks are owned by the government. So if you say something against the banks, then you have zero freedom at that point. So they've got this two-tiered economy, and that's kind of my observation. It all depends on whether you're stepping on the government's toes or not. And the one thing, my observation of the States is that while we've got really, really harsh regulations and all the things that America gets criticism for and is no longer called the land of the free, but what America does have more than anywhere else I've ever seen, and to some extent the UK as well, is freedom of speech, in my opinion. And so in China, if you criticize a politician, you say the wrong thing, you might disappear. In America, you can throw an egg at a politician, you can talk on YouTube, and you're probably not going to be censored. But comes with that is a lot of freedoms that have been taken away, all in the name of terrorism, I believe. So it's all every country you go to, there's pros and cons, and you got to find the bits that you like from each one, I think.
So I have a question. Now that the block was mined and the mempool is empty, do they have to mine another one?
No, it can be as little block from this point on. That first forking block was only for wipeout.
Okay, so they very well may just have like small blocks for a while.
I imagine so. I mean, who's using it, right? Other than people that are trying to get it to exchanges so you can sell it.
Oh, the irony! The big blockers end up with small blocks.
How funny is this going to be? Where oh my God, where Bitcoin has bigger blocks than Bitcoin Cash does.
Yeah,
I demand bigger blocks today.
I encourage everyone to watch cash.coin.dance. That's the sort of like coin dance for the Bitcoin Cash blockchain. There's exactly one block, and it's all via BTC, obviously.
Wait, I'll put
dance. Yeah, but the first block was 1.9 megabytes, and you can see the various things that you can do here. So
wait, is it the same one? Is it their normal one?
No, this so you go down to blocks, and you can see the blocks on. Oh no, not it's you got to do cash.coin.dance.
All right, so I just got to go up there and put cash.
Dot. Yeah, there you go. And it's a very sparse web page at the moment because there's only been one block, but you can see the newest block and stuff, and you can sort of watch it as it goes. I think this is the most reliable blockchain service.
So here's the thing, right? So what happens, and this is the question I had before. So what the hell are these big blockers are going to say? Let's say they manage to mine 100 blocks, and every one of them is mined via BTC. What press spin are they going to have as to why this is a good thing?
Oh, if it's only via BTC, that would clearly be very centralized. So I believe Bitcoin.com has dedicated some hash power to this chain. According to some people on Reddit that do mine on Bitcoin.com, you can dedicate some hash power in that direction. That is what I'm hearing, is that it's not just via BTC, but at least there's Bitcoin.com. It doesn't look like there's more than those two at the moment.
Centralized mining is clearly more efficient. All of our miners can be in one place, in one building, on one power supply. It's light years ahead of the other chain.
Well, let's see how many nodes they got.
Well, they don't have any node
one
statistics. Yeah.
One node, one miner, one chain. That's all I need.
One coin.
Exactly.
Oh, fun.
All right, let's glance at the Bitcoin price here. So Bitcoin is starting to come back up a little bit. All I'm looking for today, taking it one day at a time here, all I'm looking for today is for a close above 27.85. So as long, and this happens to be Bitfinex. So I am looking for a close on Bitfinex above 27.85. As long as we close above 27.85, my bullish projections for Bitcoin remain intact. The moment this nonsense, gets off the main stage, Bitcoin should pop, and everyone's going to forget about this insanity. So I'm still looking for. We got about 5 hours. I got about 5.5 hours for this close to be above 27.85. If we close below 27.85, I guess my tomorrow morning in Bitcoin is going to sound different than if we close above it. So that's my water line for the day.
Wow. Just want to thank the 3,300 people watching right now. We're obviously very grateful for so many people sticking with us. We are now into hour 6. I think we have to cut off the stream in hour 8. So, I can't believe we've been up. Well, I've personally been up since 7:20 in the morning. And Tone's been around the whole time. This has been crazy. We're obviously very appreciative of all the donations that you guys are sending our way. And Thomas, you really need to consolidate these well. The block space is very.
I tried.
Oh,
then
really?
my ledger crashed, and now my ledger wants to be restored, and I'm trying not to think about it.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of UTXOs to consolidate, and it'd be a pretty large transaction, to be honest. And
It only said it was $15 at the high. It was $3 at the low.
Well, okay,
I'm
yeah,
not that concerned.
Yeah. So it'll be good to consolidate all these UTXOs for our sake. I mean, people are sending us 2 cents, 50 cents, 60 cents. Not something that we could have done maybe even a week ago. So very appreciative of that. Some other things that are going on, obviously, if you haven't heard yet and you're just tuning in, Bitcoin Cash has found the block, and they are. I mean, I guess they're longer than an orphan block. Well, no, they're exactly as long as an orphan block. But it took about 4 or 5 hours for them to find. We expect that to continue. So maybe we'll see 3 more blocks for the rest of the day if we're lucky. And at that point,
hey Jimmy, can you just explain one more time why the difficulty is not going to happen right after block number 6? There's still some confusion in the chat.
Okay, yeah. So median time passed is you take the last 11 blocks, put them in order, and you choose the middle one. So most of the time, it's just the time of the block 6 blocks ago. So by block number 7, the median time passed of block number 7 will be roughly 4 hours, 28 hours after the Bitcoin fork. But the 6 blocks before that will be 1 block past the fork, so that would be about so at this point it'll be block number 7, block number 7, the median time pass will be that. So the difference between the block number 7, the median time pass to block number 7 and block number 1 is going to be about 4 hours.
Dude, they found another block.
Are you serious? They did
Looks
not.
like it.
They did.
Yeah, it's up to 60 now.
560.
Wow. Okay.
Looks
all right.
like
So one of the things that you need to know about this difficulty adjustment algorithm is if they continue to find 6 blocks, at least 6 blocks every 12 hours, then nothing will adjust. But
so this wasn't a good thing.
Well, I mean, it depends.
Another block is a bad idea.
Say again?
Yeah.
No, they found another block. That's not good to find a block that fast.
Yeah.
Right.
And they
Does
only
it
put
mean
in
that the
75
blocks are
transactions.
empty? Like there's no transactions to process?
There were 43. There were 75 transactions. Yeah, it wasn't very big at all.
There's too much variability in the time between blocks. Like something really weird's going on with their hashing rate.
It could be just luck, and maybe they have doubled. I mean, at this point, I'm starting to think they have somewhere around 4 or 5%.
Is it possible that someone stealth mined the first 2 blocks and just released those 2 right after their first?
That would be difficult to do with this many transactions in the first block, because unless they've been there the whole time, that would be kind of difficult. But I mean, I'm just guessing that's luck, and sometimes this happens a lot, right? Like where you find 2 blocks in a row and then you don't find the block for a really long time.
But it's because there's so much hashing power. I mean, the probability of doing that with difficulty this high, if they've only got a couple % of the usual hash rate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to go 5 hours and then to go like 5 minutes or however long it was, like that's really crazy.
I mean, we'd have to go to the blockchain to see when the last time like Via BTC mined 2 blocks in a row, but that would essentially be very similar.
Well, wait, no, but I don't see how that would matter, because Via BTC is like 80 or 90% of all the hash rate on this fork. So comparing it to what they did in the Bitcoin space is kind of irrelevant.
No, because the difficulty is the same exact as Bitcoin right now, right? So if you manage to mine 2 blocks in a row, that's sort of the luck that's presented there.
Oh, so they got more blocks, eh?
Wait, they got yet another?
2 more.
Somebody said that
one more.
They got
No way.
They got yet another block?
Another block.
No.
Yeah,
No, it's the same block.
Something's
No, it's
weird
another
with their
block.
hash rate.
Wait.
Wait, they just got another block.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Block. That's what I'm saying. It's another block. I just got back. I was just checking. But
Holy
the
shit.
thing is, look, guys, their mempool is empty. Like there's nothing to mine.
Wait. So they're insta mining.
They're mining empty blocks.
Insta mining the Bitcoin fork coins.
They're mining empty blocks.
Wow. So I mean, we might not get a difficulty adjustment down at this rate, because if they find 3 more blocks in the next 8 hours, like they're good. Like no downward difficulty adjustment until the normal difficulty adjustment period ends. That for them, that's going to take a longer time.
That's not a good thing.
Yeah, well, it definitely raises the cost on someone who might be private mining the blockchain.
Mm-hmm.
So on that note, I was just speaking to an exchange executive just now, and I said to him, I think you should, I know you want to get trading going, but in my honest opinion, I think you should wait at least 10 confirmations here, just based on our previous conversation. I know it's crazy, but there's a good possibility that someone is mining with more hash power than the 2%, 3%, and could potentially reorg the blockchain and really screw you over. I know we said it's a low probability, but I mean, you never know. I don't know. It's scary.
Wait. Look at that last block. Look at that last block. Look at the version. It's signaling for SegWit.
Oh my God, you're right.
It's signaling for SegWit.
It's about time.
Oh my God!
Wow. That's like the best troll ever.
Wait.
51% and force SegWit onto this thing by end of day.
Well, I mean, that code isn't in their client, but still, that's about the best way to troll this thing ever.
So when you add 2 at the end of your version, that's for SegWit?
Yeah, that's bit 1, right? Bit 0 would be 1. Bit 1 is 2.
Oh my God!
And so that's I can't. Wow, that's crazy. They're signaling for SegWit with this last block.
Oh, that's funny.
Take that off collections or.
I have to believe this one's like, I don't know, maybe this miner is saying, hey, you know what? We have some hash power, and we could do whatever we want to you at any time. And maybe this should be taken as a threat. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, look at the comment. Look at the text comment.
Oh, let's take a look.
It's got an address. Genesis block.
Hennessy Road.
Okay, well, somebody in Hong Kong did this, but wow, I can't believe they're signaling for SegWit. That's, I mean, you have to do that purposefully with their client, right? Like, you can't just like, wow, that is wow.
Trey's still laughing.
I am kind of astounded that they're signaling for SegWit with that.
So much entertainment value in Bitcoin. You can't buy this stuff.
Wow.
Well, their price seems to be hanging in there for now.
Wait till we got margin trading on Kraken.
Yeah. I'm seeing it steady at around $200, but wow. That is
what exchanges are they just pulling that price from? Just Kraken, or is it a pool now of different prices?
All right, let me see if CoinMarketCap is on top of this.
Guys, it seems like the average transaction fee for Bitcoin for Bcash is at 470,000 Satoshi per kilobyte. And Bitcoin's at 70,000. I think we need bigger blocks, or we need SegWit or something on. Because this is not working out.
Wow. This, well, I did not expect this. I think the news of 3 blocks in a row and the last one signaling for SegWit has increased our viewership. We're now almost at 3,500 viewers currently. Thank you, everybody. I see a lot of ha-has and lols in our chat. So
we're not joking, though. They're actually signaling for SegWit. So Jimmy, is there a chance that they can activate SegWit now? What's the lock-in period?
No. So they took out all the SegWit logic. So this is a complete troll. So just in case anyone's thinking that. Yeah, there's no way that
Jimmy, just for the new people again, could you explain how the numbers on the end of the block justify what they're signaling for? Just brand new people.
Right. So BIP9 has a signaling mechanism, and you change the version in your block, and if you flip bit 1, that signals for SegWit. That's defined in BIP 141 as part of the BIP9 activation mechanism. And they decided to go with bit number 1. So bit number 0 would be the far right number. And that would be, the number 1 or 0. The second bit would, the first bit number 1 would be 2. So if you look at like xbt.eu, for example, all of the blocks that are currently coming in for Bitcoin Core end with a 2 because they're forced to signal SegWit by default. So you could see that the version always ends in 2. And that's because of BIP 141. Before, when we were doing BIP 91, that required signaling on bit 4, which ended in 1-2. So this that none of those requirements exist on Bitcoin Cash. So the fact that the person, whoever mined this, ended with 0-2 means that they're sort of sending a message saying, "Hey, we like SegWit, but we're mining this for some other reason." So, I'm kind of astounded, but it is an excellent trollish, but excellent troll of the entire Bitcoin Cash network.
Hey, Jimmy. So if they wanted to take this troll to the nth degree, wouldn't they put a bunch of hash power, mine 3 more blocks quickly, and completely screw them on lowering the difficulty, and then leave them with their own hash rate?
Oh no, they would need to do that every 6 blocks and make sure that 6 blocks happen every 12 hours so that the difficulty doesn't adjust downward. So this is a constant thing in Bitcoin Cash. Is that?
Oh, okay, so it's that. So all it will do is just delay them by a day.
Hey guys, I'd like to announce my support for a user-activated soft fork on Bcash.
Fork to fork, huh?
For SegWit?
We need to get SegWit on Bcash.
Yeah, so this is one of the scenarios that I had thought about, but I didn't put into my UASF scenarios article that I published a while back. Is that if you were a miner with sufficient hash power and there was a user-activated soft fork, what you could have done is soft fork the soft fork and take over that and have just basically take over that network and make it so that you didn't have to signal in some way. And that's, I don't know, maybe some sort of attack like that is possible here as well. You can soft fork this and make it have SegWit. And in that case, it's a lot like SegWit 2x, right? So in which case, I don't know, you could do some interesting things there. So not to give anyone ideas, but these are sort of the scenarios that you have to think about when it comes to this particular coin.
Oh man, this is great.
You can't make
All right, let's keep an eye on the Bitcoin price here. Bitcoin price is holding steady at 2750. I'm still waiting for my 24 to 48 hours for Bitcoin to shoot up to the upside. I mean, I still don't expect this altcoin to last, or be viable for much longer.
Well, I mean,
I'm personally ready to join Charlie and to demand a UASF on the BCC. We need it today.
Hey,
So
can
Bitcoin Magazine-
somebody? No, it'll only count if someone beats Samsung to the next cool trending hat.
so someone just, Bitcoin Magazine, which is, I guess, supposed to be impartial. Well, actually, it's Bitcoin Magazine. It's not Bcash Magazine. They just released a tweet. Now that the first Bcash block has been mined, a beginner's guide to claiming your Bitcoin Cash and selling it.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Who wrote that? Tell me that's Aaron.
I hope so.
Well, he's the one retweeting it, so I
it's
imagine
Aaron.
it is.
It's Aaron.
It has to be Aaron. Oh, let's get him in here. Do we have his? Who wants to text him?
Just send him a message via Twitter.
I'll do it on Twitter. Let me stop screen share before I dox everyone for the fourth time.
So what do we think about it?
Thank Michael Bullock in the chat and Jason from a little earlier. They just gave us $20. Didn't even ask a question. Thanks so much for your support, guys. Sorry, go ahead, son.
Yeah, so what do you think about the thought that, look, my main objection was, I didn't want to split two versions of Bitcoin. I didn't want to have to explain to people, I remember not so long ago, I did a talk in Tokyo and Roger was speaking at the same time. And it went from, there was a bunch of new people because Japan got their regulations and there was all the suits and bankers that were coming and listening to the talk, probably for the first time. And, now the regulations were in, they were looking at it. And, it went from, I would give my usual talk that I'd give to new people and talking about, Bitcoin and what it means to the world. And then, Roger kind of couldn't evangelize for it anymore because he had his views and it turned into a really nasty talk about, how Bitcoin doesn't scale and all that, the stuff, which I believe is just not a talk for newbies. It's a talk for people like us to be debating. But one thing that I was against that, having to explain two versions of Bitcoin, but because this was kind of done in a way where it's like an altcoin and it's clearly an altcoin, I have less of a problem with it and just feel, let's experiment with a version of Bitcoin that has 8 megabyte blocks and doesn't have SegWit, and let's see whether that succeeds or fails, and see what whether that builds a community and whether it can actually act as cash. And
we already have that with Bitcore, symbol BTX, and you can claim those with just like an airdrop with Bitball or Stellar, and it has a $600,000 market cap, 8 megabyte blocks. So I mean, we've already tried that, right?
Yeah.
Well, Simon, let me take it the other way. I am still a little bit bothered by it, only because if this coin is, even as an altcoin, right? Like even if the world sees that this isn't Bitcoin, if it is recognized as a viable altcoin, like a Dash, like a Ripple, like anything in the top 20, basically, I can see a very terrible precedent being set where every future altcoin would be interested in launching in a similar way. Of course, they will need some hash power, but the idea that in order for us to distribute this altcoin, the best way is to utilize Bitcoiners and have them fork their coins into our coin, and it automatically gives us distribution. So that's the part that kind of bothers me in all of this.
All right, some breaking news. It looks like Bittrex has started trading Bitcoin
Nice.
Cash. The order book is open. It looks like it's trading at around, you can only trade it against USD Tether, but it looks like it's about $200 equivalent or so. That seems to be sort of like the number everyone's using.
Good. Get more liquidity, guys. That's not a bad thing. You know, like I was saying, like hopefully now that we can kind of move on, all the miners, let them go mine Bcash if they want to. If they don't like the, you know, the core agenda, Blockstream, BS, whatever, fine. You have Bcash now. Like now we can get confidential transactions. We can get Schnorr signatures. We can get some cool shit in Bitcoin now. We can move forward. We can actually do stuff. And, you know, I'm happy about that. So, and a lot of people are like, yeah, the miners are devils. Not all miners are bad. Most miners just want to make money. They want to be part of the system. They want to follow consensus, not have a veto power like a lot of these other miners thought that they had. And that's it. Like, fork your mother if you want to fork. Have a nice day.
Well, I want to reiterate that. I spent a lot of time with, you know, when this really started to look like the community was going to split in a bad way, I spent a lot of time with the miners, and I kind of resent the whole grouping Chinese miners into one category. There are a bunch of people that think very differently, that have very different opinions. And, you know, because there's a language barrier, there's definitely a real problem with expressing those views. And they really are, you know, very, very different people, very different. They compete with each other. You know, they have lots of differing views. And I just feel bunching them all together as the Chinese miners is a bit counterproductive and hasn't helped things moving forward. And there will be some bridges, you know, that have been burned that need to be repaired moving forward.
Yeah, I kind of to comment on Tone, especially in light of the SEC and the ICO guidance, like doing these airdrops is a way to distribute out basically a pre-mine, right? It's a way to get a bunch of network effects very quickly because you get a lot of people speaking your coin very quickly. And they have that financial incentive, and liquidity starts and you get price discovery. So I actually think we're going to see a lot more of these because anybody's investor funds and you do these airdrops, you know, that's a way to kind of do the ICO without getting a bunch of your legal liability, hopefully, you know, not legal advice, but hopefully you don't incur a bunch of that legal liability that you get with all these ICOs.
And my main thing was making sure that we do not attack store of value and that we don't look like we're creating 42 million coins. And then the whole reason that we got into Bitcoin in the first place just disappears if we can do that. But if they are launched as, I don't know. I there's probably only one or two of these. I can't see 3 or 4 or 5 of these happening.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what the market's going to do? But I mean, like, look at Byteball. It's got a couple $100 million market cap, and it was distributed 98% to Bitcoin holders. Stellar just gave away $16 billion to Bitcoin holders. Like, so you know, these airdrops are
they're smart.
They're a very efficient way to get your currency into a bunch of people's hands. Yeah, a bunch of people will sell it, but you know, a bunch of people have to be on the other side of that buying.
Yeah, I did the Stellar one. I'm looking forward to the Byteball one in a few days. The thing is, those are not claiming to be Bitcoin. They're different programs. They're different products. We can all have our opinions on that. Fine. And that's it. But like, my problem with this is kind of hijacking the Bitcoin brand here that we've worked so hard to build for your own altcoin. You know that.
Yeah, but Charlie, sorry,
hey guys, another block just showed up.
Oh my God!
On there. This one was by the same people, but not signaling for SegWit. So the same people that signaled for SegWit in the last block, they are not signaling for SegWit on this one.
Who are these
I don't know
people?
what that means.
Why are you so sure it's the same people?
Because look at the Coinbase text.
Signature. Yeah.
So I just checked.
Oh yeah.
That's an address. 26973 Hennessy Road, Hong Kong is a hostel in Hong Kong.
Right, but also keep in mind that anyone could have looked at the tag from the previous block and just used it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
This is
But-
a backpacker in a backpacker hostel in Hong Kong. Maybe it's a sign. Maybe it's like a symbolic to say that.
Hey, do we
or a
have people in
blockchain
Hong Kong?
puzzle.
Hey,
Who knows?
Can we send somebody to this address? Can we like be like a real like CNN going here? We have anybody in Hong Kong?
Anybody in live chat that's available to do this? Anyone?
What's the address? Which area of Hong Kong?
269-73 Hennessy Road, Wang Chai, Hong Kong.
Oh, right, that's right in the center. That'll be like.
You know
some
what?
kind of
If you're gonna be in Wan Chai, 2:00 in the morning is probably a good time to be in Wan Chai. Just say it.
I will give
There's-
someone 1 Bcash to go there right now and give.
And get a picture and post it on Twitter or something.
Yes, tweet me.
I
Go to
actually
this
do
location.
know that address. That's one of those like startup hot desking things. So it's a load of startups in an area, but you know that's a right in the center in the city. So
Wow.
The chat is very excited about their opportunity to go to Hong Kong. They're lining up for this. We've had a couple of people send us a few more donations. Let's see. There's a
Here it is. Here's the address. Oh, this is nice.
Nice place.
Yeah, this is the
this
hostel.
is where you live in
Dude,
your.
you know what? We're like advertising these guys. It's probably like an investor in this hostel. It's like, hey, let's get these guys to advertise for us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
this
nice.
is one
I
of
gotta
those
check
where
this out.
You can live in your own office and you can turn it into an office.
Yeah,
area.
they need to change their name. It needs to be like Bitcoin Cash Hostel or something.
All right, guys, I'm out of here again too. Maybe I'll jump in if you guys are still on your 8-hour.
We don't have much long to go. I think we got less than 2 hours left. So
I
yeah.
think.
So what have
Bitcoin
we? Have we done 3 blocks now? Is that what we're on?
We've done 4.
4.
Yeah.
So wait,
So we're getting close
Jimmy,
to 6 confirmations being possible.
Jimmy, if they get if they get 2 more blocks in what time span, what happens?
So if it's been about 6 hours or so since this started. So they got another 6 hours to find 2 more blocks, and that will not adjust the difficulty downward. So that means that it'll stay at the same difficulty. I have no idea how much hash power is on there, but it looks significantly larger than what we thought before. So I'm gonna guess somewhere in the order of 10 to 15% what Bitcoin's hash rate is. Just given how many blocks have been found. So yeah, we'll have to watch. But if there's no downward difficulty adjustment, that means that they'll probably adjust for sure. Around August 15th, 20th, something
All right,
like that.
cool. Talk to you guys later. Have a good day.
Later,
Yeah.
Charlie. Well,
Later, China.
Bitcoin seems to be doing okay. We just mined. We had a 20-minute, we had a 10-minute wait time, then a 20-minute wait time, then a 10-minute wait time, and now we're on waiting for 12 minutes.
Yeah,
So
so I'm in
like
my
it's
Bitfinex
cash
account, and we have no coins yet, no Bitcoin Cash yet.
Yeah. So you had coins in there before the split, correct?
Yeah, so I left some coins before the split in the Bitfinex account to see what they would do with them, and they're going to be giving Bitcoin Cash, but they're not enabling trading. So once they appear, if I want to sell them, I've got to try and get them to Kraken, which I'm assuming is going to take like 10 or 20 confirmations or something, which could be in the next 3 days.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why I got mine there first.
But maybe Bitfinex will pull it out of the bag, and maybe it will take longer for Bitfinex to create an order book than it will to send a transaction from Bitfinex to Kraken.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm loving that like the Bitcoin market isn't panicking at all. I mean, the price of Bitcoin is being steady. Everyone is still just waiting for a train wreck for the price to shoot up. That's kind of what I'm waiting for. Though I'm kind of happy if that altcoin it does have more of the Bitcoin hash power than we initially thought, then this date might actually get pushed back into my August 11th, like I've kept saying.
Then you'll be Nostradamus, Tone.
I know. That would be awesome.
Tonestradamus. He's made a lot of good calls over the past 6 months or so. All right. Wow, this is crazy.
Let's see. Bitcore says in the chat, great show, guys. $5 is worth it for the entertainment. Bitcoin Cash is an impersonator and not our big brother.
We shall see. Another block? No, that can't be right.
I was trying to get an update on the price from Kraken, but Kraken is still having a Cloudflare issue. They must be getting a lot of traffic.
The price is going down right there.
Kraken.com. It's at
Right here.
27.48 right now. Yeah,
let me put it on the big screen here. There it is. Oh, this thing is moving.
Uh-huh.
Looks like we got some buys. We got a wall at $200 US, 98.5 Bitcoin wall.
Let's see what we got here. I think they're aggregating, so it is at 215.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see where it settles. I think it'll probably settle around like 30 to 50 over the next. Over the next like couple.
I was saying 5. I mean, my over/under for 48 hours is $5.
Nah, I mean over like a 2 to 3 month period.
No, 48 hours.
No, they've obviously devoted a lot of hash power to propping this thing up. They're gonna.
I don't know. I'm still waiting for like a DAO style disaster.
Yeah, I mean, you look at how some of these other coins get distributed and whatnot, and what happens with the airdrops and like the volumes and.
But no, you're right. You're right. Like I can't believe Zcash is still around. Like it just like boggles the mind.
So is anyone in the English-speaking WeChat group with all the prominent Bitcoiners and miners?
Is that the one with like 500 people? And
I think that's the one that Charlie's in. Too bad he's out of it.
I'm in that. I'm in
Charlie's
there.
in that. Tony's in that. So if you go to the WeChat group now, they got cakes and celebrations.
I'm not surprised. It's a Jake Smith's group.
Yeah, Jake. I think Jake's the moderator for that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in that group like 4 years ago. I got in there in 2014.
It's not a bad group actually. It's you can see the other side without too much trolling and pretty civilized conversations. So.
All right. Everyone is
anything interesting? I'm looking at it now, but I don't know.
We got Zane, who used to be the Bitfinex community manager.
Oh yeah, I haven't talked to Zane in a while. I sent a message.
Teddy, who's been distributing. He was at. I was at the conference in Chengdu, and I met Teddy there. He's one of the guys in there, and he's been spreading the user-activated soft fork caps across China. And Jihan Wu was giving a talk, and he put one on Jihan Wu's head.
I think that picture would go for a lot of money.
Yeah, he did. He didn't find it too funny, actually.
Whoa! Can I think?
Oh, hey! Somebody posted a picture of something. I don't know if it's the hostel. Check your Twitter, Tone.
Well, I do. While Tone's checking his Twitter, I do think we want to thank Eric Shield for giving us $100. Eric says, "Amazing conversation. I've just called in sick to work, made some popcorn, and kicked back in my chair." Thanks so much, Eric. I'm glad you're watching.
Yeah, thanks, Eric.
Well, I think it's really great though, just to have this kind of date that everyone's congregating around, where us crazy people can talk about these things. And I mean, Thomas? How does it feel? I remember when the Bitcoin group was 100 viewers.
Well, I'm just being quiet, trying to enjoy all this. Hopefully everyone's subscribing right now, so they'll watch the other shows too. But when you start out and you're doing shows by yourself and no one's watching them, it's great to have everyone watching them and talking to the chat and things like Tone's thinking, like having the guy go to Hong Kong and take us a picture. That would be impossible before, but we're inches away from that. We are right there on the edge of like.
No, it looks like we're already there. I mean,
are we there? Go ahead, Tone. Update us.
Here's my screen share. Somebody went over there. And I'm replying to them now. I sent them the link to the hostel. This just came through, so somebody did.
Apparently, that's from the Google Street View. Yeah.
Oh, that's no good. You don't get a bounty that way. You got to hit the streets. It's only 3 o'clock in the morning, man. Wan Chai is kicking. I've been to Wan Chai.
Yeah, so that's too bright for it to be the current time.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So,
Still, it's nice to even have people editing images from Street View, trying to fool us. It's the same spirit.
all right. So, Aaron says he might try and join a little bit later. So hopefully Aaron will come on and talk about his article.
So Thomas, what was the price of Bitcoin when you gave your very first show?
All right. Well, let's see. So I had been watching Bitcoin before that. I knew about it from Slashdot. I saw it go to 13. I thought I missed it. I thought I missed it at 30. And then it went to 250 with a Cypress spike in 2013. And I really thought I missed it then. And I was like, okay, it's over. I missed it. And I started looking at it, and there was like Coinbase and BitPay, and there's all these companies that are actually doing real things with Bitcoin. When I looked at it earlier, I was like, it was Command Line. And I was like, oh, that's great. But that's World of Warcraft money. How are you going to trick people into using that? And I looked at it later. I was like, wow, real company. I can connect my bank account. This is great. So yeah, it went to 250. Then it went down to about 75. I got a handful, put everything I had in. It wasn't very much. And yeah, I started doing videos a couple weeks later, and I did MadBitcoins. I think the first price was in the $75 to $100 range. You can go back. There's episodes where it goes from like 110 to 100, and we're completely broken down. We're just like, oh my gosh, we lost so much money, 110 to 100. What a crash. And then to see it do these kind of crazy things now, it's just amazing. So,
Wow. I think we're all amazed.
What about you, Trace? What was your first going public with Bitcoin?
Oh yeah, I mean, I got a YouTube video from like January of 2011 when it's like 25 cents, and I was talking about it even earlier than that, of course. But you know, that's like a third-party timestamp, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I've been in all of these fun little rides. And it's fun to have like times to congregate. Like when WordPress first accepted Bitcoin and the price bump from like $6 up to $7.50. I was actually at the offices with Charlie Shrem and Eric Voorhees and a bunch of other guys, and we were playing some cards. And like we now have it's like a tradition. We have a game, and it's always 1 Bitcoin to get into the game, no matter what the price is. And so it's yeah, it's just been such a wild ride, and it's been so much fun. And I mean, some things work out, some things don't, but you know, it's really been a lot of fun, which, you know, hopefully our Far Eastern buddies can kind of take it in that vein, you know.
Did you create that, you know, the very, I don't know if even it gets the search engines right now, but before, if you search for YouTube, you had the very famous Bitcoin video that was used everywhere. Was that your one?
Yeah, so that's my video. It's on the homepage of bitcoin.org. Had like 10 million views or something. Yeah, so I mean, I've done a lot to kind of evangelize it and bring people into the community and probably run them out. I'm kind of prickly sometimes, but yeah, it's just been so much fun. Like just seeing where it's going, and now we're over $90 billion market cap for this entire industry. I mean, the whole industry had less than a 2 million market cap when I started talking about it, right? And so I think when we did that video, it had something like it was less than a 10 million market cap. I mean, I'd have to go back and look at like crunch all the numbers and stuff, but I mean, it couldn't have been more than. I mean, it was pretty low. I think it was 75 cents a coin when we published that video. So yeah.
Right, and so. Something I want to show everybody, Tone, if you can go to CoinMarketCap. A lot of altcoins are going up today. In fact, it seems like a lot of people are streaming back into altcoins after getting some Bitcoin cash for free. But if you scroll down the CoinMarketCap, check out BitConnect, which is about 15.
Oh, that's people getting confused over the ticker.
Yeah. So it looks like people are getting confused over the ticker. It is down 18% on a day when almost every coin is going up. So check that out. BCC.
Oh, that's hilarious. So everyone is selling BCC, BitConnect, thinking they're selling Bitcoin Cash.
I wonder if it's a buy opportunity.
Yeah, who knows? But
it probably is.
Interesting happening.
If you knew anything about BitConnect or what it was, if it had value, it would go back up, right? Because it's a mistake, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, usually it seems like some of these coins have a value because you go in there and you do a big buy or a big sell, they seem to come back to a equilibrium price.
Might just be a lot of people buying at the bottom, trying to maintain a price.
Or there's a plunge protection team that's dedicated to keeping the altcoin floating.
I'm usually selling, right? But I don't know. These there's just so many traders out there now and everything that like it's. I think we're seeing I think the whole industry we're seeing a lot of real price discovery because you actually have to deliver the coins in most cases, right?
Somebody is daring us on the live chat to go dump that BCH live. Anybody want to do that?
I don't have any. You need someone that actually has it.
Yeah, as soon as Bitfinex gives it to me, the problem is they're not making a market, so I've got to try and get it to Kraken. I think
it seems my Kraken is the web page is frozen like usual.
So,
yeah, so
you have like 2/3 of your Bitcoin Cash still on Kraken because you've sold a third of it.
No, I only a third of what I sent there.
Okay, all right. So you have 2/3 of that what you sent there still there, ready to be sold, correct?
Yeah, but I didn't send that much. I mean, I guess we could. How do I move over to my screen share?
No, you just share.
You don't want to dox yourself on this one. Be very careful.
Yeah. Like I was just gonna mention. So while Trace figures that out, I was just right now you're sharing our chat. Yeah. So I'll lock myself in till Trace figures it out. This way he's not on the big screen.
I wouldn't bother with that one. That's a risk not worth taking.
So no, I was just gonna say, you guys. Somebody was asking like your first appearances. So the very first appearance of Tone Vays was on Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock. My very first public appearance was the radio show by Ernie Hancock from Phoenix, Arizona. So this is a perfect segue. I want to give him a plug. If it wasn't for Ernie putting me on the radio, I would have never gotten started. So out of all the people that ask me for interviews, Ernie will always get like #1 priority. Like the moment I get an email from his producer, it's like, hey, when can you do it? I'm like, whenever you want. Like I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it today. Like Ernie gets my attention immediately. That was my very first public appearance in the space. And the reason I got that interview was because I asked a lot of good questions at a Bitcoin event. I went to my very first Bitcoin event inside Bitcoin's New York 2014. I just asked a lot of questions, put some high profile people on the spot. And then Ernie was in the audience and he made a note. And then I got a call from him. Hey, why don't you come on my show? We'll talk about the conference. That's kind of how I got started.
Is there any more info yet about how the BCH is being distributed on Kraken and stuff like that? Like I know it's starting to trade, but like how did they distribute the Kraken or to the BCH?
Yeah, so you had your Bitcoins in there, and then you had to get them in there before like.
No, I understand all that. I understand technically, but you were awarding before trading goes on to certain people, and then certain other people were like, "Why have I not gotten mine released yet?" And that was on Kraken specifically. They were like, "Why is there?"
Database probably, and they're doing it one at a time. But
that was what I would hope for fairness' sake. But there's a lot of questions regarding how were they distributing that.
All right, so
They just like status.kraken.com. They made an announcement that they distributed all the Bitcoin Cash. So maybe did you not get your Bitcoins in there in time?
No, I think
going through my Twitter feed and people are asking me, where is mine? This person got his, where is mine? Maybe it's all been resolved now.
No, yes. I mean, like the status.kraken, it's like they don't have any of the announcements on there anymore. So I assume that like I assume it's just all taken care of because they found the 4 blocks now. Maybe people didn't get their Bitcoins in on time.
Maybe it was just an ephemerally, living question. It was for a very short period of time before that first block. People wanted to know how it was being distributed.
No, it took a while to actually get it on there, like because it was like because I logged into this show at like 4:20 a.m. and then I didn't actually have my Bitcoin Cash until I got back. I went to the dentist, so I was there for like 5 hours, like a mouse at the cocaine dispenser, trying to sell some of these things.
So I got mine about it was about half an hour before I came on the show, and I was just refreshing, and it kept going to 505 error pages and stuff. Then suddenly they were there, and so I just started selling them, blocks at a time, and then I just put a message on the group saying, I managed to sell mine on Kraken, and then Thomas sent me the link, and I jumped on here. But it was, I think there was literally like 4.5 hours from when I thought they'd be there to when they actually were there.
Yeah, I think everybody got them at the same time. Like they made a mass distribution out via just database. That's what
I would hope.
Because I mean, it sounds like I got mine the same time Simon did. And
it's just funny how much time preference is valuable in certain situations and how much people can freak out if things aren't done right. So I just wanted to try and iron that out a little bit.
Especially in crypto land, right?
Yeah.
And it'd be pretty unfair if your name was like Zebra Man and you got your coins at the end of the distribution because the database was sorted that way.
No, hey, I mean, guys, we have some more information on that address we got in the.
Yeah, I have. I'm pulling up a Reddit link. So I don't know if that's the same thing you're talking about.
Oh no, I did get a tweet from Beijing Bitcoins, and they said check in Hostel Hong Kong. They accept Bitcoin, so you wonder if they're going to accept Bitcoin Cash as a result of this. But let's go to the Reddit link.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, I'm pulling that up now. So Beijing Bitcoin is actually I believe that is Jake Smith, and he sent me this link over that over that WeChat group chat. So I'm gonna pull up the Reddit link now. Did I do screen share yet?
No.
What, you guys
what we really want is someone with a phone to go interview that guy, to get him live on the air so he can say, yes, I mine that.
All right,
block.
so here's what came in. I guess it's the information on that hostel, but I already pulled up their website, right? So I'm not sure what, did this just come on? No, this is a 6-month-old thread. So this isn't any really additional information. We've already pulled up their website, so let me look at their Facebook.
6 months is fine. 6-month-old information is totally relevant right now.
Well, hopefully Jake got enough Bitcoin Cash. He doesn't have to stay at hostels anymore.
I think last time I saw him was in Mexico. The time before that was at the Crypto Castle in San Fran.
Yeah, we were saying earlier that Jake has maybe the most interesting employment history in crypto. He worked with Antminer, of course, Bitmain, the big mining company, and now he's working with Roger and Bitcoin.com. It's a very interesting bedfellows for old Jake. He's a good guy. I've met him a few times.
Yeah, I love bedfellows.
Yeah, back in January, he was actually at Anarchapulco, and Roger and I, we had lunch, and Jake was there, and we got to chat about this whole split thing. It was kind of funny because Roger was like, well, what about this $100 million that the Chinese miners have? I was like, Roger, 100,000 Bitcoins isn't cool. You know what's cool? 300 to 700,000 Bitcoins. That's cool. So it's good to see that we don't have too much craziness with all this fork drama.
So we're actually seeing in Hong Kong a bit of an exodus from China to Hong Kong in terms of businesses, because PBOC did the withdrawal suspension, and then there were some articles about their opinions on ICOs. It was actually very timely because Japan started to regulate the exchanges just after Bitcoin withdrawals were suspended in China. And because of that, because there's a big rivalry between Japan and China, PBOC decided to, kind of look at what happened in Japan and recognize that it was worth, looking at this. But all of the Bitcoin businesses that I know in China, they're all setting up Hong Kong divisions as a hedge, as like an easy jurisdiction to try and set up in. And the interesting about Hong Kong is that, the businesses aren't very vocal about what they're doing. They don't kind of show off we're a Hong Kong-based business. They try and keep things quiet because Hong Kong's one of those jurisdictions where if you don't embarrass the government, they kind of leave you be. and it's only if you do something big and embarrassing that they're gonna really clamp down on you. But
so it's about embarrassment. It's like the eye of Sauron looking at you, and when it looks at you, that's bad.
Yeah, you know, so if you do a Mount Gox in Hong Kong, it's not going to be pretty. You know, and you know, that's kind of one of the reasons why we really wanted to really help with the Bitfinex recovery, because you know, it was we thought it was such an important event to try and get out of that and try and support investors if we can in some kind of way. And it was, you know, we didn't have the Mount Gox style event, so that went fairly smoothly, I guess.
And they had an official tweet. Sorry, BCH crediting process started fast and then slowed. It now looks like the accounts are up. Looks like Crypto BitSeeker said that they didn't finish the process before they started trading, and he said that he just got all of his coins, and it was trading before he got all of his coins. So there might be some people that are feeling a little bit like that wasn't fair. But if it was legitimately just a machine slowing down and they couldn't speed it up, I mean, there's not a whole lot they could have probably done.
That's bad news for my pal Zebraman. I'm sure he's changing his name to A Zebraman right now. We also had a question from William Beasley in the chat. He says, awesome show, guys. Skipping work today to be a part. Can you explain how exchanges determine coin prices for new people? Who wants to take this one?
I'll
Pretty
take
much
that one.
price discovery, right?
Yeah, it's just so a load of people say what price they're willing to buy at, and that makes up a bid. A load of people say what price they're willing to sell at, and that makes up an offer. And whenever a bid matches an offer, a trade executes. And if more people are buying, then the price, the bids, you know, people are bidding a higher and higher price. If more people are selling, then they're offering a lower and lower price. And it continually, it reaches an equilibrium based upon the buys and sells. Now, there's plenty of opportunity for manipulation, and you know, people who own a lot trying to control the price short term. There's plenty of opportunities for market makers who are professional people who are looking to buy slightly lower than they sell in the middle and scalp everything. But all these different participants make up a market, and then there's lots of different exchanges. And so, you know, people like CoinDesk and Brave New Coin try and pull together all the different prices, and that makes up an average price across the market. And then I know Tony, I think you did a bit of work with Brave New Coin trying to make sure that they were smoothing out the data and taking out outliers when you have these flash crashes and strange pricing. But it essentially is market driven, and you can manipulate it in the short term, but you tend not to be able to manipulate it in the long term, and manipulators are still a market participant anyway.
And it's
So right
scary because of difficulty, because of work, right? The proof of work is not like, it's people like it's backed by nothing. And it's like, well, it's actually backed by labor. You take labor and then you instantiate that into a digital medium, which is scarce. And people are like, what does that mean? And it's, yeah, it's new. So that's I think it's always fun to touch on that, to get to that really, really, really basic level of people like, well, what is it backed by? How is it backed? Because whenever I talk to somebody new, that's usually what they focus on the most.
Actually, do you know what? So I did a big China tour across China with speaking, and there was lots and lots of new people to this sector in those talks. And I didn't, you know, when you've been given talks for a while, you forget what you need to explain to people, because you assume you know. And I found that one of the biggest things that needs explaining to people was firstly that they thought they had to buy one Bitcoin, so it was too expensive for them. And so it was really hard to explain to people, no, you can buy, 100 renminbi or $100 worth of Bitcoin, or $10 or 10 renminbi.
I think somebody just started putting a shirt that says you can buy fractions of a Bitcoin. And when I saw it, like, I instantly was like, yes, we have to get back to that, to the new people. Yeah.
And the other thing that was just abundantly clear is, I tried to tell them about how Bitcoin's the only store of value, and, everything's speculative investments around this store of value. But they really, really want to know, yeah, I've missed the boat with Bitcoin. It's too expensive. What can I buy that's cheaper? What's better value? And they really think about it in terms of how they see, you log into Coinbase and you see Litecoin, you see Ethereum, you see Bitcoin, and you think, okay, Litecoin's the one that's got the best value. So they think of it in terms of that because they think they have to buy a whole one. And this concept is actually really, really important, and it takes a lot of explaining for people to get their head around. Just that you don't have to buy a whole one.
It's tough because it is basic, but then like even at that basic level, there's a very deep hierarchy of understanding that's required to know how markets work, how value works, how money works. You actually have to have a pretty decent grasp of things to be able to be at that first hierarchical layer of I can actually understand this based on a deep understanding of markets before then. If you don't have an understanding of markets or money or why it is and stuff like that, trying to, fill in that hierarchy, like a Jenga game where there's nothing below it, it doesn't work out very well. So it can also be very, very tough to talk to a group of people about Bitcoin, because without going to one person and figuring out where they are in the hierarchy of understanding, it's really tough to frame what you're explaining because it is so in depth in terms of the entire stack explained in its entirety.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people just don't understand how complicated Bitcoin is. I mean, we're at the pinnacle of IT, the pinnacle of computer networking, computer science, thermodynamics, chip fabrication. Then we've got game theory, we've got Austrian economics,
sociology,
behavioral economics. We've got, I mean, it is just such a highly cryptography, statistics and probabilities. I mean, we've just got so many different aspects of knowledge that you have to kind of understand if you're going to see the bigger picture with Bitcoin. And then Bitcoin, 2009 Bitcoin is nothing like 2017 Bitcoin. It's so much more complicated now. We've got things like SegWit and LibSec and Schnorr signatures coming down the pipeline, and Mimblewimble. And so it's, I mean, people don't know exactly how airplanes work or how the internet works or stuff like that. And likewise, it's a fool's errand to try and figure out exactly how Bitcoin works for almost everybody.
Hey guys, I just want to say something quick. So I've been given a heads up on who the owner of that hostel is, and I just sent them a connect on WeChat, but it is like 3 a.m. over there, 3:30. So, but if he gets back to me, I'll let you guys know. Maybe we can get him on. But that person was in that WeChat group, and I was told who it is, and I just sent them a direct message and a friend request on WeChat. So let's see if we can do some, investigative reporting while on live air.
All right. One other thing, there's a massive pump of Bitcoin Cash going on Bittrex right now. It is trading at $378. I'm not sure what's going on, but it seems to be with a decent amount of volume. So take that for what it is, but Bittrex seems to be the place where a lot of people are buying Bitcoin Cash if you are so inclined to sell it there.
Well, here is Bittrex, and I see it at 250. So I don't know where you're seeing that. Oh, there it is.
Last 382, 379. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I guess the chart is a little
off.
Slow. Is there an order book? Let's see the order book here.
Well, that's a bad idea for a lot of people.
Yeah. All right. Let's take a look at this order book here. Let's see what's going on. So people are asking 382. Yeah, and people are bidding 379. Look at that.
Well, it's a tiny amount there. But,
yeah, it is a tiny amount. So we're looking at
like a $50 spread. Oh my gosh! Somebody just took out the whole thing.
Took all that out, and now we're at 270.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So significant volatility. Just a warning to everybody: there is not that much liquidity of Bitcoin Cash on any exchange right now. We are coming upon hour 7 of this coin. Actually, I guess it wasn't born until like 2 hours ago. So yeah, it's not a very old coin. A lot of people have lots of it and they don't know what to do with it. Some are putting it on exchanges like Bittrex. So be very careful out there. You'll get opportunities like this, but usually they aren't very deep in liquidity.
I just want to say, I think it was a strange decision to base the new blocks of the coin based upon these live 8-hour hangouts. I'm not sure how many more hangouts we're going to be able to do, and I think they're going to run out of blocks really quickly.
Well, guys, I gotta go spend my proceeds on some tacos. I gotta head out for lunch.
That's a hell of a lot of tacos, Trace. Enjoy.
I'm buying them for the whole city.
You gotta get
a wheelbarrow.
Trace,
You gotta
you're
get the
going to be
Simpsons idea with the wheelbarrow, $100 for 100 tacos. That should provide you sustenance for the
We gotta
fast
create
food
jobs,
sci-fi man.
man. We gotta create jobs before they get deported.
Tracy, you're going to be at Jeff Berwick's event in an Acapulco, CryptoPoco thing.
Oh yeah, that's the plan. I've gotten all of those. We eat a lot of tacos there.
Cool. Okay, I'm going to make my debut. Are you going, Tone?
Yeah,
Tone's on the phone.
last-
Tone's too
Looks
busy.
like someone's
Okay.
contacting Hong Kong, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to bring Max. I just had dinner with Max last week. You got to get him
Yeah.
down to Acapulco. Anyways,
I think
guys are here.
Thanks so much, Trace. Glad you could
Thank
make
you,
it.
Trace.
See you again
Yeah,
soon,
glad to be
hopefully.
here anytime. See you, Jimmy. See you, Blake, Simon, everybody.
All right.
All
Trace
right,
is an OG.
we're continuing on into hour 7. I'm exhausted, and I got to sleep through the first few hours of this, so I'm doing
And Tracy, I mean, Tone needs to walk around and not even look at the screen. He's just so tired of it at this point. Oh, is he on the phone? Oh, he's probably with the client. All right. So yeah, just wanted to tell everybody, in case you're just joining us, thank you for all your donations and everything. We have a new Bitcoin fork called Bitcoin Cash. A lot of people like to call it Bcash so that it's not confusable with Bitcoin. They have mined 4 blocks so far, one of which signal for SegWit, which is interesting enough since SegWit does not exist on that chain. But yeah, joining us are all these people. I'll let them introduce themselves if they want to do that again.
So we were talking earlier about our first Bitcoin conference experiences and stuff like that. Trace was sharing his, Tone was sharing his. The first one I did was, I think it was Amir Taki run a conference in Prague, which I believe, I thought it was the first Bitcoin conference in the world, but it turns out it was the first Bitcoin conference in Europe. And the first one was in New York, I believe. And the event was sponsored by Mt. Gox. It was a panel with Max Kaiser and myself, and Rick, the Pirate Party guy.
Rick Willard.
Yeah.
Falkvinge.
Falcon.
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't know how you pronounce that.
There was a startup pitching this concept called BitPay from Tony Galippi. There were a few Casacius coins that were being debuted, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think this was the price of Bitcoin had crashed from $20 to $3 the week before, I believe, and I think there was some kind of flash crash going on at this point. My memory is a bit hazy, but the videos are still actually all on YouTube. And yeah, this was
like, don't you love going to a conference with all your friends and then there's like a flash crash during it and you're just like, oh man.
Yeah, I mean, and Bitcoin was so uncertain in these days. You know, it was just a different game. But you know, there was, I'd say the entire audience was about 40 people. I remember afterwards there was like some kind of crazy hackathon in some crack den in Prague or something. And you went there and you could buy like I think you could buy a Snickers bar or something for a quarter of a Bitcoin or something like that. I don't know what it was then. But yeah, it's just amazing how much this community has come along. And you know, it just I think I've never met anything that consumes life so much as this topic. And once you get in, you know, it's just the most important invention that I've seen. It's just so important to the world, Bitcoin. It's just impacts on so many levels. And if we just have this global savings account that acts as a store of value, and we don't screw that up by you know, turning Bitcoin into 42 million through some kind of scaling debate, which I believe that, you know, we're not going to do, because there's so much intelligence. There's so many people that care about Bitcoin. And I do genuinely believe a lot of the people that many of you might call bad actors, I still think they care about Bitcoin. I choose to see the best in people wherever I can. And, you know, I believe that there's just so many people that care. And what we've seen from this scaling debate, which I think is really important, is, you know, all the trolls tried to say, oh, you need better governance, you need better, all these things. But what really struck me in the whole frustration of the last 3 years of this scaling debate was actually that's what makes Bitcoin Bitcoin. It's decentralized, and it's the only decentralized cryptocurrency in the world. The reason we couldn't scale, the reason this took so long, the reason it took so many attacks and different things and different thoughts is because nobody controls it. No miner controls it. No developer controls it. No business controls it. No government controls it. And that is exactly what makes it.
And change management based on consensus is not a zero raid. And it's not supposed to be. You don't want it acting like a zero raid going really, really fast.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what makes Bitcoin what it is. And that is a feature. And this whole scaling debate has been just an incredible collection of minds and content and people that really are in this to change the world and at the same time benefit financially. And it's just the perfect mechanism. I think it's just incredible. I mean, Bitcoin
is the perfect motivator too, because it's open source, and the birthplace of motivation is autonomy and purpose. And when people have autonomy and purpose married together, and they can go and see the purpose of Bitcoin, they have the autonomy to either make Bitcoin in the way that they want to or contribute in the way that they want to. I mean, it is a powerhouse of incentives alignment. Like it really, really, really does just go out there and grab incentives and align them, and especially in terms of like you were saying, intelligent people working together to solve difficult problems. When you can incentivize people to do that, it starts to go really, really, really fast, and that's very interesting. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jimmy.
Oh, no, it's okay. I just want to touch on the fact that Bitcoin does sort of consume your life, like it has the last 8 hours for us. I just want to thank the 3,100 people watching right now, for people that have donated all throughout the day. If you are just joining us, Bitcoin Cash has forked. They have mined 4 different blocks, almost all of them coming within something like a 30-minute to an hour window, which is very interesting. And Bitcoin Cash is now trading at Bittrex, Kraken, via BTC, OKX, and a bunch of other places. So you can go and sell them and do things with them. It's been a very interesting day, probably one of the most unproductive days in Bitcoin history. At least you can spend it with us and have a good time just listening to stuff that you would get through Twitter, except in a video form. We're all checking our Twitters and making sure that we're not missing anything, and trying to find out about this hostel in Hong Kong, for example. So if you want to catch up, this is the place to do it. And I think Tone has something.
Oh, no, I was just going to put up my chart. I'm not sure if we're doing closing thoughts. I mean, we're running, we only have about 40 minutes to go before we're going to have to start a new live stream. I'd rather have like closing statements than have YouTube cut us off and make us start a new one. So I don't know if that's what you were doing, Jimmy, when I came back and sat down.
Oh, no. I have heard that we just got another block. No. That's not true.
Okay. We
did. Wait, there was another block right there, 63.
Let me see.
Is that 5?
Oh yeah, it did, and it's the same place. Oh my gosh,
they did it again.
Yeah,
wow.
Same place.
Hong Kong's being
Wan Chai, Hong Kong.
Is this a SegWit signaling one?
No, it's not SegWit signaling, but the first one was.
Well, it did the first time they found it with the same node. Like, this is just weird, no?
Yeah, it really is. I mean,
it's a good thing they've got all that wiggle room in their block size.
There's got to be a story behind this this hostel. Like, maybe it's like the first place somebody discovered Bitcoin or something like that. And
maybe Satoshi's hanging out in Wan Chai.
Well, yeah, how would he have miner equipment there? But
I'm gonna start messing with the chain after not doing or saying anything for a long time.
Yeah, and electricity is insane.
He's got like the stores covered over there.
Yeah. So yeah, we have 5 blocks now. So it looks like 6 blocks will be found within the first 12 hours.
All right, but here's the thing, right? I mean, 2/3 of the blockchain has just been mined by an unknown other.
Yeah, well, 3/5, 60%. Yeah.
3/5. Sorry.
That's an issue in normal Bitcoin if too many of the miners are unknown. Is that an issue in this new fork, Jimmy?
Well, it's more of a confidence issue.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't know how secure you feel. I mean, it looks like they're just sort of taking the entire mempool anyway, so that's not a problem. But it does make me suspect that the first block took so long to mine because they needed a lot of transactions, and they needed to get over that 1 megabyte hump. And maybe they had a little bit of bad luck in there, but it's possible that was it, and they didn't want to create their own transactions, like mining it to themselves or something like that. But yeah, I mean, it is very interesting that so many blocks have come on in such a short time after like such a long time where we just found nothing.
And let's take a look at the Bitcoin blockchain. So the Bitcoin, but we haven't had a block in 36 minutes.
Wow.
100% of the mining power. 100% of the mining power left for BCH. That's the only reasonable conclusion that we can draw from this information.
We want to do just a quick update of our chat. I'd like to thank Robex World for sending us $10. He says, treat yourself. Go buy yourself some Bitcoin Cash. And VC says, the Geek Super Bowl just happened. Core and UASF is greater than Jihan Roger and fake Satoshi. Go ahead, guys.
No, we've been getting a lot of people. Like, so many people have stuck with us for the entire 6 hours that we've been doing this stream. It's a really huge dedication, guys.
Yeah. Well, thanks everybody for donating. If you look at our Bitcoin address, there's a ton of little tiny donations that are coming in, along with some bigger ones. So, thank you all for the ones that did that. I mean, we better like transfer like these $1.29 and $1 and 88-cent ones over. Thomas, you really got to get the CTXO thing done.
We need
I don't want to reset my ledger right now. I have too much other stuff I'm doing. So.
All right. But we do have quite a bit. That 0 fee transaction still has not gone through. So that's
son of a diddly.
That is very interesting. We might have to do child pays for parent or something, and spend that to another UTXO and pay enough fee so that miner has incentive to mine that one.
Another one that I think is a good tip, if everyone, if one thing comes out of this is that everybody's, you might be doing some reckless things. You might be moving your Bitcoins over to exchanges. Maybe you're taking them out of Coinbase. So, apparently $500 million have come out of Coinbase. Make sure that you take this opportunity to actually put that back into a hardware wallet, learn cold storage, learn how to look after your private key. It's the ideal opportunity to do it. I just had a tweet from Trezor. Throughout this whole UASF stuff, everybody was obviously going crazy to buy hardware wallets, which is a good thing. And they were out of stock, and they just tweeted me now that they're back in stock. So I just bought about 10 of those for friends and family. You can buy multi-packs, but please take this opportunity to, if you're taking them away from Coinbase, make sure you put some of them back in your hardware wallet and start to learn how to look after those. I appreciate that some of you can't trust yourself, and therefore you'd rather trust Coinbase than yourself. But take this opportunity to put some on there, learn it, and maybe the moral of this whole story is that there's been a mass exodus away from people holding private keys to you putting them in a hardware wallet. That would be a great result.
And I agree, man. It's like this whole thing with talent. People like, you're just talented. You're gonna know how to do this stuff. Like, no, you have to learn how to secure your keys. Learn it now. Learn how to secure your keys now. Now that you've got them off of Coinbase and we've got all these people holding their own private keys, which is good. Seriously, take the time now to learn how cold storage operates and to put your stuff onto a hardware wallet. Because like Simon was saying, you can't just be like, well, I trust somebody else more than me. Well, you need to fix that problem with information. You need to go and make it so that you know enough to be able to trust yourself, because ignorance is the birthplace of fear, and we're made up of water and fear. So don't be afraid. Go learn it, and you'll be much better off in the future.
And Thomas, you should put the affiliate link for Trezor if you want to support this show and buy a Trezor. What you should do is buy using the link, and that will help support the show. I realize like many of you have already donated, so don't feel like you're obligated to do this or anything. But this is a way to support the show and help us to pay the expenses that we have for incurring during the filming of these shows, and being on this thing for like almost 8 hours and things like that.
Yeah, no, we'll add one in there. We'll add an affiliate link for buying your Trezor.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the link is, but the code is MadBitcoins if you want to put the code in for Trezor.
Yeah, I have one as well on my YouTube channel, and actually, it's possible that it's in this description because I copied it from what I had on my channel. So there might be one in the description of this video already. It could be a different one than MadBitcoins, so we will adjust that.
So guys, when are you going to be in a position to tell us about all these new plans for World Crypto Network?
Well,
I was gonna say the
I
running
think
joke is
I just want to say World Crypto Network, I think, has been instrumental in this scaling debate. It's been, there's been some serious veterans that are still logging in to find out what's going on here, because no one knows all this stuff, and you've got the right combination of different knowledge, different perspectives, and I think you've done a real service to Bitcoin, and you really deserve all these extra subscribers and the money that's coming in today. I think the fact is, I jumped on, Charlie jumped on, Trace jumped on. It's because we're watching the show.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Thomas will have more to say, but yeah, I've been just astounded at the growth of this channel in the last 3 to 6 months. Granted, there's been a price increase that sort of precipitated a lot of people watching, but yeah, it's been a lot of fun, a lot of people supporting us and helping us out, and
well, there's been a price increase for sure, but I mean, like, I've been sitting here watching you and Tone and Thomas just like go into turbo overcharge recently, and really doing a good job of trying to stay as neutral as possible and bring up both points. Everything. I mean, I think that's really a huge thing. I've seen some other of the more hyperbole oriented shows that are maybe more entertaining to some people. I've actually seen them take a huge hit to just getting at least one space together where people can dissect and communicate ideas, and I think that's really an honorable thing. So shout out to Thomas, hard worker, and then obviously everybody can see the work that's going on with Tone and with Jimmy, and just invaluable. Thank you guys so much for donating so much.
You're saying that Jimmy definitely, but you're saying Tone is impartial. I don't think so.
I know. Hey, thanks for saying it. I was like, hey, should I say it, or is someone going to jump in?
Hopefully people push back on Tone a little bit. I think that Tone is so honest about his opinions that people know to take him with a grain of salt, even if even if you're really, on his side and stuff like that. Like there's some people that speak with hyperbole and emotion, but that hyperbole and emotion really rhymes with what's true, and people appreciate that a lot. So, I mean, I'm not trying to hate on anybody. I just think that trying to get all the opinions out there and then see how they, win out in the marketplace of ideas upon their own meritocracy is very important. And it's so nerdy that not a lot of people talk about it.
All right. Yeah, thanks everybody for all the nice stuff. I'm just reading the chat as it's scrolling by. They're also loving it. I'm getting tired. It seems like I've only been here since 7 o'clock maybe. It's around it's turning almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon here. I feel like I just got out of bed and I got here, and now
Did you have your coffee yet? Did you have your coffee yet?
No, everyone's asking. They're all saying, why aren't we drinking coffee in the chat? And my coffee takes at least 10 minutes to make. I got to turn on the water. I got to put coffee in. I got to pour it over. And as you can see, I haven't really gotten that far away from this chair.
It's like a French press, but fancier.
Yeah. I've seen it. You somehow have time to like dress like that, and yet you don't have time to go make coffee for yourself. Go make coffee, man.
I roll out of bed like this. It's like a Superman thing. I'm like grabbing the tie, grabbing this, and then I'm just set, and I just sit here for hours and hours.
He sleeps in a coffin like that, and then he just like wakes up in the morning ready to go.
Hey, what's DKK? Because we just got 100 DKK.
I think that's Danish krone.
Wow. Okay. I don't know how much that is.
I don't know what that is either. I used to know back when I worked in finance. I used to know all of them, but I'm not sure how much it is. But it's close to the euro, so it should be around $100.
Oh, it says $15.87.
I'm totally wrong.
The best part about this super chat has been all the different currency signals flying in, and people from all over the world are all watching this chat, and it's just super fun to see that.
I would love to see somebody from Asia donate, because I think we saw Indian rupee, but like nobody from East Asia, because those currencies tend to be like large numbers. So I would love to see that at some point.
I know,
like Chinese yuan or something.
What is the
like 10,000? It'd be like 10,000 baht, and it's like, oh, that's $20. All right.
well done, gentlemen. Have been following since 1220 UTC. Was inspired to write on Medium.com at @ARayMake.
Oh,
that's a good message. Listen, that's what you got to do. You got to pay for the message and then self-promote, and then everybody wins.
I think World Crypto Network has the most diversified portfolio of currencies I've seen from this one show. Update on Bitfinex. I still don't see any Bitcoin Cash there. I presume that they're waiting for a minimum of 6 confirmations. We now got 5 blocks, have we?
Yeah, we got 5. One more makes it 6.
6 seems to be the industry standard number. I'm going to try and message Phil and the Bitfinex team, but I'm sure they're firefighting right now.
Oh, I can't imagine there's a single exchange that's not firefighting at this moment, and I'm sure most of them were up at that time. And everywhere around the world, every exchange is probably like, oh, what do we do? And they're had all hands on deck and everything else.
Yeah.
I can't wait to start getting calls from businesses. They're like, what do we accept now? We wanted to accept Bitcoin, and now there's cash. And I'm be like, oh boy.
I think Exodus was one of my favorite tweets. People were tweeting them, what's your policy? Exodus is a beautiful wallet if you haven't used it before, multi-currency wallet, and they just said, well, we don't really care. Do with them what you want. You own the private key.
Yeah.
All right, somebody donated from Thailand, but he says it doesn't allow for bots. So
he had to VPN and do it in dollars. Thank you.
NOK. What is NOK? Anyone?
Norway.
Norwegian kroner.
Okay, so I'm guessing that's about the same as a Danish kroner. Is that?
I need to pull up like the global currency chart here.
This is a great day to learn your currency abbreviations.
I know.
Everyone at home is following along. There's going to be a quiz later.
No, one krona, one Norwegian krone is 13 cents US.
Yeah, so we got about $13 from that guy.
Yeah, that's about $13.
Okay.
But thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I'm kind of astounded at the diversity of geographical viewers, I guess.
Yeah.
I thought it would be mostly US, but no, tons of people in Europe, tons of people in Asia, some people in South America.
I can barely speak English. How are these people even watching this show?
I know, right? We need to say hi to these people in their language if they donate to us or something. And
that would be so cringy.
Yeah.
We had enough people were calling in earlier. They just wanted Jimmy and me to pronounce different exchange names. They wanted to say Polonex or Polonex or Polonex. Or,
hey, that guy that said that would donate $500 if I pronounced Kraken correctly, it never did. So I don't know if we should really trust that.
It's back to Kraken. I'm going to say Kraken from now on.
Crikey.
Hey, somebody from Pakistan. Wow, that's crazy.
I love the dad jokes. You just go like way off into the woods on pronunciation.
All right, guys. I think I'm done. Me and Jimmy and I have been doing this for the last 7 hours?
Well, we're now in hour 8. So yeah, it's more than 8 hours. Yeah, 7.5 hours. Wow.
Right. I mean, in a half an hour, YouTube. As far as I know, this is only an 8-hour max. We'd have to start a new one. I'd rather close it off, and then maybe we can start another one in a few hours. Everyone can take a break. I don't know what you guys were thinking.
I agree completely.
CHF, hey, we got donated in Swiss francs. I know that one. Come on.
Yeah, hey guys.
Usually I'm all for more shows, but 8 hours is a long time.
Yeah, so it's our last 5 minutes. So if you were thinking of throwing in a donation, now is the time. I guess I can share my screen with the QR and.
Oh, I've got it. Just wanted to thank everyone. We've received almost $918 in donations. That's a 0.3335228. So thank you so much for your donations.
Absolutely. It's like Jordan Peterson says, if you find somebody that's smart or that you like what they're talking about, give them as much money as you can to try to squeeze as much of that juice out of them as you can possibly get. I don't know if we fit into that category, but it sounded really good when Jordan Peterson said it.
I feel like an orange all of a sudden. Yeah.
Yeah. Today I have like God knows how many emails and messages to now catch up on. And we'll see how it goes. Oh, let me just close out with the price. I mean, before I go.
Well, and make sure everyone, if you're watching now and you've never watched before, please subscribe down below to the World Crypto Network. That way you'll get a little notification when we do future videos. We might not always be trending on YouTube Live, so you might want to subscribe.
Yeah, and follow us on Twitter as well. I mean, we will have our Twitter handles. MadBitcoins, the World Crypto Network, and then me, Blake, and Jimmy go by our names, and same with Simon.
Eric in the chat, he sent us 100 SEK. He says, please stop. I need to do something else. BC sent us $10. He says, give me some more juice. He's ready for more.
Wait, SEK, that's Swedish?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Yeah, that's the Swedish krona.
So we've made like 3 of the 4 Scandinavian countries. Where's Finland? What's going on, Finland?
Come on, Finland. You're so good at hockey. You can't show up here.
Maybe they can come through for a strong finish.
So now you've got to figure out how to sign up to every Bitcoin exchange in the world and convert all these currencies.
I'm pretty sure YouTube is doing it for us.
We have to wait until we get another block before we convert the kroner. We need more kroner blocks.
Oh, man. Yeah. And there's, oh, wow, there's been like 3 donations in the last couple of minutes. So, yeah, thank you for that, obviously. Yeah, it has been a crazy day, guys. And I'm sure it will be even more unproductive once we go off air because, you know, you probably have a lot of things to catch up on and even more things to distract you. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I did not expect that when I woke up at 6:45 this morning to get prepped for the show, that I would be on air for 8 hours. 8 hours. How? Oh my goodness. I am
goddamn
really,
champion.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see like how we did and everything. But yeah, I mean, I want to plug Tone's like consulting business. He deserves every bit of consulting that he gets because he's a very smart guy and knows what he's talking about. I want to plug, you know, MadBitcoins, Thomas, and, you know, the World Crypto Network and Blake and everybody else. Yeah, it's been a great show. Thank you for all the guests that sort of managed to find their way in. Thank you to the trading desks that have us on right now. You know, just want to close out with a lot of gratitude because we really, really are very grateful for all that you guys have done and all the people in the chat. Thank you. For the donations and the comments. You guys are really hilarious. I just wish I could read all of it because you guys have been scrolling by so fast. And yeah, I mean, there's no way I could read that.
They are saying in the chat that we found a 5th block. So Jimmy, does the difficulty not reset? What do they still need?
No. We had 5. We already have 5.
Yeah, we've had 5 for a little bit. So we need 1 more in the next like 6 to 10 hours. And you know,
once they found the 6th block, no, it's still 5.
Well, I mean, I have noticed that cash.coin.dance doesn't update right away. So we are still sort of waiting around. But yeah, if they do, that would be a nice way to like close out the show with 6 blocks.
Right. Well, it looks like Bitcoin finally found the block. It was 54 minutes.
Hey, what's PLN? That's not Polish?
Polish
zloty.
Okay, PLN. Yeah, Polish Lati. I would think they would have a Z in there, but that makes sense.
They used to. They had a Polish. They converted. They had to reset their currency.
Okay, all right.
I was at JP Morgan during this conversion. It was messy. Like when countries change the names of their currencies, it's a nightmare. It's like when you guys were talking about the other day. It's like with BCC, they had to get a different ticker, BCH. No, this is a serious issue. I mean, Facebook stock, I believe, brought down NASDAQ for like an hour when they went IPO because they decided to go against the NASDAQ convention of 4-letter tickers, the FD. And as much work as they did to accommodate them, like the day Facebook went IPO, there were mad problems in the NASDAQ. They tried to play it off, but it was some kind of a technical glitch. But I worked in that industry long enough. I know it was the damn 2-letter ticker. I know somebody did
I love the
just
length of your
chart too.
memory.
All right, so we did have somebody donate 20 euro from Finland. So we made the Scandinavian, the 4 countries from all of Scandinavia. They all donated. I can't be more surprised at the diversity of people that we have here. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and wait for the ERC20 contracts to have to convert to restock and all that to look forward to next year.
I have Danish blood. Thank you, my brothers. Continue to provide me.
All right,
we better go to Tone. You better try to get us out of here, Tone.
Yeah, let me close out on the price and what I see here. So for the last couple of days, I have been very bullish Bitcoin. If you look at my Twitter, you'll see my tweets. My daily chart went bullish as of yesterday. The moment we started trading around 2760, my daily chart went bullish. It remains bullish. Now we have about 4 more hours. What I am looking for is a close above 28. I'm looking for a close of 28.54. I'm sorry. Oh, my bad. It's been a long day. I'm looking for a close above 27.84. Okay. So that's only about $15 away. If we close above 27.84, I remain fully bullish on the daily chart because this red 1 is going to be a green 5. And the good things happen as these numbers go up because the 9 tells you when to sell. So on the weekly chart, it looks like we're just having another doji. The weekly chart activated your long trade, and I tweeted that out as well. The weekly chart went bullish yesterday at a price of around 28.25. So once we go back there, we're fully in the clear. The last time this indicator said to go long Bitcoin was right here at around 12.25. So this is still fine. This is still in the green. So I remain of the position that in the next 24 to 48 hours, people will not be taking Bitcoin Cash seriously. They will only be creating it to sell it and try to get more Bitcoin. There's no such thing as free money. I don't expect it to last. I'm still trying to figure out how much of a troll job this is. How real are these coins? How real are these confirmations? We'll all find out. So I remain very bullish Bitcoin, and I'm not even thinking about trying to pick up those BCC even for a few more fractions of a Bitcoin.
Wow. All right.
It's been a journey.
Yeah, I think we need to close it out with a bye-bye from Thomas. What do you think?
I'm ready. I was going to wait till Tone said it, but we're out of time. Until next time, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Chart Guy. Bitcoin
Bye-bye.
Chart Guy. Check that out.
Chart Guy, Mr.
Thank
Wolf, Yumi and BTC, Trace, Simon, Charlie, everybody. We're still here.
Yeah,
Oh, do I have
I'm
to?
just gonna start saying
you have to shut it down, man.